Chapter 2881. How is this possible? The people from the profound heaven celestial sect, including sect leader by Wuxia, widened their eyes in shock and disbelief when they saw this scene. At this time, they could also confirm that it only took the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect half an hour to heat up the prominent celestial pill cauldron. If he hadn't finished heating the cauldron, he wouldn't have been able to refine the overarching heaven pill. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had successfully refined a total of 13 overarching heaven pills. It was more than the number of overarching heaven pills refined by He Peiyuan, the supreme celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect. In other words, in fact, Duan Ling Tian's alchemy skills were even better than Master He from the profound heaven celestial sect. It seems that even when he was competing with me earlier, he was still holding back. Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, had a grim expression on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian holding 13 overarching heaven pills. When he recalled the scenes of his alchemy competition with Duan Ling Tian, he was thoroughly convinced. Both of them were prominent celestial alchemists. Duan Ling Tian's alchemy standards completely convinced him. How is that possible? How did he manage to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron in just half an hour? Moreover, he managed to refine 13 overarching heaven pills. Unlike Xiao Gangyu, who was impressed by Duan Ling Tian's alchemy skills, Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. He must have cheated. He must have cheated. In the end, Ji Fan even claimed that Duan Ling Tian must have cheated. Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Xiao Gangyu glanced at him with disdain. Not to mention that Duan Ling Tian might not have any other tricks up his sleeve. Even if he had used some other method to heat the cauldron and refine 13 overarching heaven pills in half an hour, it was still his own ability. After all, from the very beginning of this alchemy competition, there was no rule that stated that other methods could not be used. He actually managed to refine the overarching heaven pill. Luluo stared at Duan Ling Tian in shock. When Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Ling Tian again, her face was full of shock, and her eyes were full of splendor. Murong Bing didn't say anything, but she was relieved when she saw Murong Bing's expression. Clearly, her heart had been hanging in the air just now. Alchemist He, this alchemy competition. At the same time, Zhongshang, the supreme grade celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, looked at He Peiyuan, the supreme grade celestial alchemist from the profound heaven celestial sect. If He Peiyuan was only a prominent celestial alchemist, he could have just announced the results. However, since Duan Ling Tian was a supreme grade celestial alchemist like him, Duan Ling Tian had to show due respect. I lost. Hearing Zhongshang's words, He Peiyuan recovered from his shock. At the same time, he said bitterly, "It doesn't matter if he used some other method to win. I have indeed lost this pill competition. This alchemist, he seems to be a straightforward person." Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He had a better impression of He Peiyuan. Following that, Duan Ling Tian saw another token. He Peiyuan raised his hand and took out a token that was shrouded in a profound light. He passed it to Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. "Sect leader, this is my king-grade celestial weapon, the Flame Ancient Token. Alchemist He, the profound heaven celestial sect doesn't want your celestial weapon. It's just a duke-grade divine ability. It's nothing to the profound heaven celestial sect." However, Bai Wuji did not take the king-grade celestial weapon from He Peiyuan. With a wave of his hand, a memory celestial talisman appeared in his hand. Then he passed it to Duan Ling Tian. "Alchemist Duan, this is the profound heaven celestial sect's reward for losing to you. The profound heaven celestial sect has lost this bet." Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate and took the memory celestial talisman from Bai Wuji. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness into the memory celestial talisman. Indeed, it's a triple-trait Duke-grade divine ability. This Duke-grade divine ability is called the Eastern Purple Chi. Whether it's offense, speed, or defense, it's not the best Duke-grade divine ability, but it's not the worst either. It's quite balanced. In the Memory Immortal Talisman Bai Wuji had given him, there was a triple-trait divine ability called purple chi from the east, which was a triple trait divine ability that was relatively balanced in terms of offense, speed, and defense. Unlike the triple trait Duke grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, that Duan Lingtian had one from the blissful sect, the Eastern Purple Chi celestial method, the Eastern Purple Chi, that had a triple trait Duke grade celestial method. Congratulations, Alchemist Duan. A voice transmission suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Zhongshang, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters who was in charge of the bet. Alchemist Zhong, without your reminder, this alchemy competition wouldn't have happened. In any case, I, Duan Lingtian, will remember your kindness. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhongshang and solemnly replied through voice transmission. Previously, he did not know how long it would take for a supreme celestial alchemist to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron. It was only after he asked Zhongshang that he learned the answer. After asking Zhongshang, Duan Lingtian felt confident that he would win. Therefore, he took the initiative to challenge the profound Heaven Celestial sect to obtain the triple trait Duke grade divine ability. I only casually answered your question. It's not a big deal. However, I didn't expect you to be able to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron so quickly. Alchemist Duan, your prominent celestial fire is extraordinary. At the very least, it's heaven-defying when it comes to heating cauldrons. Zhongshang sighed. Alchemist Zhong, you can tell? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Earlier, many people were saying he must have used some other method to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron so quickly. Even He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist from the profound Heaven Celestial sect, thought so. However, based on Zhongshang's words, it was clear Duan Lingtian did not rely on any other method to heat a prominent celestial fire. After all, I've been a supreme celestial alchemist for many years. If I can't even see this, I wouldn't be worthy of being called a supreme celestial alchemist. Zhongshang smiled faintly. You can't say that. Take Master He from the profound Heaven Celestial sect, for example. Although he's also a supreme celestial alchemist, he doesn't seem to realize I'm only relying on my prominent celestial fire. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Apothecary He's emotions are in a mess because he lost the bet. That's why he came up with such thoughts. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. If Apothecary He was the one watching today, he would also be able to see through it like me. Zhongshang continued to say, although the bet between Duan Lingtian and the profound Heaven Celestial sect had attracted many people's attention, many people did not pay attention to it. Now that the results of the bet were out, it caused a huge commotion in the alchemy square. The chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, who's not even 100 years old, actually won against Master He from the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Moreover, they were competing in heating a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Master He, a supreme celestial alchemist, lost to a prominent celestial pill cauldron? Is this a joke? Although I don't want to believe it, I saw it with my own eyes. While the alchemy square was in an uproar due to the bet between Duan Lingtian and He Pei Yuan, Duan Lingtian had once again become the center of attention. Heavens! Who's Master Duan from the Tai Yi Celestial sect? He's not even 100 years old, but he's already so accomplished in alchemy. In the entire Southern Heaven territory, I don't think there's another celestial alchemist who's younger than 100 years old who's as accomplished as him, right? I can imagine how great Master Duan will be in the Southern Heaven territory once he matures. We should get to know someone like him as soon as possible. If we miss this opportunity, there won't be a second chance. Amidst the exclamations, the people from the various top sects and many well-known sectless cultivators came up to Duan Lingtian one after another to get close to him. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian only responded perfunctorily. Fame was the bane of a man's existence. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood the meaning of this saying. Now that I've obtained a triple trait Duke grade celestial method and a triple trait Duke grade divine ability, there's no need for me to look for people to bet with me during the alchemy conference. Although Duan Lingtian did not plan to leave Alchemy City or the barren land for the time being, he did not plan to look for people to compete with him. Naturally, he knew this was not the case. Even if he looked for people to compete with him, they might not be willing to do so. Master Duan, I didn't expect you to only need half an hour to heat up the prominent celestial pill cauldron. From today onward, the title of the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions is yours. Sun Chao, who had been following Duan Lingtian since the beginning of the alchemy square, was Duan Lingtian. He could not help but sigh with emotion after watching Duan Lingtian deal with the people who tried to curry favor with him. Since Sun Chao had been following Duan Lingtian since the beginning, he had witnessed the entire process of Duan Lingtian and He Peiyuan's alchemy competition. During the process, he was so shocked that he could not regain his senses for a long time. Duan Lingtian, naturally, humbly responded to Sun Chao's words. The alchemy conference continued. In just a blink of an eye, almost a month had passed. The alchemy conference was nearing its end. Brat, find a secluded place. I'll join forces with the profound divine metal to open the box for you. Duan Lingtian was walking around the alchemy square with Huan when an old voice suddenly rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian froze in his tracks as though he was struck by lightning. It's the Chaos Divine Flame's voice. Chapter 2882. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian recalled the ancient box in his possession. He had exchanged a Duke-grade divine ability from the Tai-E Celestial Sect for it. In the eyes of Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, the box was worthless. However, he had exchanged a Duke-grade divine ability for it because of the Chaos Divine Flame's words. At that time, he had only done that because he trusted the primal Chaos Divine Flame. At that time, the Chaos Divine Flame had told him that there was something valuable in the box and that he had to obtain it. Then, he would join forces with the profound divine metal to open the box. Apart from that, the Chaos Divine Flame had also told him that it was impossible to open the box. Only celestial lords and above would be able to open the box. Only celestial lords and above would be able to discover the contents of the box. Even if those below celestial lords used their divine consciousness to probe the box, they would be misled by the small formations and would think that there was nothing inside. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, Senior Profound Divine Metal, you're awake? At the same time, Duan Lingtian quickly responded to the Chaos Divine Flame and communicated with it. Kid, I can't stay awake for too long. You better hurry and find a secluded place. If you open that box in public, it's hard to guarantee that the things inside won't be targeted or even snatched away. A middle-aged man's voice rang in the air as soon as Duan Lingtian finished replying to the Chaos Divine Flame. It was the voice of the profound divine metal that he had heard before. All right. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's urging, Duan Lingtian did not dare to dawdle. He hurriedly nodded. After that, the two of them made their way to the alchemy square. It had been more than 20 days since Duan Lingtian's debut. Therefore, the number of people paying attention to Duan Lingtian had gradually dwindled. Currently, not many people were paying attention to Duan Lingtian. In this close to a month, Duan Lingtian walked all over the alchemy plaza. There were simply not many people who had the patience to keep staring at him without letting him go. It did not take long for Duan Lingtian to bring Huan to a secluded corner of the plaza. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan were standing behind a few boulders in a deserted corner of the alchemy square. At this moment, their backs were facing the people walking on the streets of the alchemy square. Huan, help me keep a lookout. If anyone comes near, alert me immediately. Duan Lingtian asked Huan to keep an eye on their surroundings. Although he didn't know what was inside the box, since the Chaos Divine Flame and the profound divine metal were acting so cautiously, it had to be something extraordinary. Under such circumstances, he did not dare to be careless. Got it, Brother Lingtian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, she immediately let go of Duan Lingtian's arm and looked around. At the other side, what are they doing? Duan Lingtian was unaware that someone had discovered them when he brought Huan to the back of the boulder. It was none other than Liu Luo. Third senior sister, Little Bai. Duan Lingtian is really not a good person. He actually brought that woman with him to the back of the boulder in broad daylight. Liu Luo said to Murong Bing, who was standing next to her. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Liu Luo's words to Murong Bing. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood from anger. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and brought out the ancient box from his spatial ring. Then he called out to the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame, "Seniors, I've brought out the box." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, whoosh, whoosh, a second ago, Duan Lingtian could clearly see a gray streak of light and a golden streak of light flying out of his chest and colliding with the box in his hand. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought there would be a huge commotion. However, he soon realized he had been mistaken. The two streams of light that were intertwined with each other shot out at an extremely fast speed and directly entered the box in his hand. It was like water returning to the sea, directly merging into the box. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the box in his hand trembling violently. Moreover, a ray of light that was intertwined with gold and gray appeared at the closed part of the box. Moreover, this ray of light became even more dazzling and dazzling. Crack! A crisp sound rang in the air. Duan Lingtian saw the tightly shut box suddenly open. As soon as the box opened, two streaks of light that were intertwined with each other shone brightly. A few moments later, the light disappeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw the item in the box. At the same time, the chaos divine flame's voice rang in the air again. "Boy, the profound divine metal and I are about to fall asleep again. We've taken a good look at the item in the box. It's a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that can be used 3 times. Every time you use this royal-grade celestial weapon, you'll gain energy that's comparable to a celestial emperor. Before you completely use up the energy, your soul and celestial origin energy are comparable to a celestial emperor. As for how to use this royal-grade celestial weapon," after it finished explaining how to use the royal-grade celestial weapon, the chaos divine flame's voice disappeared as though it had never spoken. A consumable royal-grade celestial weapon? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw the contents of the open box in his hand. It was an exquisite hairpin. The hairpin shone with a layer of profound light, and the flower at the end of the hairpin was exceptionally dazzling. The flower was blood red with 3 petals, and it was shrouded in a crimson light. The crimson light intertwined with the mysterious light, giving off a demonic aura. "Senior Chaos Divine Flame, did you just say this is a royal-grade celestial weapon? Moreover, it's a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon?" Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he looked at the hairpin in the box. He was no longer the naive young man who had just ascended to the Devata realms. He had gained a certain level of understanding of the celestial weapons in the Devata realms, including consumable celestial weapons. Among the celestial weapons in the Devata realms, consumable celestial weapons were the royal-grade and emperor-grade celestial weapons. The so-called consumable celestial weapons were the royal-grade and emperor-grade celestial weapons that could only be used a certain number of times. There were also consumable celestial weapons, and consumable celestial weapons. Naturally, there were no Duke-grade and Emperor-grade celestial weapons that could be used more than 5 times. This royal-grade celestial weapon can be used 3 times. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Each petal of the flower will grant me strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. Moreover, not only will I possess the celestial origin energy of an ordinary celestial lord, but my soul will also be strengthened to the level of a celestial lord before the energy given to me by the petals is depleted. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he recalled the Chaos Divine Flame's words. When he regained his senses, he could not help but gasp. After inhaling a breath of cold air, Duan Lingtian completely sobered up. He immediately put away the box in his hand and the hairpin lying in the box. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly, afraid that someone would see him. A royal-grade celestial weapon was enough to make the people in the alchemy square go crazy. Let alone a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Even an ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapon would not be able to compare to a royal-grade celestial weapon's consumption. For example, even an emperor-grade celestial weapon would not increase Duan Lingtian's strength by much. After all, Duan Lingtian was only a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. His strength was limited. Even if he used an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, it would only increase his strength to a certain extent. However, the hairpin that Duan Lingtian had obtained was a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that could be used 3 times. Every time it was used, it would grant Duan Lingtian strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. Strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord? What did that mean? In other words, Duan Lingtian would be able to become a celestial lord for a period of time after using the royal-grade celestial weapon. Even if he could only become a 1 basic celestial lord and did not master any powerful celestial methods or divine abilities, his celestial origin energy alone was enough to sweep through the entire 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands of the Southern Heaven territory. Senior Chaos Divine Flame shouldn't be lying to me. There's no need for it to lie to me. In other words, it's telling the truth. In other words, with the royal-grade celestial weapon, it's equivalent to me having 3 chances to become a celestial lord. Although I'll revert back to my original form after I use the royal-grade celestial weapon, I'll still be a true celestial lord before I revert back to my original form. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his eyes shone brightly. It was as though he could already see himself transforming into a celestial lord after using the royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, Senior Chaos Divine Flame also said that there won't be any side effects after using the royal-grade celestial weapon to transform into a celestial lord after exhausting all of its power. Duan Lingtian was excited when he thought about this. It was as though he could not wait to use the royal-grade celestial weapon. Naturally, even if the thought of using the royal-grade celestial weapon appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he would not put it into action at all. The royal-grade celestial weapon could only be used 3 times. To the current Duan Lingtian, every time it happened, it would be able to save his life. Unless there was something wrong with Duan Lingtian's brain, he would not use the royal-grade celestial weapon so casually. There's no need for me to use the royal-grade celestial weapon unless my life is in danger. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previous chapter list of chapters. Next chapter. Chapter 2883. Huan let's go back. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, he walked around the boulder and returned to the bustling alchemy square. Huan asked curiously, "Brother Lingtian, did you open the box earlier?" Huan asked curiously. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Huan Huan Brother Lingtian can't let others know that I can open the box. That's why I hid behind the box earlier. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan nodded. Then, she sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and asked, "Brother Lingtian, I think I saw something in the box earlier. Isn't there nothing in there?" Previously, when Duan Lingtian had exchanged the box with the old man, Huan had probed the box with her divine consciousness. Just like everyone else, she had discovered that the box was empty. At that time, Huan, like everyone else, thought the box was worthless. However, even then, she did not voice her opinion when she saw Duan Lingtian insisted on exchanging the box for the Duke-grade divine ability. In her opinion, the box was empty. Even if that box was worthless, as long as her big brother Lingtian liked it, it would be worth it no matter what she had to exchange for it. However, she was shocked to discover that something was wrong. After brother Lingtian opened the box, she discovered there was something inside. "It seems like you saw it as well." Upon hearing Huan words, Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he told Huan what was inside the box. A consumable Duke-grade celestial weapon can be used 3 times. Moreover, each time it's used, its strength is comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. Huan's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Brother Lingtian, doesn't this mean you'll have 3 life-saving talismans?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded with a faint smile on his face. "That's why I obtained a royal-grade celestial weapon. Apart from a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method and a triple-trait Duke-grade divine ability, I also obtained a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial weapon." Duan Lingtian had 2 other royal-grade celestial weapons, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. However, that was not his. Moreover, even if the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons belonged to him, it did not affect his joy at obtaining the consumable Duke-grade celestial weapon. Although the consumable Duke-grade celestial weapon could only be used 3 times, it was much more effective than an ordinary Emperor-grade celestial weapon, let alone an ordinary Duke-grade celestial artifact. Big Brother Ling Tian, can we not wait for them and go back first? Huan Er asked. No, we still have to wait for them. Since we have the royal-grade celestial weapon, we don't have to wait for them. However, there is no need for that, Duan Ling Tian said. In fact, more than 20 days ago, Duan Ling Tian had thought about returning to the wasteland and the Tai celestial sect. However, when he thought about the dangers he might encounter on the way back, he dismissed the idea. He wasn't worried about the people from the top sects finding trouble with them, nor was he worried about those powerful and well-known rogue cultivators finding trouble with them. Instead, he was worried that they would encounter robbers on the way back. Those people were all fugitives. If he wanted to attack them, there was no need to have any misgivings. Previously, they did not have to worry about encountering those people because the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was around. However, now that the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was dead, they had no choice but to be cautious. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian decided to return to the wasteland with the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian was certain the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect would not refuse him if he asked them to bring them back to the wasteland. After all, it was equivalent to doing him a favor. Putting aside the fact that the Thousand Spiders celestial sect thought he was from a powerful clan in the central area, just his alchemy skills alone were enough for the Thousand Spiders celestial sect to do him a favor. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not tell the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect about this. He planned to speak to the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect after the alchemy conference ended. Now, all I have to do is wait for the alchemy conference to end, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he returned to the bustling alchemy square. In the following days, Duan Ling Tian deliberately approached Murong Bing, a disciple from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, in an attempt to convince her to bring them back. However, Murong Bing was as stubborn as before. She would rather die than agree to it. It seems like I have to find an opportunity to visit the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and threaten her master, so she won't dare to make a move on her. Duan Ling Tian felt helpless when he saw Murong Bing's stubbornness. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian was no longer worried about Murong Bing's safety. After all, he was confident he could protect Murong Bing now. His confidence came from the consumable Duke-grade celestial weapon that he had just obtained. I only need to use that celestial weapon once, and I'll be strong enough to destroy the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. With that strength, I don't believe her master will be so stubborn as to make a move on her. Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was also worried Murong Bing's master would make a move on him first. At that time, he would not have a chance to protect Murong Bing. For this reason, he went to look for Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Sect leader Nangong. Duan Ling Tian greeted Nangong Xiu with a smile on his face. Although Nangong Xiu had sent someone to kill Duan Ling Tian before, it could be said that there was enmity between them. However, Nangong Xiu did not tell Murong Bing's master that he had raped Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was grateful to Nangong Xiu for saving Murong Bing's life. Master Duan. Nangong Xiu responded to Duan Ling Tian's greeting with a smile on his face. At the same time, he asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's pill refining skills and learning about his background, Nangong Xiu was no longer as hostile toward Duan Ling Tian as before. She had even thought about it before. If possible, she was willing to facilitate the marriage between Duan Ling Tian and Murong Bing. After all, she felt Duan Ling Tian was a good choice for her. She had lived for half of her life and had seen many people. Although she didn't have much contact with Duan Ling Tian, she was still able to see that Duan Ling Tian had an excellent character and was a man worth trusting. However, she was not certain if Duan Ling Tian had a background from a powerful clan in the central area. Nevertheless, even if Duan Ling Tian did not have a powerful background with his pill refining skills, as long as he was willing to join the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she was willing to facilitate the marriage between Duan Ling Tian and Murong Bing. At the same time, She believed it would become a legend in the history of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not beat around the bush as he said, "Sect leader Nangong, I'm sure you're aware of what happened between me and your disciple, Murong Bing. I'm very grateful for your protection. However, I know you won't be able to protect her for long even if you want to. Sooner or later, the truth will be exposed. I'm here to ask someone to keep an eye on her master. If her master finds out about our relationship and wants to kill Murong Bing, you can stop her. If her father, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, insists on helping her, you can tell them that I'm Duan Lingtian. Tell them that if they don't want to die, it'd be best for them to see the strength of Duan Lingtian's men before they make a move on Murong Bing. At that time, you can send someone to the Tai E Celestial sect to inform me. I'll send someone to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to meet the father and daughter. If nothing happens to Murong Bing, they'll still be alive. However, if something happens to Murong Bing, they'll definitely die." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of coldness could be heard in his voice. Hiss! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Nangong could not help but gasp. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of respect in her eyes. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, she was even more certain that Duan Lingtian was right. Duan Lingtian was indeed from a powerful clan in the central area. Otherwise, he would not have dared to say such words. "I'll remember your words, Master Duan. If they make a move on Bing-er, I'll stop them and ask them to give Bing-er and themselves some time to think." Nangong nodded solemnly. She sighed in relief inwardly. In fact, she was most worried about what Duan Lingtian had said. She could stop her junior sister from making a move. However, if her junior sister's father, a 10 Directions Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, intervened, it would be difficult for her to protect Murong Bing even if she wanted to. After all, Murong Bing was her niece. Naturally, she did not want anything to happen to her. She knew that with Duan Lingtian's promise earlier, her niece, Murong Bing, had obtained a life-saving talisman. Although the consumable Duke-grade celestial weapon that could be used 3 times was extremely precious, it was equivalent to 3 life-saving talismans. However, for Murong Bing's safety, Duan Lingtian was willing to use it once. In just a blink of an eye, a few days had passed. This was also the last day of the alchemy conference. On the last day of the alchemy conference, the celestial alchemists from all over the alchemy conference stopped talking. According to the usual practice of the alchemy conferences, the Duke-grade celestial alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters would summarize the results of the alchemy conferences. Among them, Duan Lingtian's name was shockingly on the list, and it was the most eye-catching. In fact, he even surpassed Sun Chao, who had made a name for himself during the previous alchemy conference. Everyone knows that alchemist Sun Chao became famous during the last alchemy conference in the 6 southeastern regions 30 years ago. After that, alchemist Sun Chao was widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. This time, alchemist Duan Lingtian from the Tai E Celestial sect in the wasteland is like a dark horse. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2884. Master Duan Lingtian only needs half an hour to heat up the prominent celestial pill cauldron with his prominent celestial fire. Master Duan Lingtian can refine 13 overarching heaven pills in one go. Master Duan Lingtian? Most importantly, Master Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old. The person who was speaking loudly was none other than Zhongshang, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. He was also the person who had witnessed the bet between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian twice. As soon as Zhongshang finished speaking, the people in the alchemy square turned to look at a purple-clad figure in unison. It was a young man dressed in purple. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had a handsome appearance, a slender figure, and an outstanding temperament. Facing the numerous burning gazes that swept over from the surroundings, the violet-clothed young man's gaze was calm, and his face was composed. It was as if he could maintain his composure even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, and he seemed like an otherworldly expert that had no desires. Duan Lingtian, Lien, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. It was as though he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. However, before he could confirm Duan Lingtian's background, he did not dare to act recklessly no matter how much he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He's not even 100 years old. How can he be an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial and a prominent celestial alchemist? Moreover, he's capable of refining overarching heaven pills and is comparable to a supreme celestial alchemist from the profound heaven celestial sect. Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, stared at Duan Lingtian with jealousy in his eyes. Ji Fan had always thought that he was the pride of the heavens. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens among his peers in every aspect. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, his pride was not worth mentioning at all. In fact, compared to Duan Lingtian, he was so ordinary that he could not be any more ordinary. Moreover, due to his mistaken judgment, he had allowed Duan Lingtian to win a triple trait Duke grade celestial method from the blissful sect. For this reason, he hated Duan Lingtian to the core. Just like Lian, he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. I hope you're really from a powerful clan in the central area. Otherwise, you'll die the day the blissful sect discovers your background. Ji Fan stared at Duan Lingtian with a hint of jealousy in his eyes before it turned into killing intent. It made Duan Lingtian feel uncomfortable as though he was being stared at by a venomous snake. The arhat of the blissful sect. Duan Lingtian turned around and saw Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect. He merely glanced at Ji Fan indifferently before he averted his gaze. If it was Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Duan Lingtian would have been more wary. However, Ji Fan was different. He did not care about Ji Fan at all. He dares to look down on me? The indifference in Duan Lingtian's eyes infuriated Ji Fan, causing him to tremble violently. The killing intent in his eyes was so intense that it could not be any stronger. If Xian didn't die, he'd still be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the profound heaven celestial sect. Naturally, Xian can't be compared to him. He seems to be a junior from a major clan in the central area. He's probably from a powerful clan in the central area. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Bai Wuji did not hate Duan Lingtian at all. Although Duan Lingtian had won the profound heaven celestial sect's divine ability, he did not think Duan Lingtian was an enemy of the profound heaven celestial sect. In fact, to a certain extent, he admired Duan Lingtian very much. He must be from a powerful clan in the central area. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to speak to me like that a few days ago. Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a warm smile on his face. Since Bing has such a good husband, I'm sure my sister can rest in peace. Murong Bing stood next to Nangong Xiu as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. Although she was not certain if Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area, she was certain he was from a powerful clan in the central area. However, that was not important to her. Even if Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan, she would still have to ask her master's permission to be with Duan Lingtian. She had been an orphan since she was young. In her heart, her master was her mother. Even Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who treated her like a mother, could not compare to her in this regard. Moreover, if her master found out about the matter between her and Duan Lingtian, she wouldn't hesitate in the slightest if he wanted her to die as an apology. In her opinion, if her master hadn't taken her in and raised her, she would have died many years ago as an orphan. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian will be leaving the wasteland soon. Otherwise, the Tai celestial sect would be able to suppress the Thousand Spiders celestial sect forever. Jian Qiuluo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, thought to herself as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Zhou Shuqiu, who was standing next to Jian Qiuluo, looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentle smile on her face. A hint of infatuation could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Duan Lingtian's outstanding performance caused Zhou Shuqiu, a woman with high standards, to fall for him. After Zhongshang, the other three supreme celestial alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters stepped onto the dilapidated stone platform one after another to speak. As time passed, the alchemy conference finally came to an end. Sect leader Jin, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, has passed away. Our speed is extremely slow. Do you mind bringing us along? After the alchemy conference ended, Duan Lingtian, Situ Ming, and the others went to Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. Jian Qiu Luo was, naturally, taken aback by Duan Lingtian's uninvited visit. However, she hesitated for a moment when she heard Duan Lingtian's request. In the end, she agreed to Duan Lingtian's request under Zhou Shu Qiu's expectant gaze. Since Master Duan has asked, I naturally won't refuse. However, I'm only doing this out of respect for you and not the Tai Celestial sect. Jian Qiu Luo did not hesitate to add that she had only agreed to Duan Lingtian's request out of respect for Duan Lingtian and not the Tai Celestial sect. Upon hearing Jian Qiu Luo's words, Duan Lingtian looked at her meaningfully before he nodded. I understand. Duan Lingtian, owe you a favor, sect leader Jian. Although he was not surprised by Jian Qiu Luo's words, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Jian Qiu Luo was a smart woman. Although Jian Qiu Luo was not 100% certain Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area, it was clear she was willing to do him a favor based on his skills. Master Duan, when do you plan to return? After agreeing to Duan Lingtian's request, Jian Qiu Luo asked again. Will do as you wish. Sect leader Jian will return whenever you decide to return. Duan Lingtian replied. We plan to return in a few days. Since you plan to return with us, why don't you stay with us for the next few days? It'll be more convenient for us to return. Jian Qiu Luo said. All right. Duan Lingtian readily agreed. After the alchemy conference ended, Duan Lingtian and the others left with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. When Duan Lingtian left, many people looked at him greedily. However, none of them followed him. After all, Duan Lingtian was with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. Even if Duan Lingtian was not with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect, they did not dare to act recklessly. After all, Duan Lingtian had the support of the Tai Celestial sect. Moreover, it was said that Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area. Even if he did not have a celestial king protecting him, there was no doubt he had a 10 directions celestial duke protecting him. Over the next few days, Duan Lingtian and the others stayed in the residence of the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. In a restaurant near the residence of the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect in Alchemy City. In a secluded room, a young man sat at a table by the window as he looked at the residence of the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. His expression was extremely dark. Damn it! Duan Lingtian actually brought that woman to the residence of the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. If that's the case, how am I supposed to kidnap that woman? If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the young man immediately. This young man was none other than Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, whom the disciples from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect said had died. Not only was Bai Yuxian not dead, but he was still alive and kicking. Elder Tan, are you confident you'll be able to kidnap that woman by Duan Lingtian's side from the residence of the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect? Bai Yuxian took a deep breath before he asked the old man standing next to him in a deep voice. Young Master Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect, is a 7 stars Celestial Duke. Although I'm also a 7 stars Celestial Duke, I'm not as strong as her since I've just broken through. If I make a move, I'm afraid she'll notice me as soon as I enter the residence. The old man standing next to Bai Yuxian was an elder of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. He was one of the people who usually accompanied Bai Yuxian to protect Bai Yuxian. Previously, when Duan Lingtian and the others had encountered Bai Yuxian, he was not by Bai Yuxian's side because he was in the midst of a breakthrough. It was also during that time that he, who was originally a Celestial Duke, successfully broke through and became a 7 stars Celestial Duke. When he heard Bai Yuxian wanted him to kidnap that woman from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect, he could not help but smile bitterly. Don't tell me I can only watch as a cooked duck flies away? Chapter 2885. Young Master, why don't you look for the sect leader? The old man suggested cautiously when he heard the resentment in Bai Yuxian's voice. Look for my father? Bai Yuxian glared at the old man angrily and said, if my father finds out about me faking my death, he'll definitely teach me a lesson. Now, you want me to look for him and ask him to help me snatch a woman away? If I look for him now, I'll be lucky if he doesn't punish me. You want him to help me snatch a woman away? You must be dreaming, right? Bai Yuxian took a deep breath before he muttered to himself, forget it. Forget it. I didn't fake my death entirely because of that woman. Now that old ancestor Tai Hishan is dead, the hatred that I accumulated in my heart in the past has been mostly resolved. If I have the chance in the future, I will snatch that woman away. Bai Yuxian muttered to himself. Young master. At this moment, a voice rang from outside the room. In the next moment, as Bai Yuxian responded, another person walked in. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would recognize this person immediately. This person was none other than the person who had accused Hishan of killing Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, during the alchemy conference a month ago. At that time, the people from the profound Heaven Celestial sect had addressed him as Little Six. Little Six, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to look for me during this time? Bai Yuxian frowned when he saw the young man. If father finds out I'm still alive, he'll be very angry. If he's not careful, the outsiders might find out as well. Most of the people from the top sects haven't left yet. If news of my death spreads, father might have no choice but to kill me to avenge the Tai Celestial sect. Bai Yuxian's expression darkened when he finished speaking. Young sect leader, the reason I came to look for you is to remind you of something. I know you want to make a move on that woman by Duan Lingtian's side and snatch her away. Little Six smiled bitterly. Why do you have to tell me now? Bai Yuxian frowned and said impatiently, can't you wait until we get back? I was also afraid that young sect master would make a move and snatch that woman away, offending that Duan Lingtian. So I had no choice but to come. Little Six said. Hearing Little Six's words, Bai Yuxian immediately felt that something was wrong. He continued to ask, what is it? Why are you so careful? It's like you're afraid that I'll offend that Duan Lingtian. Isn't Duan Lingtian a prominent celestial alchemist in the Tai Celestial sect? Even though Bai Yuxian had been staying in the Barren Land's alchemy city for the past few days, he was still in the Barren Land. However, because he did not go out and the old man beside him also did not go out, they did not know about the series of events that had happened in the alchemy conference that had spread through the entire alchemy city in these past few days. During the alchemy conference, the old man had only learned that Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, had been killed by his father. Young sect master during the alchemy conference Duan Lingtian, Little Six, who knew that Bai Yuxian didn't know most of the things that had happened at the Grand Alchemy Conference, told Bai Yuxian everything that had happened at the Grand Alchemy Conference. Duan Lingtian won a triple trait Duke grade celestial method from the Blissful sect. Moreover, he won a triple trait Duke grade divine ability from the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Moreover, he competed with Master He from the profound Heaven Celestial sect. How's that possible? Master He is a triple trait Duke grade celestial alchemist. How could a prominent celestial alchemist like him win against Master He? Duan Lingtian seems to be from a major clan in the central area. Bai Yuxian's face turned pale when he heard Little Six's words. Previously, Duan Lingtian's strength in the Tao of alchemy had already shocked him. It even made him faintly suspicious. He wondered if Duan Lingtian had a powerful background since he was so outstanding. After all, many of the juniors from the major clans would come out to gain experience. Later on, when Little Six mentioned that Duan Lingtian might be from a powerful clan in the central area, Duan Lingtian's speculation was confirmed. At the same time, he broke out in cold sweat. Although Bai Yuxian was not certain if Duan Lingtian was from a major clan in the central area, he was certain that Duan Lingtian was from a major clan in the central area. However, there was still a possibility that Duan Lingtian was from a major clan. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's performance, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian was from a major clan. If Duan Lingtian was really from a major clan in the central area and Bai Yuxian tried to kidnap Duan Lingtian's woman, the consequences would be dire. At that time, not only would Bai Yuxian's father not be able to save him, but even the profound Heaven Celestial sect would be in trouble. Although the profound Heaven Celestial sect might have a quasi-celestial king hiding in the dark to protect the sect, the profound Heaven Celestial sect would not be able to do so. However, a quasi-celestial king would not be able to withstand a single blow from a major clan in the central area. If Duan Lingtian was really from a major clan in the central area, based on his performance, it was clear that his clan was not simple. Let alone celestial kings, there might even be celestial lords in such a major clan. Fortunately, he brought that woman to the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's residence. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble if Elder Tan made a move. At this moment, Bai Yuxian was relieved that Duan Lingtian had chosen to stay in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's residence. Otherwise, he would have asked Elder Tan to make a move. Elder Tan. When Bai Yuxian thought of Elder Tan, he was reminded of something important. He glared at Elder Tan and asked, "Didn't you hear about what happened during the alchemy conference when I asked you to investigate Duan Lingtian's whereabouts? If you had heard about what happened during the alchemy conference while you were investigating Duan Lingtian, I wouldn't have tried to kidnap the woman by Duan Lingtian's side. Do you know? Because of your mistake, you almost got me killed. At that time, not only would I be killed, but you wouldn't be able to live as well." Bai Yuxian's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke. It was as though he was venting his anger on Elder Tan. At this time, Elder Tan, who had thought through all of this, was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. After listening to Bai Yuxian's words, he said with a bitter smile on his face, "Young master, I was too focused on investigating Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. I didn't pay attention to what the people around me were saying. However, it's fortunate that Duan Lingtian had chosen to stay in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's residence, so we didn't have a chance to make a move. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble." As he spoke, Elder Tan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. At this moment, he felt as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. He had thought of everything that Bai Yuxian could think of. Therefore, he knew what had happened between him and Bai Yuxian. Little Sixth. Bai Yuxian took a deep breath before he looked at the young man at the side and said, "No matter what you do, you must make Father and the others stay so they can leave Alchemy City. I don't want to go back alone. I'll only be safe if I go back with Father and the others," Bai Yuxian said. Bai Yuxian knew very well that it would be best if fewer people knew about his fake death in the near future. Naturally, he was most concerned about the people from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. When those people from the top sects left Alchemy City, even if he appeared in front of others, he wouldn't care about how shocked they were. Even if news of his fake death spread to the ears of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, as time passed, the matter would fade away. In the future, the profound Heaven Celestial sect would at most say that it was a misunderstanding and compensate the Tai Celestial sect. As for Bai Yuxian, he would not have to pay Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, with his life. Bai Yuxian had long planned this out. "Yes, young master." After listening to Bai Yuxian's words, Little Sixth left. After Little Sixth left, Bai Yuxian sat in front of the window and looked at the residence of the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Apart from fear, there was also relief in his eyes. He was relieved he did not ask the old man to make a move. "I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be from a powerful clan in the central area," Bai Yuxian thought to himself. "It seems like I won't be able to get my hands on that woman." Although Bai Yuxian was slightly disappointed, he was still rational. He knew what kind of woman he could and could not get his hands on. Although the woman by Duan Lingtian's side was perfect and was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life, he was not sure if he could get his hands on her. However, he knew that Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan. If Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area, he would not be able to get his hands on that woman. In fact, he would be killed before he could even lay his hands on her. Although women were good, he cherished his life even more. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of Bai Yuxian's thoughts. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not even know Bai Yuxian was still alive. Otherwise, he would have fought for justice for Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, who was killed by Wuxia, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. In fact, before he left Alchemy City in the Barren Land, he would have made a fuss and forced Wuxia to kill Yuxian to avenge Hishan. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian was unaware Yuxian was still alive. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huaner were sitting on the bed in the same room, cultivating with their backs facing each other. He's really in the same room as that woman. Although Zhou Shuqiu had heard from Liu Luo, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, that Duan Lingtian was in the same room as the white-clad woman, she did not witness it with her own eyes. Chapter 2886. Although Zhou Shuqiu was mentally prepared for this, it was still different from seeing it for herself. Zhou Shuqiu glanced at the closed door before she turned around and left. After Zhou Shuqiu left, two prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai celestial sect, Situ Ming and Yang Chong, walked out of the courtyard one after another. It seems like the little princess of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect has fallen for Master Duan? Yang Chong asked as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu's departing figure. That's normal. Upon hearing Yang Chong's words, Situ Ming said, Master Duan is not even 100 years old, and yet, he's already so accomplished. Moreover, didn't you hear Master Duan mention that he's from a powerful clan in the central area? I'm sure any woman would fall for such an outstanding man, right? I've heard of the little princess of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect in the past. She has very high standards and won't take a liking to ordinary men. If a perfect man appeared in her eyes, she would fall for him wholeheartedly. Yang Chong nodded. Master Situ, you know about women? Yang Chong was surprised. Of course. After all, I killed 1,000 people when I was young. Situ Ming raised his head proudly before he returned to his courtyard. Killed 1,000 people? Yang Chong was confused when he heard Situ Ming's words. However, when he regained his senses, he was dumbfounded. Master Situ seems like an honest man. Yang Chong was stunned. How could such a person be so flirtatious when he was young? At this moment, Yang Chong felt as though his world had been turned upside down. A few days later, the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others made their way to the courtyard to meet up with the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Brother Lingtian, how long do you think it'll take you to master the two celestial methods and divine abilities that you obtained? Along the way, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to him. I'm not sure. If I put in more effort, I should be able to master them in a short time. Duan Lingtian replied telepathically. In the past few days, he had only spent half of his time cultivating. The rest of his time was spent on the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he had obtained from the Blissful Sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. During the Alchemy Conference, he had won a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method and a triple-trait divine ability. In the history of the 6 southeastern regions, Duan Lingtian's battle achievement could be considered to be unprecedented, even though it could not be said that no one in the future would be able to match it. That monarch-grade divine ability Purple Chi comes from the east is still alright. It's a rather balanced and mediocre divine ability. My comprehension of other divine abilities in the past has many similarities with it. If I want to completely comprehend it, it won't take me too long. As for the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, it'll take some time. If it's a Duke-grade celestial method that's suitable for sword immortals, it'll be easier for me to comprehend it with my understanding of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Unfortunately, it's a celestial method that's not suitable for sword immortals. However, the moon waxes and wanes. Not everything is perfect. I should be satisfied with the 2 celestial methods and divine abilities that I've obtained. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During these 2 days, while Duan Lingtian was comprehending the celestial method, the Immobilization King method, and the divine ability the Purple Chi comes from the east. As it turned out, as long as the celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms were similar, they would have many similarities. For example, the Purple Chi comes from the east was a balanced and mediocre divine ability that did not have any specific characteristics. This divine ability shared many similarities with the divine abilities that he had mastered previously. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to comprehend it. For this reason, if the circumstances allow, it's best for me to choose celestial methods and divine abilities that are similar to the celestial methods and divine abilities. That way, I'll be able to spend less time comprehending them. With the extra time, I can use it to cultivate and do other things. Sometimes, one would only be able to feel something after experiencing it for themselves. Although Duan Ling Tian had learned a little about this in the past, it was only a superficial understanding. He did not feel anything from it at all. It was nothing compared to his personal experience. Master Duan. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and the others met up with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader Jian. Duan Ling Tian greeted Jian Qiu Luo with a smile on his face. At the same time, he nodded at Zhou Shuqiu, who was standing next to Jian Qiu Luo. After all, they were old acquaintances. It would be rude if they did not greet each other when they met. However, Duan Ling Tian soon discovered that Zhou Shuqiu Luo's attitude was very different from before. Zhou Shuqiu, who had been quite friendly to him a few days ago, was a little cold and indifferent to him today. She just gave him a faint reply and ignored him. Although he was confused, he did not dwell on it. He only sighed inwardly. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Junior sister, what's wrong? Don't tell me you like Master Duan? At this moment, Jian Chilua also noticed that something was wrong with Zhou Shuqiu. She couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Zhou Shuqiu. Zhou Shuqiu's face turned red when she heard Jian Qiu Luo's question. She retorted through voice transmission. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Who likes him? Even if all the men in the world died, I still wouldn't like a playboy like him. Why? Are you jealous of Miss Huaner? It was not difficult for Jian Qiu Luo to guess Zhou Shuqiu's thoughts when she heard the jealousy in Zhou Shuqiu's voice. Therefore, she said, Junior sister, it's rare for a powerful man to only have one woman. Master Duan is not bad. If it's possible, you should hold on to him. Jian Qiu Luo continued to persuade Zhou Shuqiu. Although Jian Qiu Luo had never been in a relationship before, she had never been in a relationship with a man. However, as the saying went, a man is a woman. Even if one has never tasted pork, one must have seen a pig run. There were many women in the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Naturally, she knew a lot about relationships. Senior sister, I really didn't. Zhou Shuqiu tried to explain herself through voice transmission, but she was beginning to lose her confidence. Meanwhile, Master Duan, do you feel the little princess of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's attitude toward you has changed? She's not as enthusiastic as she was a few days ago, right? A voice transmission suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. HM? Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the person who had sent the voice transmission. It was none other than Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Master Situ, do you know why her attitude toward me has changed so drastically? Although Duan Ling Tian noticed Zhou Shuqiu's attitude toward him had changed drastically, he did not pay much attention to it. However, based on Situ Ming's words, it seemed like he knew the reason. Duan Ling Tian's curiosity was piqued. Master Duan, 3 days ago. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's curiosity, Situ Ming smiled and told him about Zhou Shuqiu's visit 3 days ago and how she found them in the same room. What does this have to do with her change in attitude toward me? Duan Ling Tian was confused by Situ Ming's words. Master Duan, don't tell me you can't tell she's in love with you? Situ Ming's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. What? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock. He glanced at Zhou Shuqiu before he looked at Situ Ming again. She's in love with me? Master Situ, are you mistaken? That's impossible. Situ Ming shook his head. Master Duan, you seem to be acquainted with the little princess of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. If I'm not mistaken, her attitude toward you is completely different from when you were in the wasteland, right? I think so. Upon hearing Situ Ming's words, Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment before he realized something. Indeed, Zhou Shuqiu's attitude toward him had changed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Shuqiu. He saw Zhou Shuqiu was looking at him as well. When she saw him looking at her, she turned to look at him with a blush on her cheeks. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he realized he was a little slow on the uptake. Naturally, this did not mean Duan Lingtian had a low EQ. After all, he had always treated Zhou Shuqiu as his woman's best friend. Murong Bing was his woman, and Zhou Shuqiu was Murong Bing's best friend. For this reason, he did not think Zhou Shuqiu's attitude toward him was romantic. He only thought Zhou Shuqiu's attitude toward him was good because of Murong Bing. However, with Situ Ming's reminder and his observation, it was not difficult for him to figure out that Zhou Shuqiu's feelings toward Zhou Shuqiu had changed. Zhou Shuqiu seemed to have fallen for him. It seems like I have to avoid third Miss Zhou in the future. Duan Lingtian reminded himself when he saw Zhou Shuqiu was interested in him. After all, he was not in the mood to flirt at this moment. His wife Ke, his wife Li Fei, his lover Feng Tianwu, his parents, his children, and his friends were all in the divine offering land, waiting for him to save them. He only had slightly more than 900 years left. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible so he could go to the divine offering land and rescue Ke and the others when the spatial tunnel between the divine offering land and the Devata realms reopened. Even if it was not for this reason, he would still be in the mundane realm, and Ke and the others were still by his side. Facing the flowers and plants around him, he avoided them as much as he could. After all, he had enough women around him. Moreover, he loved them very much. He did not want to hurt them because of another woman. Murong Bing was an exception. Chapter 2887. I can't afford to offend her, but I can at least avoid her. After learning about Zhou Shuqiu's feelings for him, Duan Lingtian knew he had to be careful even if he had to interact with Zhou Shuqiu in the future. Moreover, if he had the chance, he would make things clear to Zhou Shuqiu. There was no possibility of anything happening between him and her. About half an hour later, the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect had arrived. Master Duan, we plan to depart now. Is there anything else you need to do in Alchemy City? If there is, we can accompany you. Jian Qiuluo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, asked with a smile as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head. We're just waiting to depart. In that case, let's leave Alchemy City and the barren land and return to the wasteland. As soon as Jian Qiuluo gave the order, the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and Duan Lingtian left Alchemy City and made their way to the wasteland. On the way out of Alchemy City, due to Duan Lingtian's presence, the group had attracted many people's attention. However, although Duan Lingtian's presence was eye-catching and the items in his possession were coveted, nobody dared to covet the items in Duan Lingtian's possession. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian was accompanied by the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Even if there were no people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, the Tai Celestial Sect's background was enough to deter them from taking action. Moreover, Duan Lingtian might have the backing of a powerful clan in the central area. That was truly terrifying. Young sect leader, Duan Lingtian and his woman have left with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. After Duan Lingtian and his group left, an old man reported to a young man in a room of an inn in Alchemy City. The young man was none other than Bai Yuxian, the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The person who reported to him was none other than Elder Tan. Got it. Hearing the old man's report, Bai Yuxian nodded his head without any expression on his face. A few days ago, when Bai Yuxian learned that Duan Lingtian might be from a powerful clan in the central area, he no longer dared to have any ideas about Duan Lingtian or Huan Er. Although he could not extricate himself from Huan Er's perfection, he could not extricate himself from it. However, compared to a woman that he could not extricate himself from, his own life was undoubtedly more important. Which was more important? He had his own considerations. At the very least, before he could confirm that the Duan Lingtian did not come from one of the major clans in the central area, he would not dare to do anything to her. How many people from the other top sects in the 6 southeastern regions have not left? Bai Yuxian looked at the old man and asked. After the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect left, there are still people from 7 sects, including the profound Heaven celestial sect. The old man said, "Yes." Bai Yuxian nodded and waved his hand. "Continue to monitor the movements of the people from the other 6 sections. Once they've left, I'll meet up with my father and the others." Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound Heaven celestial sect, did not expect his son to still be alive. In fact, he even wanted to return to the profound Heaven celestial sect as soon as possible. If he continued to stay here, he would be reminded of his only son, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, who had been killed by Hishan. It seems like Master He and the others want to stay in Alchemy City for a while longer. However, I haven't seen them make any moves in the past few days. What are they doing? Bai Wuji was puzzled by this. Bai Wuji did not expect this at all. Currently, everyone in the profound Heaven celestial sects group in Alchemy City was aware that Bai Yuxian, the young sect leader of the profound Heaven celestial sect, was still alive. Moreover, they were in no hurry to leave Alchemy City because they wanted to cooperate with the young sect leader of the Tai celestial sect. In the past, He Pei Yuan, a supreme celestial alchemist who was only an honorable celestial alchemist of the profound Heaven celestial sect, would not play along with others. However, during the alchemy conference, He Pei Yuan felt he was a burden to the profound Heaven celestial sect. Moreover, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound Heaven celestial sect, had insisted on not giving him the king-grade celestial weapon. Apart from feeling guilty, he felt a sense of belonging to the profound Heaven celestial sect. For this reason, when he learned Bai Yuxian, the young sect leader of the profound Heaven celestial sect, was still alive, and Bai Yuxian had asked him to help Bai Wuji, he did not hesitate to agree. Duan Lingtian and the others were brought to Alchemy City by Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Moreover, Hishan was an 8 trigrams celestial duke. For this reason, although they were not slow in returning, Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, was only a 7 stars celestial duke. Therefore, it took them longer to return to Alchemy City. Master Duan, do you really plan to return to the central area in the near future? Jian Qiu Luo asked Duan Lingtian when they were about to arrive at the wasteland. Previously, she had hoped Duan Lingtian would leave the Tai celestial sect, the wasteland, and the 6 southeastern regions as soon as possible. However, now, she hoped Duan Lingtian would stay for the time being. At the very least, he would be able to return her favor. After all, she had done Duan Lingtian a favor by bringing Duan Lingtian and the others back to the wasteland. She hoped to get this favor back from Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian left. Naturally, she had yet to figure out how to get this favor back. For this reason, she hoped Duan Lingtian would stay in the wasteland for a while longer so she could figure out how to get the favor back from Duan Lingtian. I don't think so. Upon hearing Jian Qiu Luo's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Previously, he had indeed planned to leave the 6 southeastern regions after the alchemy conference ended. However, he had to bring Murong Bing with him. Now that Murong Bing was unwilling to leave with him, he was in no hurry to leave. He had already made up his mind. After he returned to the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland, he would first comprehend and master the 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Then, he would raise his cultivation base slightly before he considered heading to the central area. Moreover, I'll stay in the Tai celestial sect for a while and wait for Brother Pei. Who knows, Brother Pei might show up during this time. Duan Lingtian did not forget the mysterious Brother Pei whom he had met in the wasteland. Currently, Brother Pei still had 2 royal-grade celestial weapons in his possession. The borderlands are not bad. Master Duan, you might not have the chance to come back in the future. Therefore, it's better for you to stay as long as possible. Jian Qiu Luo sighed in relief when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, she smiled and said, apart from that, the Thousand Spiders celestial sect hopes that you'll come visit us in the future. At the very least, you should come to the Thousand Spiders celestial sect before you leave the wasteland. I'm sure you won't think our sect is too small for a great bodhisattva like you, right? When she reached the end of her sentence, she deliberately teased Duan Lingtian. You must be joking, sect leader Jian. Since you've said so, I'll definitely visit you in the future. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The wasteland is just up ahead. At this moment, an old woman from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect said in a hoarse voice. She was an old woman from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. The old woman was a senior elder in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Although her cultivation base was not as high as Jian Luo's, Jian Luo was still very respectful to her. Master Duan. It's the sect leader and Elder Tai. Situ Ming's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as soon as the elder from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect finished speaking. Duan Lingtian looked ahead when he heard Situ Ming's voice. He saw two figures standing side by side at the junction of the wasteland and the barren region. Moreover, he was very familiar with the two figures. Sect leader. Elder Tai. The two figures were familiar to Duan Lingtian. They were none other than Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of Dharma and the current supreme elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. When Duan Lingtian and the others saw Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, Bai Ping and Tai Tai He noticed them as well. It did not take long before they met up with Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. Sect leader Jian, thank you for escorting Master Duan and the others back. The Tai Yi Celestial Sect will remember this favor. Bai Ping and Tai Tai He looked at Jian Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, and said gratefully after they met up with Duan Lingtian and the others. Sect leader Bai, there's no need for the Tai Yi Celestial Sect to owe me a favor. After all, I'm only doing this for Master Duan. Bai Ping's expression changed when he heard Jian Luo's words. At this moment, Jian Luo's attitude toward Bai Ping was no longer as warm as before. This was naturally because Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, had died. Hishan's death meant that the Tai Yi Celestial Sect was on the decline. In the future, among the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, only the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect had 8 trigrams celestial dukes. Although Jian Luo's attitude toward Bai Ping was not as cold as before, one could tell she was no longer as warm as before. Master Duan, since sect leader Bai is here to pick you up, we'll part ways here. Remember your promise to visit the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. After that, Jian Luo turned to look at Duan Lingtian and bade him farewell before she left with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Zhou Shuqiu followed behind Jian Luo. When she left, she looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. The tea cools down when people are gone. Now that the old ancestor is gone, my status in the Tai Yi Celestial Sect is no longer the same as before. Chapter 2888. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of Dharma, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, were waiting here because Situ Ming had sent a communication celestial talisman to Bai Ping. In the communication celestial talisman, Situ Ming had said that Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, had died during the alchemy conference. For this reason, when Bai Ping received the communication celestial talisman, he immediately brought Tai Tai He and waited for Duan Lingtian and the others to return. After receiving the communication celestial talisman, Bai Ping and Tai Tai He waited at the border between the wasteland and the barren land for 3 days before Duan Lingtian and the others returned. It's normal. After all, the old ancestor's departure means the Tai Yi Celestial Sect no longer has an 8 trigrams celestial duke. It's not surprising that Jian Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, would react this way. Tai Tai, he said. Bai Ping nodded. Yes. Bai Ping nodded silently. He naturally understood this principle. The reason why he said those words was because he was a little angry and had to get it off his chest. Master Situ, you said in the communication celestial talisman that the old ancestor killed by Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, but you didn't mention the details. Bai Ping looked at Situ Ming and asked solemnly, why did the old ancestor kill the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? Even if the old ancestor wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have left any evidence behind. Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, was the most senior person in the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. If he wanted to kill someone, there was no way he would leave any evidence behind. According to the informant of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, The old ancestor thought the old ancestor had killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Situ Ming recounted the incident to Bai Ping, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect. Hearing Situ Min's words, Bai Ping was stunned for a moment. Soon after, he sneered, "Alchemist Situ, do you think the ancestor would make such a low-level mistake? If you killed the young sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, wouldn't you use your divine consciousness to check if he's still alive?" Situ Ming was silent. To be honest, he had felt that something was amiss from the very beginning. "Master Duan, do you think the old ancestor killed Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect?" Bai Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Originally, Duan Lingtian just stood at the side and listened to Bai Ping and Situ Ming talk. He shook his head and said, "Sect leader, I don't think the old ancestor killed the young sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect." When the messenger from the Tai celestial sect arrived at the alchemy square, the old ancestor saw him immediately. However, the old ancestor's expression didn't change at all. It was only when the messenger said the old ancestor killed the young sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect that the old ancestor's expression changed. "I don't think the old ancestor is aware that Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, was killed. In fact, it's very likely that the profound heaven celestial sect's disciple framed the old ancestor for Bai Yuxian's death." Duan Lingtian explained in detail what he had in mind. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, is a 9 palaces celestial duke. I'm powerless to stop him from killing the old ancestor. Duan Lingtian sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. "Master Duan, since you think the old ancestor wasn't the one who killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, the Tai celestial sect won't let this matter rest. We'll definitely find out the truth and seek justice for the old ancestor." Bai Ping's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke. His tone was so cold that it felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. In an instant, the atmosphere at the scene became somewhat heavy. It was only when Bai Ping spoke again that the tension in the air was broken. "Master Duan, I heard from Master Situ that you've gained quite a lot this time. However, he didn't mention anything about it in his communication celestial talisman." Bai Ping took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He looked at Duan Lingtian as a rare smile appeared on his face that was originally filled with anger. "Yes, I've gained quite a lot." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he told Bai Ping about the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he had won from the Supporting Sun celestial sect, the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, the Blissful sect, and the Profound Heaven celestial sect. The Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he had won from the Supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect were not too bad. When Duan Lingtian had left the Tai celestial sect with Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, to attend the alchemy conference in Alchemy City in the Barren Land, Tai knew Duan Lingtian would definitely win the celestial methods and divine abilities. However, to his surprise, Duan Lingtian had won a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and a triple trait Duke-grade divine ability. After all, triple trait Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely rare. The Blissful Sect's Immobilization King and the Profound Heaven celestial sect's Eastern Purple Chi, their famous Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the borderlands of the 6 southeastern regions. Tai, he exclaimed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "I didn't expect you to win their celestial methods and divine abilities during the alchemy conference. Moreover, winning the Profound Heaven celestial sect's divine ability is a form of revenge for the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect." Tai, he said. At this moment, even Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, was shocked. It took him a long time before he regained his senses. Even the anger in his heart from the death of the old ancestor of the Tai celestial race was temporarily forgotten at this moment. Of course, it was only temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. "Sect leader, I'll keep my promise and share the celestial methods and divine abilities I won during the alchemy conference with the sect. Before I leave the Tai celestial sect, I'll fully comprehend and master the celestial methods and divine abilities and leave them to the sect," Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Bai Ping. Master Duan, why you're leaving? Bai Ping's expression changed slightly. The Tai Celestial Sect had just lost an 8-trigram Celestial Duke. Now, Duan Lingtian was leaving as well? If Duan Lingtian left, it would be one disaster after another for the Tai Celestial Sect. Bai Ping's good mood was instantly ruined. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Sect leader. At this moment, Situ Ming, who was standing at the side, began to explain to Bai Ping about Duan Lingtian's other identity. The Crimson Skies Duan clan from the central area? Bai Ping was, naturally, shocked when he learned that Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area. At the same time, he also accepted the fact that Duan Lingtian was leaving. After all, if Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area, it was only a matter of time before he left. Moreover, Bai Ping knew his limits. With Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills and talent, even if he was not from a powerful clan in the central area, it was impossible for him to stay in the Tai Celestial Sect forever. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the Tai Celestial Sect's estate under the lead of Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect. Meanwhile, in Alchemy City in the Barren Land, Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, finally appeared in front of his father, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Father. As soon as Bai Yuxian appeared, he immediately fell to his knees and pressed his forehead against the ground, not daring to get up. What's going on? In the past few months, Bai Wuji had already accepted the fact that his son was killed by Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. He even thought about having another son to continue his bloodline. Now, seeing that his son, Bai Yuxuan, was not only alive, but was also standing in front of him in perfect condition, he was instantly stunned, completely stunned. Master He. At the same time, Bai Wuji looked at He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, who had come with his son. His expression was one of confusion. Sect leader. I only found out a few months ago that the young master is still alive. He Pei Yuan sighed and looked at Bai Yuxian, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, Young sect master. Sect master is your biological father. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. You tell sect master everything that happened. Yes, Master He. Bai Yuxian's body trembled slightly when he heard He Pei Yuan's words. Then, he told He Pei Yuan about how he had asked Little Six to fake his death and framed Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. Father, I've never suffered such humiliation in my life. I hate Hishan to the core. It just so happened that the soul aura in my soul pearl had completely dissipated during that period of time. That's why I came up with such a plan. When Bai Yuxian reached the end of his sentence, he still did not dare to raise his head. Fake your death? Frame Hishan and use me to kill Hishan. Bai Wuji's body trembled when he heard this. Bai Wuji's body trembled in anger when he heard Bai Yuxian's words. He pointed at Bai Yuxian and said, Do you know if news of this spreads out, the Tai Celestial Sect will definitely make you pay with your life? Father, I've already thought about it. I'll say that when Hishan attacked me, he was in the same situation as Little Six. He didn't kill me, and I was heavily injured but luckily survived. Bai Yuxian said, Do you think the Tai Celestial Sect will believe such nonsense? Bai Wuji sneered. Hishan is an 8-trigram Celestial Duke. It's one thing for one to survive after killing 2 people, but you're going to tell the world that both of them survived? Chapter 2889. Ridiculous. Bai Wuji said coldly as he glared at his son. Father. Bai Yuxian mustered up his courage and looked at Bai Wuji. Even if the Tai Celestial Sect doesn't believe us, they won't be able to produce any evidence. At most, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect will compensate them. If they don't accept the compensation, we won't have to pay them anything. Don't tell me the Tai Celestial Sect is really bold enough to declare war on the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Even if the Tai Celestial Sect's 8-trigram Celestial Duke is still alive, they won't have the guts to declare war on the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. As long as the profound Heaven Celestial Sect doesn't make a move against the Tai Celestial Sect, even if the Tai Celestial Sect has a quasi-celestial king hiding in the 6 southeastern regions, they won't interfere. Under such circumstances, the Tai Celestial Sect can only grit their teeth and swallow their grievances. After all, they don't have any evidence to prove that Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, didn't kill me. The reason why I chose to appear only after the people from the various top sects of the 6 southeastern regions had left the desolate region's alchemy city was because I hoped that the people from the various top sects would only know that I was still alive after a period of time. At that time, the news of you killing the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect would die down a lot. Moreover, since the Tai Celestial Sect doesn't have any evidence, even if the Tai Celestial Sect seeks help from them to pressure the profound Heaven Celestial Sect, it's unlikely they'll listen to the Tai Celestial Sect. Bai Yuxian said. After saying those words, it was obvious that he had considered all the consequences. I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have planned all of this. Upon hearing Bai Yuxian's words, Bai Wuji looked at Bai Yuxian with a complicated expression on his face. His anger had turned into helplessness. Although he felt his son had made a mistake in this matter, he did not think his son had done the right thing. Moreover, his son had lied to him. However, just as Pei Yuan had said, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. What could he do even if he was furious? Could he kill his son and make him pay for Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect? My reputation has been ruined by this unfilial son. Bai Wuji sighed in his heart. In his life, Bai Wuji had always been open and above board. Although his reputation wasn't very good, it wasn't bad either. And this time, what his son had done would definitely be linked to him. It was impossible to believe that he didn't know that his son wasn't dead. And then all will say, Bai Wuji had deliberately found an excuse to kill Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. However, since the Tai Celestial Sect did not have any evidence, the Tai Celestial Sect could not do anything to the profound Heaven Celestial Sect even if the profound Heaven Celestial Sect tried to twist the facts. After all, the other sects would not join forces with the Tai Celestial Sect to pressure the profound Heaven Celestial Sect. After we return this time, you will go to the profound Heaven Cliff and face the wall for 10 years. Bai Wuji looked at Bai Yuxuan and said in a deep voice, 10 years. Hearing Bai Wuji's words, Bai Yuxuan smiled bitterly. Father, isn't 10 years too long? If it was only 3 to 5 years, he could just cultivate for a while and it would be over in no time. However, 10 years was undoubtedly a little boring for him. If you say another word, you'll go to the profound Heaven Cliff and face the wall for 20 years, Bai Wuji said coldly. Bai Yuxuan immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Forget it. At most, I'll cultivate in the profound Heaven Cliff for a while longer. It's a pity I can't send a woman up there. How miserable would it be to not have a woman for 10 years? Bai Yuxuan felt bitter, but he knew he could only accept it. Moreover, he knew his father was not an exception. This was the most his father could do for him. In the Tai Celestial Sect's estate in the wasteland. After returning to the Tai Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian focused on comprehending the Duke-grade Celestial Method, the Immobilization King Method, and the divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi, that he had obtained from the Blissful Sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. At that time, he would be able to improve his strength. At the same time, he planned to leave the wasteland, the 6 southeastern regions, and the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory to the central area. There were many powerhouses in the central area, and the cultivation environment and resources were much better than those in the borderlands. Although Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about the cultivation environment due to Huan Er's divine crystal, the cultivation resources in the borderlands were not as good as those in the central area. Most importantly, there was no need for him to worry about this. He did not feel any competition in the borderlands. Currently, he was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect, one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Although his cultivation base was ordinary, due to his skill in alchemy, he was on par with Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect. In this kind of environment, no one paid any attention to the level of his cultivation, so he didn't have to worry about the pressure due to his low cultivation. After all, he had the support of the Tai celestial sect. When I leave the borderlands and head to the central area, I'll have to give myself some pressure. Only in a stressful environment will I be able to cultivate and make breakthroughs. It's not like now where I don't feel any pressure at all. It's fine for now, but once I become a celestial duke, it'll be almost impossible for me to raise my cultivation base in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. Currently, he was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As long as he had enough overarching heaven pills, coupled with his innate talent, he would be able to raise his cultivation base quickly. However, once one broke through and became a celestial duke, one would not be able to rely on pills like the overarching heaven pills and great overarching pills for overarching heavenly supreme celestials and great overarching golden celestials. Although there were some heavenly treasures and earthly pills that could increase the cultivation of immortal monarchs, they were all extremely rare existences. Even immortal kings might not be able to obtain them. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind to leave the borderlands and head to the central area. Apart from wanting to raise his cultivation base, he wanted to give the celestial methods and divine abilities he had won from the blissful sect and the profound heaven celestial sect to the Tai celestial sect. Apart from that, he also planned to wait for Brother Pei to come and take the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical E9 water chestnut ring that he had retrieved from the little world. Both the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical E9 water chestnut ring were royal-grade celestial weapons. He did not think Brother Pei would ignore the two celestial weapons. However, before I leave the borderlands, I have to make a trip to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Only after I've dealt with her will I be able to leave the borderlands with peace of mind. All of a sudden, a beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect whom he had slept with. It doesn't matter if you leave with me or not. I won't allow anyone to hurt you. Duan Lingtian was prepared to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon for Murong Bing. Before leaving the borderlands, Duan Lingtian planned to visit the compassionate celestial traveler sect and use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that granted him strength comparable to a celestial lord to threaten Murong Bing's master and her master's father, the 10 Directions celestial duke of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Time continued to pass by. Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten about time as he continued to comprehend the duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Unbeknownst to Duan Lingtian, the blissful sect's intelligence network had spread to the blissful sect. Duan Lingtian did not know that the blissful sect's intelligence network had already infiltrated the wasteland and all the places he had visited. Soon, the blissful sect would find out more about him. When news of Duan Lingtian's death spread to the Tai celestial sect, it caused a commotion in the sect. Baiyu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, is still alive? How's that possible? Didn't the old ancestor of the blissful sect kill the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? How could the old ancestor be killed by the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect? How's that possible? If he's still alive, wouldn't the old ancestor die in vain? The high-ranking officials of the Tai celestial sect were discussing this matter. Baiyu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, is still alive? Moreover, the old ancestor only injured him severely instead of killing him. Just like the other person from the Tai celestial sect, he managed to survive? Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, thought this was ridiculous when he heard the news. The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect had intentionally killed 2 people. It was already unbelievable that one of them was still alive. However, based on the news, it seemed like the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect had intended to kill 2 people, but they were lucky enough to survive. How could there be such a coincidence? How could the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect be so careless? Sect leader, this must be a scheme by the profound heaven celestial sect. The young master of the profound heaven celestial sect is still alive. The profound heaven celestial sect is just looking for an excuse to get rid of the old ancestor. After Situ Ming received the news, he immediately looked for Bai Ping and said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he let out a long sigh. Ancestor. He died such an unjust death. What? Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, is still alive? Duan Lingtian had just stepped out of his room to take a breather when he heard the shocking news. The profound heaven celestial sect is really ruthless. Duan Lingtian's eyes were burning with rage. It was like a prairie fire that could burn everything in its path. And to remember the mobile version of the website, and previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2890. Duan Lingtian thought Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, had killed Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. However, after learning that Bai Yuxian was still alive, his first thought was, all of this was done by the profound heaven celestial sect. Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, faked his death. Then Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, made use of this matter to kill Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Hishan was deliberately killed by the profound heaven celestial sect. After learning all this, Duan Lingtian's anger flared up spontaneously, and he could not help but stand up for Hishan, sect leader. When Duan Lingtian saw Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, his eyes were bloodshot. Celestial origin energy surged out of Bai Ping's body as though it was on the verge of exploding. Duan Lingtian was called over by Situ Ming to persuade Bai Ping. When Bai Ping learned that Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, was plotted against by the profound heaven celestial sect, he was so enraged that he wanted to charge into the profound heaven celestial sect and demand an explanation. It was Tai Taihe, Situ Ming, and the others who stabilized him. Master Duan. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian, the anger on Bai Ping's face dissipated. At the same time, he withdrew the celestial origin energy in his body. I know what happened. Duan Lingtian said, the old ancestor was deliberately killed by the profound heaven celestial sect. Sect leader, why would the profound heaven celestial sect want to kill the old ancestor? Is there any conflict between you and the profound heaven celestial sect? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask when he reached the end of his sentence. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, since the profound heaven celestial sect had plotted to kill Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, it must be because there was an irreconcilable conflict between them. Otherwise, there was no need for the profound heaven celestial sect to go to such lengths to kill Hishan. No. Bai Ping shook his head. The old ancestor has no ties with the profound heaven celestial sect. He has never had any conflicts with anyone from the profound heaven celestial sect. Master Duan, I've asked the sect master about this. Situ Ming looked at Duan Lingtian and said, the only time the old ancestor had a conflict with the profound heaven celestial sect was when we went to the alchemy conference in Alchemy City in the Barren Land. Didn't we have a conflict with Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? According to the sect leader, the old ancestor has never had any conflict with anyone from the profound heaven celestial sect. Situ Ming said, Master Situ, you're saying the people from the profound heaven celestial sect wanted to kill the old ancestor because of that incident? They even went to great lengths to murder the old ancestor? Hearing Situ Ming's words, Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly shrank. If that was the case, then he was also responsible for this matter. After all, Hishan was not the only one who had a conflict with the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. However, as the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, would the profound heaven celestial sect really kill the old ancestor over a minor conflict? After all, the old ancestor had shown mercy and didn't kill anyone from the profound heaven celestial sect. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned gloomy. If Hishan had killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, Bai Yuxian, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, would have died as well. Master Duan, do you remember how sect leader Bai Wuji reacted when he found out his son was killed? Situ Ming asked again. Duan Lingtian began to recall the events that had transpired. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, didn't seem like he was acting. His anger, pain, and hysteria came from the bottom of his heart. I, Situ Ming, have lived for half of my life, so I can tell. So, Can we assume that Bai Wuji didn't know that his son was still alive? Situ Ming continued to speak. Master Situ, you're saying Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, is the culprit? Duan Ling Tian was not stupid. It was not difficult for him to figure this out when he heard Situ Ming's words. Yes. Situ Ming nodded. His eyes turned cold as he said, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, has a good reputation in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. It's almost impossible for him to kill the old ancestor over such a trivial matter. However, it's entirely possible for Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, to do such a thing. Situ Ming paused for a moment before he continued to say, Do you remember when Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, took out his son Bai Yuxian's soul pearl? The soul pearl did not shatter, but the soul energy in it was depleted. Every once in a while, the soul energy in the soul orb will deplete and need to be replenished. Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, must have known when the soul energy in his soul pearl would deplete. He could have used that opportunity to infuriate his father, so his father would kill the old ancestor to avenge him. Situ Ming spoke confidently as though he had personally witnessed Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, trying to kill the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect. Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Bai Yuxian's figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. His eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, Since Bai Yuxian isn't dead, shouldn't the profound heaven celestial sect kill him to avenge the old ancestor? After all, the patriarch died because of him. Now, he's not dead, but the patriarch is dead. Situ Ming smiled bitterly. Master Duan. Situ Ming smiled bitterly. Do you know why the sect leader is so angry? It's not only because Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, is still alive, but it's also because of the news from the profound heaven celestial sect. According to the news from the profound heaven celestial sect, the old ancestor did try to kill the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. However, he failed and injured the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Situ Ming said, Ridiculous. Upon hearing Situ Ming's words, Duan Lingtian's first thought was that the profound heaven celestial sect was shameless. How could they say such things? The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was an 8 trigrams celestial duke. How could he fail to kill 2 people who could be easily killed? This was ridiculous. Indeed, it's absurd. However, unless the Tai celestial sect can provide evidence that the old ancestor didn't attack Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, the profound heaven celestial sect, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, they can just deny it. Situ Ming said, Even the sects in the 6 southeastern regions won't believe their words, right? Duan Lingtian said, They won't believe it. Situ Ming nodded. However, since the Tai celestial sect can't provide any evidence, they won't agree even if we join forces with them to attack the profound heaven celestial sect. Moreover, it's been some time since the alchemy conference ended. Most of the people from the various sects have returned to their sections. Under such circumstances, if we can't provide evidence that the old ancestor didn't kill Bai Yuxian, they won't help us. Situ Ming's tone was filled with helplessness when he spoke. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Situ Ming's words. Although Duan Lingtian had witnessed the old ancestor's death during the alchemy conference, he had only felt indignant for the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect. However, now that he learned the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect had been killed due to their conflict with Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. However, Situ Ming's feelings were completely different now. Apart from feeling indignant for the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, he felt guilty. After all, he was also involved in the conflict with Bai Yuxian. In fact, the reason they had a conflict with Bai Yuxian was because of Huan Er. Naturally, he did not blame Huan Er. After all, Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, was the one who started the conflict. Bai Yuxian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. This was the first time he wanted to kill someone so badly since he came to the Devata realm. Then, doesn't this mean the old ancestor died in vain? Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice. Theoretically, yes. After all, we don't have any evidence to prove the old ancestor didn't kill Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Unless Bai Yuxian himself says the old ancestor didn't kill him or the profound heaven celestial sect's disciple betrays him, there's no way the old ancestor's death will come to an end. Situ Ming sighed. In the end, the profound heaven celestial sect will only put on an act and compensate the Tai Yi celestial sect. Compensate? Who cares? Bai Ping sneered. The profound heaven celestial sect, Bai Yuxian. Flames of fury gradually burned in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Moreover, once it burned, it seemed as though it was difficult to extinguish. Bai Yuxian must die. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life for the old ancestor's death. After all, the conflict between the old ancestor and Bai Yuxian was because of me and Huan Er. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian swore inwardly. He swore he would kill Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, to avenge the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect. After bidding farewell to Bai Ping and Situ Ming, Duan Ling Tian began to study the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he obtained from the blissful sect and the profound heaven celestial sect. He was eager to improve his strength as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to protect himself and the people around him. Only then would he be able to avenge those who had died because of him. Duan Ling Tian took full responsibility for the old ancestor's death. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of the literature library. M. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2891. For this reason, Bai Ping was certainly was from the Li clan. Ji Fan, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, and Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect, were at odds with Duan Ling Tian. Coupled with Li An's stubborn personality, if Master Duan of the Tai Yi celestial sect did not have the backing of the Crimson Firmament's Duan clan, he would have killed Master Duan of the Tai Yi celestial sect long ago. Why are they here? Meanwhile, the expressions of the three celestial alchemists from the Tai Yi celestial sect, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, changed drastically when they heard Lian's voice. Just like the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect, they were certain the people from the blissful sect had come with ill intentions. Lian? Ji Fan? Duan Ling Tian, who had just mastered the Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi, that he had won from the profound heaven celestial sect, was deeply immersed in comprehending the immobilization celestial method, the celestial method, that he had won from the blissful sect. Why are they here? Duan Ling Tian was curious about this. At the same time, he also faintly realized that this was not the case. He was certain Li En and Ji Fan had come with ill intentions. They lost the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, to me in the presence of the alliance of celestial masters and the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Unless the blissful sect is completely shameless, they won't come here to ask for it back. If that's the case, why did they come here? No matter how hard Duan Ling Tian thought about it, he could not figure out why the old ancestor of the blissful sect and Ji Fan had come. Since Duan Ling Tian was not worried Lian would attack the Tai Yi celestial sect, he no longer paid attention to Li En and continued to comprehend the immobilization celestial method, that he had won from the blissful sect. Duan Ling Tian was certain Li En and Ji Fan were not here. He was certain Li En was not here for him. After all, the identity of the Crimson Skies Duan clan that he'd created during the Grand Alchemy meeting was sufficient to make Lian hesitate and even avoid him. Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed. A layer of golden light was faintly discernible on the surface of his body. If one took a closer look, they would find that this layer of faintly discernible golden light formed a translucent golden Buddha. The golden Buddha completely enveloped Duan Ling Tian, as if it was protecting Duan Ling Tian inside. It was an airtight protective shield. When Duan Ling Tian was comprehending the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, he had unknowingly cast this Duke-grade celestial method that he had yet to master. 5 figures stood in the main hall of the Tai Yi celestial sect where Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, received guests. Among the 5 figures, 3 were standing on one side while 2 were standing on the other. The 3 figures were Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, Situ Ming, and Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of Dharma and the current supreme elder of the Tai Celestial sect. The 2 figures standing opposite them were none other than the 2 uninvited guests the Tai Celestial sect was receiving today. They were Lien, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, and Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect. Senior Lien, may I know the purpose of your visit to the Tai Celestial sect? Due to Lien's status and strength, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, did not dare to act impudently in front of Lien. Where's Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect? However, in the face of the respectful Bai Ping, Lien did not even look at him. Instead, he asked impatiently, Master Duan? Bai Ping was taken aback. Senior Lien, why you're here for Master Duan? Master Duan? Situ Ming and Tai Tai He exchanged a look as well. They did not expect Lien, who seemed unfriendly, to be here for Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect. Upon hearing this, they calmed down. In their opinion, Lien was not to be trifled with. Since Master Duan of the Tai Celestial sect was from a major clan in the central area, Lien would not dare to act recklessly. Perhaps, Lien had come here because he had a favor to ask of Master Duan. After all, Duan Lingtian was not only the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect, but he was also widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Since the Alchemy Conference, Sun Chao, who was widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, had publicly stated that his alchemy skills were inferior to Duan Lingtian's. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had displayed his outstanding alchemy skills during the Alchemy Conference. After the Alchemy Conference, Duan Lingtian was widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. In recent years, there were also people who came to seek help from Duan Lingtian. However, their statuses were not as prominent as Lien, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Senior Lien, why you're here to seek help from Master Duan? When Bai Ping heard that Lien was looking for Duan Lingtian, he was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. At the same time, he sighed in relief. Seek help from him? Lien was taken aback when he heard Bai Ping's words. Humph! At this moment, Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, scoffed. We're not here to refine pills for Duan Lingtian. You can ask him to come out and meet my grandmaster or bring us to him. Bai Ping frowned when he heard Ji Fan's words. If he was not afraid of Lien, he would have reprimanded Ji Fan. Although the arhat of the blissful sect was the successor of the sect leader of the blissful sect, he was not qualified to speak to Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, was on par with the current sect leader of the blissful sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Bring us to him. At this moment, Lien finally regained his senses. He glanced at Bai Ping indifferently. Senior Lien, why are you looking for Master Duan? Bai Ping asked in a deep voice. Based on Ji Fan's words, Duan Lingtian was certain the old ancestor of the blissful sect did not have anything good to say to Master Duan. However, when he thought about Duan Lingtian's background, he felt more at ease. I don't want to repeat myself. However, not only did Lien not reply to Bai Ping's question, he spoke such a sentence instead. Moreover, the tone he spoke these words with was extremely icy cold, and it gave others the feeling that winter had arrived, as if they were in a world of ice and snow. Senior Lien, please follow me. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he saw Lien's anger. He did not dare to ask any further questions. After greeting Lien, Bai Ping obediently led the way in the front. At this moment, Bai Ping still felt that Lien was not a threat at all. With Duan Lingtian's background, there was no need for him to be afraid of Lien. Moreover, Lien would not dare to act rashly. Lien's expression eased a little when he saw Bai Ping's cooperation. Then he and Jifan followed by Ping. Situ Ming and Tai Tai he exchanged a look before they followed the three of them. Master Situ, it seems like Lien, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, has ill intentions. Tai Tai he sent a voice transmission to Situ Ming. That seems to be the case. However, even if he has ill intentions, would he really dare to make a move on Master Duan? Don't forget that Master Duan is from the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area. Situ Ming replied through voice transmission. He was filled with confidence in Duan Ling Tian. That's true. Tai Tai he nodded. He had long known that Duan Ling Tian was a member of a powerful clan in the central area. Due to this reason, he was relieved when he heard Situ Ming's words. At this moment, Bai Ping, Situ Ming, and Tai Tai he were confident in Duan Ling Tian. After all, they did not think Duan Ling Tian would lie to them. It had never crossed their minds that Duan Ling Tian's identity as the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area was merely fabricated by Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan, Senior Lien from the Blissful Sect is here to see you. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, took a deep breath before he called out to Duan Ling Tian after bringing Lian and Jifan, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, to Duan Ling Tian's courtyard. His voice that contained his celestial origin energy easily penetrated the formation barrier in Duan Ling Tian's room and entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. HM? Lian, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, is here to see me? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Bai Ping's voice. Then, he rose to his feet and walked out of his room and out of the courtyard. Since Duan Ling Tian had been comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities, he and Huaner were not in the same room. Brother Ling Tian. As soon as Duan Ling Tian left the courtyard, the door to Huaner's room opened. Huaner walked out of her room and followed Duan Ling Tian out of the courtyard. Huaner stood next to Duan Ling Tian and held his arm. What a perfect couple! Although this was not the first time Bai Ping, Situ Ming, and Tai Tai he saw Huaner and Duan Ling Tian acting so intimately, they could not help but think to themselves. They felt Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were a perfect match. They were like a pair of celestial couple. A pair of celestial couple. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to still be in the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Jifan sneered when he saw Duan Ling Tian. I bet you didn't expect me and Grandmaster to come looking for you, right? You probably didn't expect us to come looking for you, right? When Jifan reached the end of his sentence, the sneer on his face became even more pronounced. His eyes even emitted waves of chilliness. However, Duan Ling Tian did not even look at Jifan when he sneered at him. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, he turned to look at Lien, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect. You're looking for me? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Lien indifferently. Remember the mobile version of the website and previous chapter list of chapters next chapter. Chapter 2892. You're looking for me? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. Lien, how dare you? Jifan shouted as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. His gaze was as cold as a sword as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. How dare you address my grandmaster by his name? Do you really think you're from a powerful clan in the central area? Ridiculous. Jifan's tone was filled with mockery and disdain as he spoke. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, Situ Ming, and Tai Tai he were stunned when they heard Jifan's words. What did the Arhat of the Blissful Sect mean? What did he mean by saying Duan Ling Tian was from a powerful clan in the central area? Was it possible that Duan Ling Tian was not from a powerful clan in the central area? What do you mean by that? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown on his face when he heard Jifan's words. However, Duan Ling Tian could already guess what was going on. It seems like the people from the Blissful Sect have investigated me thoroughly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to act like this in front of me. They must have confirmed that I'm not from a powerful clan in the central area. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. What do you mean? The sneer on Jifan's face deepened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian, the Blissful Sect's intelligence network hasn't been idle for the past few years. We've infiltrated the wasteland and investigated your background. You are not someone from a big family in the central area. You're just an ascender who ascended from the mundane realm. As Ji Fan spoke, he emphasized each word as if he was announcing something. Towards the end, the disdain and ridicule in his eyes grew even more intense. In fact, it had even reached a point of no return. What? Master Duan is an ascender. Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Bai Ping, Situ Ming, and Tai Tai, he could not help but burst into laughter. At the same time, they looked at Ji Fan as if they were looking at an idiot. Master Duan from the Tai Celestial sect was not even 100 years old. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Moreover, Master Duan of the Tai Celestial sect was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. His alchemy skills were well known in the 6 southeastern regions. He was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Moreover, Master Duan of the Tai Celestial sect was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, less than 100 years old, the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could such an existence be an ascender? Arhat, we might have believed you if you said that Master Duan is the direct disciple of the Southern Heaven Territory's titled deity emperor, the Southern Heaven Divine Emperor. However, you said that Master Duan is an ascender. Do you think we're stupid? Situ Ming sneered as he looked at Ji Fan. That's right. Tai Tai, he chimed in. A prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old? Moreover, he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, let alone the spirit overarching heaven. Even if you can find someone like him in the other 80 Devata realms, I'd still be willing to chop my head off and let you kick it like a ball. Tai Tai, his tone was filled with disbelief. He did not believe Ji Fan's words at all. Ridiculous. Although Bai Ping was a man of few words, it was clear that he shared Situ Ming's and Tai Tai his views on this matter. You don't believe me? Ji Fan felt wronged when he saw Bai Ping and the others looking at him as though he was an idiot. He felt like his lungs were about to explode. Duan Lingtian laughed. Fan what's the point of arguing with them? If it wasn't for the blissful sex investigation, we wouldn't have believed Duan Lingtian had just ascended not long ago. Lian looked at Duan Lingtian calmly as he spoke to Ji Fan. There's no need for you to argue with them. Don't forget that we're here for Duan Lingtian. There's no need for us to care about the others. Towards the end, Lian's tone was filled with indifference towards Bai Ping and the other two. Bai Ping and the others' expressions turned unsightly when they heard Li An's words. However, although Li An's words were serious, it was not enough for the three of them to believe Ji Fan's words. After all, they did not think Duan Lingtian had just ascended. Duan Lingtian. Lian looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, I'm here on behalf of the blissful sect. We've investigated your background. We'll give you 2 options. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Lian continued to say, You'll join the blissful sect. The first option is for you to join the blissful sect and become a revered elder. The blissful sect won't mistreat you. The second option is for you to die. Killing intent flashed in Lian's eyes when he spoke of the second option. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the killing intent in the eyes of a 9 palaces celestial duke. For a moment, he felt as though he was on the brink of death. Duan Lingtian felt uneasy when he saw Li An's expression. Even if I'm an ascendant, can't I be from a powerful clan in the central area? Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression as he looked at Lian and said indifferently. Ji Fan could not help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, things have already escalated to this point, and yet you're still thinking of pretending to be a member of a great clan in the central area? It seems like you aren't willing to give up. Since that's the case, I'll tell you something else. The blissful sect has conducted a thorough investigation of those who have been to the central region, and we've gained a certain level of understanding of the major clans in the central region. However, the Duan clan of the Crimson Firmament isn't in the central area. Ji Fan said, It seems like the blissful sect has put in a lot of effort. However, do you think the blissful sect would be able to find out that the Duan clan of the Crimson Firmament is a hidden clan in the central area? Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Before Ji Fan could refute his words, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lien and said with a faint smile on his face, "If I'm not mistaken, even if I choose the first option given to me by the blissful sect, I'm afraid the blissful sect won't spare my life after I've served the sect for a few years, right? There's no need to deny it. Don't tell me the blissful sect would spare someone who could threaten the blissful sect in the future?" A hint of wisdom flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he finished speaking. "You're very smart." Li An's expression changed again when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "You could have lived for a few more years," Li An said coldly. "Unfortunately, you're too smart. You'll die today." As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent flashed from Li An's body. His celestial origin energy surged like a torrential river around him, emitting waves of terrifying aura. As soon as the aura of a 9 palaces celestial duke appeared, Duan Lingtian and Huan shuddered involuntarily. Situ Ming's expression changed drastically as well. Even Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, 2 7-star celestial dukes, paled slightly when they felt the pressure from Li An's celestial origin energy. Li An was not an ordinary 9 palaces celestial duke. In the 6 southeastern regions, he was known to be invincible among those who were not 10 directions celestial dukes. His aura was not something ordinary 9 palaces celestial dukes could compare to. Swoosh, swoosh, the sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air. Bai Ping and Tai Tai He exchanged a look before they moved to stand in front of Duan Lingtian. Sect leader Elder Tai. Duan Lingtian did not expect Bai Ping and Tai Tai He would stand in front of him to protect him even though he was no match for Lien. A warm feeling rose in his heart when he saw this. Sect leader, Elder Tai, this is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you, Duan Lingtian said to Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. He knew they would not be able to stop Lien, the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions. Master Duan. Bai Ping said in a deep voice, "I don't care if you're a transcender or a member of a powerful clan in the central area. All I know is that you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Therefore, no matter who it is, they'll have to go through me if they want to kill you." Bai Ping's tone was firm and unshakable. Although Tai Tai He didn't say anything, his tall body stood motionlessly beside Bai Ping. This clearly showed his attitude. "Humph," Li An scoffed. "Do you think 2 puny 7-star celestial dukes like you can stop me from killing Duan Lingtian?" As soon as Lien finished speaking, he moved like a shadow and appeared in front of Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. "Therefore, no matter who it is, they'll have to go through me first if they want to kill you." Bai Ping's tone was firm and unshakable. Although Tai Tai He didn't say anything, his tall figure stood motionlessly beside Bai Ping, which clearly showed his attitude. "Humph," Li An snorted. "Do you think 2 puny 7-star celestial dukes like you can stop me from killing Duan Lingtian?" As soon as Lien finished speaking, he moved like a shadow and appeared in front of Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. Remember the URL of the mobile version. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2893. Duan Lingtian's left arm hung limply by his side as Huana hugged it. His right hand was behind his back at an unknown time, and a hairpin appeared in his hand out of thin air. The hairpin shone with a mysterious light. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. More importantly, there was a 3-petaled flower at the end of the hairpin. There was a layer of blood-red light surrounding the flower, and the color of the flower was blood-red. It was as though it was dyed red by blood. "I want to know, is it your idea to kill me, or is it the idea of the entire blissful sect?" When Duan Lingtian asked Lien, one of the petals of the flower on the hairpin in his right hand began to move rhythmically before it turned into liquid. As soon as the liquid flowed, the petal seemed to wither. In the next moment, the liquid formed by the flower petal flowed along the ancient patterns on the hairpin like a stream, making the ancient patterns look like intricate little streams. That withered petal was completely blood-red. Due to this reason, the liquid it had transformed into was also blood-red. After flowing through the hairpin, it entered Duan Lingtian's right hand and entered his body. From the outside, it looked as though it had completely disappeared. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. In the face of Duan Tian's question, Li Yan smirked coldly. With a wave of his hand, a crescent-shaped streak of light appeared in the air and shot toward Duan Tian at high speed. His speed was similar to when he attacked Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Even Situ Ming and Situ Ming could not see through him. Similarly, Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, could not see through Li Yan's speed. After all, Li Yan's speed was too fast. Master Duan! Master Duan! While Li Yan was attacking Duan Tian, Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, who were sent flying by Li Yan, cried out anxiously. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw Li Yan attacking Duan Tian. At the same time, they tried to help Duan Tian despite their injuries. However, when they stood up again, the crescent-shaped streak of light that was filled with killing intent had already crossed half the distance and arrived near Duan Tian. Buzz! The crescent-shaped ray of light shot toward Duan Tian like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. At this critical moment, Immobilization King! Just as the crescent-shaped ray of light was about to hit Duan Tian, a golden shield rose from Duan Tian's body at lightning speed. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the silhouette of a golden Buddha. The silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared and shielded Duan Tian. Earlier, Li Yan had attacked by Ping and Tai Tai He so quickly that Duan Tian could not even catch a glimpse of his movements. This time, not only did Duan Tian see Li Yan's movements clearly, but he also saw how slow Li Yan's thunderous attack was. It was so slow that it was pitifully slow. The reason why he only reacted when Li Yan's attack was so close to him was because he was stunned by the celestial origin energy that filled his body. He was also shocked by the strength of his soul force. Now, he didn't even need to deliberately extend his divine consciousness to investigate his surroundings. He just needed to use his soul energy to sense everything around him. Apart from him, there were 6 other people present. The one closest to him was Huan Er. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, and Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Li Yan, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, and Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect. At this moment, Duan Tian felt as though he was in complete control of his surroundings. He felt as though he only needed a thought to release his celestial origin energy to destroy everything in his surroundings. So this is the strength of a celestial lord's soul and celestial origin energy? Duan Tian was shocked. At this moment, he could clearly sense the transformation of the celestial origin energy in his body. It was an indescribable transformation. Compared to before, it was simply like the difference between the clouds and mud, the difference between the heavens and the earth. It was not only his celestial origin energy that had transformed, but his soul force had also undergone a transformation. This transformation was due to one of the petals of the flower at the end of the hairpin that had turned into a blood-red liquid and merged with his body. The amount of blood-red liquid that the flower petal had turned into was not much. In fact, it was not even as much as a sip of water that Duan Tian usually drank. However, after the blood-red liquid merged with Duan Tian's body, it caused his celestial origin energy to surge and undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Not only did the blood-red liquid transform Duan Tian's celestial origin energy, but it had also transformed Duan Tian's soul. After the transformation, Duan Tian felt as though he was in complete control of his surroundings. At this moment, he felt as though he was the ruler of heaven and earth. Duan Tian, who was still immersed in the transformation of his body, quickly regained his senses when Li Yan, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, attacked him. He instinctively cast the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, that he had not fully comprehended. The Immobilization King method was the Duke-grade celestial method that Duan Tian had won from the blissful sect during the alchemy conference. Once he cast it, the silhouette of a golden Buddha would appear around him. Impossible! In the distance, Li Yan, who had been waiting to see Duan Tian being killed by Duan Tian, widened his eyes in shock. This, on the other hand, by Ping and Tai Tai He, who were trying their best to stand up and rescue Duanling Tian, stared at the scene in disbelief with their eyes wide open, looking at their dumbfounded expressions. It was as if they had seen something inconceivable. Clang. At this moment, a soft sound reverberated in the air. It was Li An's attack. When it collided with the golden Buddha silhouette that was propped up by Duanling Tian's body, it merely left a soft sound and did not cause any damage to the wall at all. Brother Ling Tian, Huan who was standing next to Duanling Tian, was horrified when she heard Bai Ping and Tai Tai He's words. Her eyes turned cold as well. At this moment, Duanling Tian could clearly sense the changes in Huan energy. He could even tell Huan was casting a secret technique that had great side effects. However, this was only the beginning stages. Is this the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's technique? Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat. It was not difficult for him to guess this was the case. Huan Duanling Tian quickly stopped Huan and said, "Don't forget that Brother Ling Tian still has a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Brother Ling Tian has already used one of the petals on the royal-grade celestial weapon." Huan had long forgotten about the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that Duanling Tian had obtained. She only had one thought in her mind. Even if she had to sacrifice her life, she could not let anything happen to Brother Ling Tian. She only regained her senses when Duanling Tian's voice transmission entered her ears. At the same time, she stopped casting the secret technique. However, she still suffered quite a serious internal injury when she suddenly stopped casting the secret technique. Barf! Huan coughed up a mouthful of blood. This caught everyone by surprise. No one had expected Huan to cough up blood so suddenly. Moreover, her face was pale and her aura was weak. Huan Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically when he saw Huan vomiting blood. A distressed expression appeared on his face as he said, "What kind of secret technique did you use? You didn't even have the chance to cast the secret technique before it was interrupted. Moreover, it put a huge burden on your body." Duanling Tian had thought Huan would be fine as long as she stopped casting the secret technique in time. Alas, he was still too naive. The side effects of Huan's secret technique were far greater than he had expected. Although she had only stopped casting the secret technique in the beginning, she still suffered severe internal injuries. "Brother Ling Tian, I'm fine." Huan forced a smile and shook her head when she saw the concern on Duanling Tian's face and the heartache in his eyes. However, as soon as she smiled, she could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Huan's face turned even paler. Swoosh! Duanling Tian pulled his left hand out of Huan's embrace and placed it on Huan's back. A gentle yet majestic energy surged into Huan's body, suppressing the chaotic celestial origin energy in her body. Then, the chaotic celestial origin energy in Huan's body calmed down. With this, Huan's injuries were finally healed. "Brother Ling Tian, is this the power of the royal-grade celestial weapon?" At this moment, even Huan was shocked by the energy that surged into her body. As soon as the energy surged into her body, it easily suppressed the celestial origin energy in her body that had been agitated due to the interruption of the secret technique. In just a short time, the celestial origin energy in her body calmed down. After Duanling Tian helped Huan adjust her celestial origin energy, Huan's tensed body finally relaxed. Huan's body went limp as though she was about to collapse. At this critical moment, Duanling Tian reached out with his left hand and hugged Huan tightly. Huan's body rested on his chest as she hugged Duanling Tian's waist tightly. Huan hugged Huan like a bear hugging a tree. "So, you're the one who did this?" At this moment, Lian looked at Huan and sneered coldly. NT. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2894. Initially, Lian was baffled by how Duanling Tian managed to block his attack. At this moment, when he saw the woman next to Duanling Tian spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, her face was pale, and her aura was weak as though she was suffering from the side effects of using a secret technique. He instantly felt it was the doing of the woman next to Duanling Tian. Although he did not know how the woman managed to block Duanling Tian's Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, He was certain it was her doing. Although I don't know how you, little girl, helped Duan Ling Tian block that attack of mine, I think you probably won't be able to help this kid after this. Right? Lian laughed coldly. With a raise of his hand, another attack flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan. Upon seeing this, Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, who shared the same opinion as Lian that Duan Ling Tian had survived earlier, were shocked when they saw Lian attacking Duan Ling Tian again. In the next moment, they wanted to help Duan Ling Tian block Li An's attack. However, before they could make a move, Lian's figure appeared in front of them like a ghost. With a raise of his hands, two palms whizzed out. They were like palm leaf fans as they enveloped Bai Ping and Bai Yen. Take care of yourselves first. When Lian attacked Bai Ping and the other man, his cold laughter spread in a timely manner. Bang! Bang! However, after the two palms landed, two loud sounds were heard. The cold smile on Li An's face completely froze. This was because his attack did not land on Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. Unbeknownst to him, two figures had appeared out of thin air between him and Bai Ping, and a layer of golden Buddha shadow had also appeared in front of him, forcibly blocking his two palms that were aimed at Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. The strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions? That's all there is to it. Duan Ling Tian, who was hugging Huaner with one arm, looked at Li An indifferently. A hint of disdain could be seen on his face. The silhouette of the golden Buddha around him was like an impenetrable barrier that could not be breached. Duan Ling Tian easily blocked Li An's second attack. After blocking Li An's second attack, Duan Ling Tian noticed Bai Ping and Tai Tai He were in danger and acted in time to save them. How's that possible? At this moment, no matter how slow Li An's reaction was, he could tell Duan Ling Tian had relied on his own strength to block his attacks twice and save Bai Ping and Tai Tai He at the critical moment. Li An did not rely on the woman's secret technique to help him. For this reason, an expression of disbelief on his face. After all, Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's strength had far surpassed his. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's strength was far beyond his reach. He thought to himself, even a one basic celestial king who's stronger than a celestial duke wouldn't be able to appear out of thin air in front of me without leaving a trace, right? Li An did not know how Duan Ling Tian had appeared in front of Li An and saved Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. During that time, Li An could not even catch a glimpse of Duan Ling Tian's movements. This also explained a problem. Duan Ling Tian's speed was so fast that even Li An could not catch a glimpse of it. Who are you? How can you be so strong? Li An looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his face was filled with dense fear and terror. This was the first time he had seen such a strange person. Although Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, he was already an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist. Based on the strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed, it was clear Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. Grandmaster, I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to have concealed his strength. Even I can't see through his speed. Once he matures, he'll definitely become a threat to the blissful sect. There's no need for you to play along with him. Just kill him as soon as possible. A long night is fraught with problems. Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, said to Li An as he stepped forward. Ji Fan had no idea what had happened earlier. Apart from that, Ji Fan did not see the fear on Li An's face. Otherwise, he would not have dared to say such words at this moment. With his strength, he was utterly unable to clearly see Li An's movements, and was unable to clearly see what exactly Li An had done. Similarly, when Duan Ling Tian appeared next to Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, Ji Fan realized he could not see through Duan Ling Tian's speed. Even so, Ji Fan did not think it was because he could not see through Duan Ling Tian's speed. In his opinion, Ji Fan was confident. With his grandmaster's strength, Li An, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, could easily kill Duan Ling Tian. In fact, when Ji Fan saw that his grandmaster had not killed Duan Ling Tian, he thought his grandmaster was toying with Duan Ling Tian and did not kill Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Ji Fan urged Li An to kill Duan Ling Tian as soon as possible. There's no need for me to play along with him. Kill him as soon as possible? However, Li An's heart jolted when he heard Ji Fan's words. He felt a burning sensation on his face. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, apart from the fear and dread in his eyes, there was also a hint of doubt. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He wondered how this young man who was not even 100 years old could be so strong. However, he was also skeptical. Could it be that the strength displayed by this young man was due to him using some kind of secret technique? Otherwise, he could not believe it. How could an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old possess strength that surpassed an ordinary celestial king? Let alone the spirit overarching heaven, I don't think there are any prominent celestial alchemists and celestial kings who are not even 100 years old in the other Devata realms. Even a celestial king who is not even 100 years old might not be able to do so, right? Ji Fan thought to himself. When he thought up to here, Lien was even more certain that the purple-clothed young man before him had most likely used some sort of secret technique to possess strength that surpassed an ordinary immortal king. Humph! Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Duan Ling Tian no longer concealed the aura of his celestial origin energy. He released a small portion of his celestial origin energy to the surface of his body, causing a terrifying aura to fill the air. This is the aura of a celestial king. Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, who were the closest to Duan Ling Tian, regained their senses immediately. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief as they looked at Duan Ling Tian's back. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian saved them, the speed he revealed and the ability he used to easily block Lian's attack allowed them to faintly realize that Duan Ling Tian's strength wasn't inferior to Lien. In fact, they were certain Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Lien. Just like Lien, they could tell Duan Ling Tian's strength had nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian's strength. For this reason, they were so shocked that they fell into a daze. When Duan Ling Tian's terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it reminded them of the celestial king's aura they had once felt in the past. To be able to emit such a terrifying aura, only an immortal king expert would possess immortal elemental energy. This was what Bai Ping and Tai Tai He thought to themselves. Even the celestial origin energy of a 10-direction celestial duke was not as terrifying as Duan Ling Tian's aura. Bai Ping and Tai Tai He were certain Duan Ling Tian was a celestial king. After all, they had seen 10 directions celestial dukes before. In fact, they had even seen a 10 directions celestial duke in action. Swoosh! Lian's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy and saw the killing intent in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He felt as though he was about to die. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Lian rose to his feet and shot out of the Tai Yi celestial sex estate like a shooting star. Duan Ling Tian watched as Lian left. He was in no hurry to chase after Lian Grandmaster. Ji Fan, on the other hand, was stunned when he realized that his Grandmaster had disappeared. He even felt a little guilty when he looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others before him. Lian! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in the air. Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some sort of magical power. Everyone in the Tai Yi celestial sex estate clearly heard his words. Do you think you can escape? Duan Ling Tian's voice shocked everyone in the Tai Yi celestial sect. This is Master Duan's voice? What's going on? Based on Master Duan's words, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions, is fleeing? I think so. I heard Master Duan is from a powerful clan in the central area. It's highly possible that he has a celestial king or stronger protecting him. It seems like his bodyguard has made a move. Let's go. Let's go watch the show. A commotion broke out in the Tai Yi celestial sex estate. Many people flew into the air above the Tai Yi celestial sex estate to watch the show. At this moment, boom, rumble. A series of thunderous booms rang in the air above the Tai Yi celestial sex estate. Everyone was shocked to see the blue sky had turned purple in just a blink of an eye. In fact, when the thunderous explosions reverberated in the surroundings of the Tai Yi celestial sex estate, the sky above them had turned purple. Heavens! What's going on? Why did the sky change? Can someone tell me what's going on? Why did the sky change so suddenly? The Tai celestial sex estate was in an uproar. Everyone was anxious and worried about the sudden change in the sky. NT. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2895. Only a few people in the Tai celestial sex estate knew the reason for the sudden change in the color of the sky. Is this the profound heaven celestial sex Duke grade divine ability? The Eastern Purple Chi? By Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, and Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, stared at the purple-clad figure in front of them in shock. At this moment, Duan Lingtian slowly rose into the air with Huan in his arms. As he soared into the sky, celestial origin energy emitting a terrifying aura surged into the sky from his body. In the end, the celestial origin energy turned into a purple pillar of light that soared into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the clouds in the sky stirred, and the sky changed color. In just a blink of an eye, the sky above the Tai celestial sex estate turned purple. Master Duan has completely mastered the Eastern Purple Chi? This seems to be a technique called Purple Chi Space that can only be used after completely comprehending and mastering the Purple Chi from the East, right? The Eastern Purple Chi Space seems to cover the entire Tai celestial sex estate. Even the twin brothers of the profound heaven celestial sect, who are 10 directions celestial dukes, can't cover even 1/10 of the Tai celestial sex estate, right? Based on Master Duan's strength, it seems like he's not an ordinary celestial king. After all, even an ordinary celestial king wouldn't be able to create such a powerful Eastern Purple Chi Space. It is said that in the area covered by the purple cloud space, as long as the person who created the purple cloud space is within range of the purple cloud space, his opponent will be exposed. Meanwhile, Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, and Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, were dumbfounded when they heard Bai Ping and Tai He's words. Master Duan is a celestial king? Situ Ming was dumbstruck and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Duan Lingtian is a celestial king? In addition, this person wasn't an ordinary immortal king. Even the profound heaven celestial sect's twin brothers, the 10 directions celestial dukes, can't do something like that? When Ji Fan heard Bai Ping and Tai He's words and sensed the terrifying aura emitted from Duan Lingtian, he was so frightened that he fell limply to the ground. He could not get up for a long time as his entire body trembled. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? Isn't he just an ascender who has ascended not long ago? Isn't he just a brat who isn't even 100 years old? Now, no matter how unwilling Ji Fan was to believe that everything in front of him was real, he had no choice but to believe that everything was real and that he was not dreaming. After a few breaths of time, due to the celestial origin energy contained in the voice, it spread throughout the Tai celestial sex estate in just a blink of an eye. Purple Chi from the East. The purple Chi from the East you displayed is actually so powerful. Even an ordinary celestial king wouldn't be able to cast such a powerful purple Chi from the East. At this moment, everyone in the Tai celestial sex estate heard the voice. The voice belonged to none other than Lien, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Look, the purple sky seems to be returning to its normal color. A disciple of the Tai celestial sect who was looking at the sky suddenly shouted, as though he had discovered a new world. Many people in the surroundings looked up at the sky as well. He saw that the purple color that filled the sky was shrinking at an extremely exaggerated speed. Look, there's a figure in the middle of the shrinking purple sky. Soon after, someone else noticed the figure in the sky. A figure could be seen at the center of the shrinking purple sky. In the end, the purple sky shrunk around the figure, revealing the figure to the people from the Tai celestial sect. It's a monk. Isn't that Lien, the old ancestor of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? I've seen him before. What? That wretched monk is Lien, the person who's said to be invincible among those below 10 directions celestial dukes in the 6 southeastern regions? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lien, who was shrouded in a deep purple energy, cut a sorry figure. Not only was his Kasaya in tatters, but his aura was also very weak. It was as though he had just gone through a tough battle. At this moment, everyone from the Tai Celestial sect stepped forward and looked at Lian, who was shrouded by the purple energy. Swoosh! A purple and white figure seemed to appear out of thin air before everyone's eyes, and it appeared near Lian, who was bound and imprisoned by an expanse of deep purple energy. The sudden appearance of the figure attracted the attention of the people from the Tai Celestial sect. "Isn't that Master Duan?" The woman next to him. When the people from the Tai Celestial sect took a closer look at the newcomer, they realized the newcomer was actually two people. However, since the two people were leaning against each other, they thought they were the same person. At the same time, the people from the Tai Celestial sect recognized the two people. The strongest 9 palaces Celestial Duke in the 6 southeastern regions, the person who's said to be invincible among those below 10 directions Celestial Dukes. Duan Ling Tian held Huaner with one hand and placed the other on his back as he looked at Lian calmly. "Master Duan." Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, Tai Tai He, and Situ Ming, the celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect, followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian. Grandmaster Ji Fan, the Arhat of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Ji Fan did not want to follow Duan Ling Tian. In fact, he had thought of running away earlier. However, as soon as he made a move, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, glared at him with killing intent. He did not dare to flee and could only follow Bai Ping obediently. Ji Fan's expression changed drastically when he saw Lian in such a wretched state. He instinctively moved closer to Lian. Currently, he had no one to rely on other than Lian. Only when he was by Lian's side did he feel slightly safe. However, he only felt slightly safe. Based on the current situation, it was not difficult for him to see that his grandmaster was no match for Duan Ling Tian. It seemed like his grandmaster's current state had something to do with Duan Ling Tian as well. "Duan Ling Tian, I've underestimated you." Lian looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bitter smile on his face. "I thought you were just a mere transcender. I didn't expect you to be so strong. This isn't your own strength, right? You must have used some other method, right?" At this moment, Lian's aura was so weak that he was gasping for breath. It was clear he was severely injured. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Lian finished speaking, before Duan Ling Tian could respond, Lian's eyes widened again. 2 dazzling rays of gray light shot out from his eyes. The 2 rays of gray light converged and shot toward Duan Ling Tian. Soul attack. Upon seeing this, Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and the others who saw Lian's soul attack were horrified. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. When Duan Ling Tian saw Lian casting his soul attack, he knew Lian was betting on the strength of his soul attack. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sneer. If Lian had used some secret technique to boost his celestial origin energy to the level of a celestial king for a short period of time, perhaps, his soul attack was not as strong as his celestial origin energy. However, he did not use any secret technique at all. His current strength was all thanks to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. Due to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon, both his celestial origin energy and soul attack had risen to the level of a celestial lord. Although he was only an ordinary celestial lord, he could easily sweep through the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Chi! Chi! Due to this reason, when Duan Ling Tian's left eye flashed, he casually cast a soul attack that easily destroyed Lian's soul attack. Not only that, but it did not slow down at all as it entered Lian's body and attacked his soul. Lian's soul attack shattered instantly. Although Duan Ling Tian had only casually cast a soul attack, Lian's soul attack was still at the level of a celestial lord. Even a celestial king would not be a match for his soul attack, let alone a mere celestial duke. For this reason, Lian's soul attack was easily destroyed by Duan Ling Tian's soul attack. I killed Duan Ling Tian because of my own will. It has nothing to do with the blissful sect. Before Lian's soul was destroyed by Duan Ling Tian, he had left behind these words before he died. These words were uttered by Lian as soon as his soul attack was destroyed by Duan Ling Tian's soul attack. He spoke extremely quickly as if he was afraid he would not be able to complete his sentence. Is that so? After Duan Ling Tian killed Li An, a sneer appeared on his face when he heard Li An's last words. He did not comment on it at all. At the same time, with just a thought from Duan Ling Tian, the purple energy that imprisoned Li An disappeared. In the next moment, Li An's body began to freefall from the sky. The purple energy was none other than Duan Lingtian's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had used the Eastern Purple Qi to chase after Li An and capture Li An, who had almost escaped from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's estate. Is what he said true? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile as he looked at Ji Fan, the Arhat of the Blissful Sect. NT yes. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2896. If it was the Duan Lingtian of the past, even if he glared at Ji Fan wouldn't feel the slightest bit of fear. But now, even though Duan Lingtian was looking at him with a smile, he couldn't help but change his expression. The nerves all over his body were tense, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't see how Li An, the patriarch of the Blissful Sect, died. However, based on the behavior of the people around him, it was not difficult for him to see that the people around him were not interested in him. His grandmaster had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. Oh my god! Master Duan's soul attack is too terrifying. Not only did it destroy Li An's soul attack, it even destroyed Li An's soul. Li An's soul couldn't withstand Alchemist Duan's soul attack at all. It was directly annihilated. Master Duan's strength is actually this strong. Master Duan is really good at concealing his abilities. In the past, I only knew that his alchemy Dao was extremely high. He even made a name for himself during the alchemy conference and is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. But I didn't expect that apart from his alchemy standards that can be rated as heaven-defying, he still has such heaven-defying strength. Based on Master Duan's strength, I'm afraid even a 10-direction celestial duke is no match for him, right? Alchemist Duan is definitely an immortal king expert. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such strength. Earlier, the sky suddenly turned purple, and the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, Li An, was captured by the purple energy. At that time, I thought it was one of Master Duan's subordinates who did it, but I didn't expect it to be Master Duan himself. Oh my god, what kind of clan was that behind Alchemist Duan? A monster like him actually appeared. A prominent celestial alchemist and a celestial king who's not even 100 years old, let alone the southern heaven territory. Such a person is rare even in the spirit overarching heaven, right? I don't know. In any case, I've never heard of a celestial king under the age of 100 appearing in the spirit overarching heaven. Maybe I'm just ignorant and inexperienced. Maybe there really isn't a celestial king under the age of 100 in the spirit overarching heaven. While Ji Fan's expression changed drastically, he heard a series of whispers by his ear. These whispers came from the high-ranking officials of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. When he heard the discussions among the high-ranking officials of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, he felt a chill run down his spine. Arhat, are you ignoring my words? You're not giving me any face? Ji Fan's expression changed drastically, and his heart was filled with panic. He even forgot to reply to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian spoke again. At the same time, he looked at Ji Fan with a cold gaze. It was the coldness in his eyes that caused Ji Fan's expression to change drastically. He even felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. No. At the same time, Ji Fan did not dare to be negligent. He quickly looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Master Duan, I'm not ignoring you on purpose. It's not that I don't want to give you face. I lost focus just now. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. As he spoke, Ji Fan repeatedly bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian. His apprehension made it seem as though he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would attack him. Ji Fan knew very well. With the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed, killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. So, can you answer me now? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and asked indifferently, Is it true that Lian wanted to kill me? Or is it the blissful sect's intention? I hope you're not lying to me, Arhat. After all, I can easily find out if I want to. Duan Lingtian gave Ji Fan a deep look, as if he was warning Ji Fan not to lie. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Even if I had 100 guts. I wouldn't dare to lie to you, Master Duan. Ji Fan hastily waved his hand when he heard Duan Lingtian's reminder. The decision to kill you was made by the higher-ups of the blissful sect after we found out about your identity as an ascender. After the meeting, the Grand Master brought me here. Master Duan, I'm sure you know what happened after that, Ji Fan said. Duan Lingtian nodded. After that, he looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously. Master Duan, I've told you everything I wanted to know. Can I leave now? Now, Ji Fan didn't want to stay here for a second longer because this place was too insecure. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Ji Fan's words. Ji Fan heaved a sigh of relief and was about to leave when Duan Lingtian's voice rang in his ears. His expression changed drastically again. The reason his expression changed drastically was due to Duan Lingtian's last sentence. Arhat, I'm planning to visit the blissful sect as well. You don't mind leading the way, right? These were Duan Lingtian's exact words. In other words, he wanted to visit the blissful sect. As for why Duan Lingtian wanted to visit the blissful sect, those who heard Duan Lingtian's words could guess it. Master Duan is planning to kill the blissful sect? I think so. Isn't this a little too crazy? No, it's not crazy. It might be crazy for an ordinary person. However, for Master Duan, it's just a small matter. That's right. After all, Master Duan is a celestial king. Many people from the Tai celestial sect whispered among themselves. At this moment, even the weaker disciples of the Tai celestial sect had learned that Duan Lingtian was a celestial king from the powerful high-ranking officials of the Tai celestial sect. Although they were shocked, they could not help but feel excited. After all, Duan Lingtian was a revered elder of the Tai celestial sect. What's wrong? Based on your expression, you don't seem to be willing? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he asked in a deep voice. At the same time, his tone was even colder. No, I'm willing. I'm willing. It's my honor to lead the way for you, Master Duan. It's a blessing that I've accumulated over 3 lifetimes. When Ji Fan heard the coldness in Duan Lingtian's voice again, he was so frightened that his voice began to tremble. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At this moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at Bai Ping and said, Sect leader, I'd like to borrow Elder Tai to accompany me to the blissful sect. May I? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he glanced at Tai Tai He who was standing next to Bai Ping. Of course, although Bai Ping did not know why Duan Lingtian wanted Tai Tai He to accompany him to the blissful sect, he could not refuse Duan Lingtian's request. Moreover, such a request was nothing to him. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Tai Tai He and said, Elder Tai, I'll have to trouble you to lead us to the blissful sect. I plan to continue comprehending celestial methods along the way. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, finally understood. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian wanted Tai Tai He to bring them to the blissful sect. Since Duan Lingtian had to comprehend celestial methods, he could not bring them to the blissful sect. No problem, it's just a small matter. Tai Tai He replied with a smile. He did not seem any different from before. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice a change in his expression. A hint of respect could be seen in Tai Tai He's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. The reason he had such a change was naturally due to the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. In the past, Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist whose alchemy skills surpassed ordinary Duke-grade celestial alchemists. Now that Duan Lingtian was a celestial king, it was only natural that Tai Tai He respected Duan Lingtian even more. Huan Duan Lingtian looked at Huan and said with a smile, You're injured. You should stay and recuperate. Brother Lingtian, let's go to the blissful sect first. Let's go. Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Huaner interrupted him. Brother Ling Tian, I'll go with you. I don't want to be separated from you. As for recuperating, since Elder Tai will bring us there, I can recuperate along the way. Huaner said with a serious expression on her face. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian could only smile wryly. He nodded helplessly. All right. After a while, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect, and asked Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Celestial Sect, to bring them to the Blissful Sect. Tai Tai He also brought Ji Fan, the Arhat of the Blissful Sect, along with him. The people from the Tai Celestial Sect only regained their senses after Duan Ling Tian and the others had left. When they regained their senses, an uproar broke out. Master Duan's trip to the Blissful Sect is bound to cause havoc. However, if Master Duan's actions shake the Blissful Sect's foundation, I'm afraid the sect won't let the matter rest if their quasi-celestial kings are hiding in the 6 southeastern regions. A quasi-celestial king? Do you think a quasi-celestial king from the Blissful Sect is a match for Master Duan? That's right. Based on Master Duan's strength, I'm afraid ordinary celestial kings aren't as strong as him. It's fine if the quasi-celestial kings from the Blissful Sect don't show up. Once they show up, Master Duan might kill them with a flip of his palm. I'm more curious about Master Duan's background. What kind of clan is capable of nurturing such a monstrous genius? The people from the Tai Celestial Sect discussed among themselves. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's monstrous strength. After all, everyone knew Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Chapter 2897. A person who was not even 100 years old might be able to use some means to conceal the aura of his flesh and blood, so that others would not be able to discover that he was not even 100 years old. However, it was impossible for a person who was more than 100 years old to disguise himself as a person who was younger than 100 years old. At the very least, nobody in the spirit overarching heaven or the other Devata realms was capable of doing so. For this reason, no one thought Duan Lingtian was pretending to be younger than 100 years old. It's not hard to imagine how shocked the entire 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands will be once news of this spreads. That's right. I'm sure those who have met Master Duan wouldn't expect him to be so strong. It's a pity Master Duan is from a powerful clan in the central area, so he'll have to leave sooner or later. Otherwise, with Master Duan around, the Tai Celestial Sect would be able to dominate the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Don't overthink it. Don't forget that the formation between the borderlands and the central area has restrictions on celestial kings in the borderlands. It's impossible for celestial kings to stay in the borderlands for long. If I'm not mistaken, Master Duan should be leaving the Tai Celestial Sect soon. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, the high-ranking officials of the Tai Celestial Sect realized Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Tai Celestial Sect. The reason Master Duan is still in the Tai Celestial Sect is because he wants to leave the Tai Celestial Sect's Celestial Method, the Immobilization King Method, and the divine ability the Eastern Purple Chi to the Tai Celestial Sect. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect, sighed inwardly. Based on the Purple Chi comes from the East and the Immobilization King Method, it seems like he'll be leaving soon. He's already mastered the Purple Chi comes from the East. As for the Immobilization King Method, I have a feeling it won't take long for him to master it as well. After all, this meant that the Tai Celestial Sect would lose a prominent celestial alchemist who was a celestial king. Moreover, this prominent celestial alchemist was not an ordinary prominent celestial alchemist. His alchemy skills were even better than ordinary supreme celestial alchemists. After the alchemy conference, when Master Duan of the Tai Celestial Sect was widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, some people even said, in the borderlands, there was no other prominent celestial alchemist who could compare to Master Duan of the Tai Celestial Sect. Because of this, many people said, Master Duan of the Tai Celestial Sect could be considered the best prominent celestial alchemist in the borderland of the Southern Heaven Territory. However, such an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist would soon be leaving the Tai Celestial Sect. Just thinking about it made Bai Ping feel uncomfortable. Master Duan, I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, sighed emotionally when he thought about Duan Lingtian's display of strength. He did not even notice when the other two prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect, Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing, appeared next to him. I didn't expect Master Duan to be a celestial king, Yang Chong exclaimed. Monster. Yu Zhongjing spat out two short words. Although it was only 2 words, this evaluation was enough to show the shock that the events of today had left in his heart. Soon after, the people from the Tai celestial sect left one after another. At the same time, many people from the Tai celestial sect left the Tai celestial sex estate to spread the news. It did not take long for this news to spread to Tai City. As time passed, it even spread to Thousand Spiders City and Martial Dragon City. The 3 largest cities in the wasteland were in an uproar. Naturally, most of them were skeptical. After all, while this news was shocking, it was also too unreal. Meanwhile, the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and Martial Dragon Celestial Sect had also heard about it. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect, is not only an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist, but he's also a celestial king? How's that possible? I've met Master Duan of the Tai Celestial Sect before, and I'm certain he's not even 100 years old. It's already heaven-defying for him to have such achievements in alchemy. How can he be a celestial king? Fake news. It must be fake news. Whether it was the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect or the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, when they heard the news, they thought it was fake news. Duan Lingtian played with Lien, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. He even used a soul attack to destroy Li and soul attack and killed Lien? Humph! If Duan Lingtian is really that strong, why didn't he save Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect during the alchemy conference? That's right. At that time, Duan Lingtian watched helplessly as Hishan was killed by Wuxia, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect. During the alchemy conference, Duan Lingtian revealed his cultivation base. Although his innate talent in the celestial Tao is heaven-defying, he's only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect who had attended the alchemy conference, as well as those who had heard about it, thought the news was fake. After all, there were too many suspicious points. Even Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, and Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, shook their heads and smiled when they heard the news. He's a celestial king? Zhou Shuqiu, who was in the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, shook her head when she heard the news. She did not think it was credible at all. That was it. Although the news of Duan Lingtian killing Lien, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had spread in the wasteland, apart from the people from the Tai Celestial Sect, no one believed it. This was mainly because the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and Martial Dragon Celestial Sect did not believe the news. Under the influence of the 2 major celestial sects, not many people believed the news spread by the Tai Celestial Sect was true. No one believes it. Humph! I've seen Master Duan's strength with my own eyes. He's a celestial king. How can the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and Martial Dragon Celestial Sect not believe it? So what if they don't believe it? Do we have to beg them to believe it? It was only natural that the people from the Tai Celestial Sect were in a bad mood when they learned that outsiders did not believe the news. However, it's only natural that the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect don't believe it. After all, they didn't witness it with their own eyes. Moreover, no one recorded the scene of Master Duan killing Lien, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Ordinary floating image pearls won't be able to record the scene. Only a Duke-grade celestial weapon floating image pearl would be able to record Lien's movements. That's right. Even a Duke-grade celestial weapon floating image pearl won't be able to record a celestial king's movements. Only a king-grade celestial weapon floating image pearl can record a celestial king's movements. The people from the Tai Celestial Sect continued to discuss the floating image pearls. Although many high-ranking officials in the Tai Celestial Sect possessed Duke-grade celestial weapon floating image pearls, none of them had thought of recording the scene. For this reason, Many high-ranking officials from the Tai Celestial sect regretted their decision. Why didn't they use their floating image pearls to record the scene? Their floating image pearls might not be able to record the scene where Duan Tian killed Lien, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. However, their floating image pearls would still be able to record the scene where Lien used his soul attack. As long as they recorded the scene of Lien's death, they would not have to worry about people believing that Duan Tian had killed Lien. The Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect said that they don't believe Master Duan is a celestial king. It seems to make sense. What's the reason? They said that if Master Duan is a celestial king, he wouldn't have watched as the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect was killed by Wuxia, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, during the alchemy conference. Why didn't I think of this before? Perhaps Master Duan thinks the old ancestor should pay with his life for killing the young sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect? Is that why he didn't make a move? That's possible. Moreover, it's only a matter of time before he leaves the Tai Celestial sect. Even if he can protect the old ancestor now, he can't protect the old ancestor forever. If he makes a move, Wuxia, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, will definitely be enraged. It's impossible for him to vent his anger on Master Duan. It's understandable why Master Duan didn't make a move. Meanwhile, Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, had a deep frown on his face. He had a confused expression on his face as well. Based on what Master Duan said, he was powerless to save the old ancestor. In other words, he was powerless to save the old ancestor. He didn't intend to see the old ancestor being killed by Wuxia, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. However, if that's the case, how did Master Duan become so strong? He's even stronger than an ordinary celestial king. Ping was conflicted when he thought of this. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. I'll just ask Master Duan when he returns. Chapter 2898. Duan Tian was, naturally, unaware of the commotion in the wasteland after he left the Tai Celestial sect and the wasteland. At this moment, Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Celestial sect, was leading him to the blissful sex estate in the Cross region. Along the way, he had been comprehending the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, that he had won from the blissful sect. Once he mastered the immobilization king method, he would leave the borderlands and head to the central area. Naturally, one of the reasons he asked Tai He to bring him to the blissful sect was because he wanted to comprehend the immobilization king method. Another reason was that he did not want to exhaust his celestial origin energy during the journey. After using the consumable king-grade celestial weapon, his strength was comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. However, his strength was not permanent. As long as he consumed his celestial origin energy, his strength would continue to weaken until he returned to his original state. Now that I've only made one move, I feel like my celestial origin energy and soul are much weaker than before. Previously, my strength was comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. Now, I'm afraid I'm only comparable to a 10 Directions celestial king. Duan Tian sighed inwardly. A 10 Directions celestial king was the strongest celestial king. Although they were only a step away from becoming a celestial lord, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Nevertheless, with my current strength, I'm still able to do whatever I want in the 6 southeastern regions. With this thought in mind, Duan Tian felt relieved. For this reason, he focused on comprehending the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, as soon as possible. While Duan Tian was comprehending the celestial method, Huan was recuperating from her injuries. Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, did not do anything at all. He followed Tai He to the blissful sex estate like a zombie. The sect must have learned about my ancestor's death by now, right? Ji Fan sighed inwardly with a bitter expression on his face. He did not feel sad about the death of his ancestor, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Lien. He only felt that he was unlucky. Why did he follow Tai He? After all, he was the one who had asked Tai He was the blissful sex. In the past, he still had some feelings for his grandmaster, Lien. However, after Lian abandoned him and fled on his own. His feelings for Lian had completely vanished. Although he could understand Lian's actions at that time, if he was Lian, he would also do the same. However, he couldn't accept kneeling down to understand. Blissful Sect. The encampment of the Blissful Sect was located in a lofty mountain range surrounded by clouds and mist all year round. Apparently, the mist was the result of an illusory formation. On this day, the Blissful Sect's estate was in an uproar. Boom! Rumble! Without any warning, the entire Blissful Sect's estate trembled violently, as though an earthquake had just taken place. What happened? This is an earthquake? Impossible! The Blissful Sect's estate is protected by many formations, and some of them are used to deal with earthquakes. Even if there's an earthquake, the estate won't be affected. Then what's going on? I don't know. In the Blissful Sect's encampment, many people flew out of their cultivation rooms and looked at each other in confusion. They had no idea what had happened. Brethren, it wasn't until an earth-shattering roar reverberated in the air, causing the eardrums of the Blissful Sect members to tremble. Only then did they realize what had just happened. Isn't that old ancestor Li Ping's voice? Based on his voice, it seems like something has happened to old ancestor Lian. It can't be, right? Old ancestor Lian left the sect not long ago to look for Duan Lingtian in the Tai Celestial Sect in the Wasteland. It's impossible for anyone in the Wasteland to pose a threat to him, right? That's right. Unless Duan Lingtian is from a powerful clan in the central area and has a celestial king by his side, it's impossible for him to kill old ancestor Lian. When the high-ranking members of the Blissful Sect heard the angry roar, they realized that their other patriarch, Lian, might be in trouble. Otherwise, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, would not be so angry. Let's go. Let's see what happened. Let's go. The high-ranking officials of the Blissful Sect, including the sect leader of the Blissful Sect, immediately flew toward the source of the thunderous voice. Although they did not know what had happened, they knew it was impossible for them to guess what had happened. Old ancestor Lian is in the Blissful Sect. Based on old ancestor Lian's reaction, it seems like something has happened to old ancestor Lian. Based on old ancestor Lian's soul pearl, it seems like something has happened to old ancestor Lian. Unless old ancestor Lian is dead, it's impossible for old ancestor Li Ping to know about old ancestor Lian's condition. Old ancestor Lian is dead? Although I hope it's not true, I'm sure it's the truth. We'll be able to confirm it once we meet old ancestor Li Ping. The high-ranking officials of the Blissful Sect discussed among themselves as they made their way to Li Ping, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect. As for their expressions, they all had ugly expressions on their faces. If the Blissful Sect's patriarch Lian was really dead, it wouldn't be good news for the Blissful Sect. This meant that the Blissful Sect would lose their lives. The Blissful Sect would lose a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke. Moreover, the 9 Palaces Celestial Duke was the most likely person in the 6 southeastern regions to become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. If old ancestor Lian was dead, they would lose a 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the near future. This was a heavy blow to the Blissful Sect. When the disciples of the Blissful Sect realized that Lian, one of the 2 old ancestors of the Blissful Sect, might be in trouble, their expressions turned grim and unsightly. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Blissful Sect finally arrived at the place where old ancestor Li Ping cultivated. There were 2 old ancestors in the Blissful Sect. They were Li Ping and Lian. Based on their names, it seemed more like they were brothers. But in reality, the 2 of them weren't blood brothers, they were just cousins. However, after so many years of mutual support, the relationship between the 2 of them had long surpassed the category of cousins. It was comparable to, or even better than, blood brothers. For this reason, they cared deeply about each other. Senior uncle, what's going on? The sect leader of the Blissful Sect was a middle-aged monk dressed in a red kasaya. He was tall and burly, and his face was as fair as jade. The high-ranking officials of the Blissful Sect followed closely behind him. Old ancestor. Everyone bowed and greeted the person in front of them. A skinny old man stood in front of them. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames. He stared at the shattered soul pearl in his hand, and his eyes widened in anger. Anyone who stood in front of him would be able to sense the old man's rage. The old man ignored the greetings from the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. After a while, he raised his head slightly and looked at the sect leader of the blissful sect with bloodshot eyes. Kong, your master is dead. This is your master's soul pearl. Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, spoke in a trembling voice. It was clear he was trying to suppress the anger in his voice when he spoke. Master, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, knelt on the ground with a sorrowful expression on his face when he heard Li Ping's confirmation. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, slammed his palms on the ground as tears streamed down his face. I want to know, where's brother and now? Li Ping glanced at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect and asked in a deep voice. Based on brother and's shattered soul pearl, it seems like he's been dead for quite some time. Before I entered closed-door cultivation, I think he went to the barren land to participate in the alchemy conference. Li Ping's gaze fell on Lu Xiankong as he finished speaking. Because of this, Li Ping went into seclusion for a period of time, so he did not know that Lian had returned after participating in the alchemy conference. Senior uncle. Lu Xiankong did not dare to slack off when he heard Li Ping's question. He truthfully told Li Ping everything that had happened. A prominent celestial alchemist who's able to refine overarching heaven pills before he's even 100 years old? He's widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions after the alchemy conference. Moreover, he's an overarching heaven supreme celestial, and such a person is just an ascender who has just ascended from the mundane realm? Li Ping was dumbfounded when he heard Lu Xiankong's words and learned that the Tai-Yi celestial sect in the wasteland had a revered celestial alchemist named Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Li Ping had even forgotten about his cousin's death. He looked at Lu Xiankong and asked in a deep voice, So brother and went to the Tai-Yi celestial sect in the wasteland to kill him? Yes. Lu Xiankong nodded. Fool. Li Ping's eyes widened when he saw Lu Xiankong nodding. Even if he's an ascender, you should at least investigate his background in the spirit overarching heaven, right? There are many powerful forces in the spirit overarching heaven that have legacies in the mundane realm. Li An's voice grew colder as he spoke. Senior uncle. Lu Xiankong smiled bitterly. If he really has a powerful background, I'm afraid he would have been taken away as soon as he ascended. We've looked into it. He's been working hard all this time without any external help. Chapter 2899. Senior uncle, if he really has a powerful background, do you think he'll let the compassionate celestial traveler sect's elder off the hook? Do you think the sect behind him would let the matter rest? How could the elder from the compassionate celestial traveler sect still be alive? Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, said with a wry smile as he looked at his senior uncle, Li Ping, who was one of the 2 old ancestors of the blissful sect. Then Lu Xiankong revealed the information the blissful sect had gathered about the Duan Ling Tian. All the evidence points to the fact that the Duan Ling Tian doesn't have a powerful background. It was precisely because of this that we unanimously decided to eliminate him. After he made up his mind, he said he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian personally, so he brought Ji Fan to the wasteland. Lu Xiankong said. As he spoke, Lu Xiankong seemed to recall something. He raised his hand, and a soul orb appeared in his hand. It was completely intact. Ji Fan is still alive, Lu Xiankong exclaimed when he saw the soul pearl in his hand. It was as though he had discovered a new continent. Is this the Arhat soul pearl? The Arhat soul pearl is intact. This means he's still alive. I didn't expect the Arhat who went to the wasteland with old ancestor Lian is still alive. What happened to them? Why is the Arhat still alive when the powerful old ancestor Lian is dead? A commotion broke out among the high-ranking members of the blissful sect when they saw the soul orb that Lu Xiankong had taken out and told them it belonged to Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. Fanner is still alive? Li Ping narrowed his eyes as he looked at the soul pearl in Lu Xiankong's hand. He asked in a deep voice, Kong-er, are you sure this is Fan-er's soul pearl? Ji Fan was the grand disciple of his cousin. Lian had always doted on Ji Fan. Lian loved Ji Fan, the future sect leader of the blissful sect, as well as the future sect leader of the blissful sect. Lian was puzzled when he heard Ji Fan, who had gone to the wasteland with his cousin, was still alive. After all, this did not make sense. Senior uncle, Ji Fan is my last disciple. I won't mistake his soul orb. Even if I did, none of the soul orbs in my hands are broken. Since Ji Fan's soul orb is among them, it means that he's still alive. Li An nodded. Li Ping nodded and continued, I still feel that this matter is very likely related to that Duanling Tian. Although we're more than 90% certain that Duanling Tian is just an ascender with no background, it's not completely foolproof. Li An's voice, Li An's words. Master Lian, what should we do now? Master is Master? Lu Xiankong asked Lian asked Lord Master Lian Lu Xiankong's. Not for now. Li Ping shook his head in response to Lu Xiankong's question. His eyes flashed as he said in a low voice, since Fan-er is still alive, he will definitely use an immortal message talisman to contact us when Brother-in dies. Let's wait for his communication celestial talisman. Lian said, Senior uncle, based on what you said, Master has been dead for some time. If Ji Fan sent a message back, it should be here by now. Lu Xiankong said warily, is it possible that he used a communication celestial talisman but was stopped by someone? That's possible. Lian said in a low voice, based on Brother-An's strength, there are very few people below the Celestial King realm in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands who are capable of taking his life. Therefore, it's very likely that a Celestial King or a quasi-Celestial King made a move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. Lian said. Could it be that Master wanted to annihilate the Tai-E Celestial Sect, so a quasi-Celestial King from the Tai-E Celestial Sect came out and killed him? Lu Xiankong's expression changed when he thought of this possibility. Impossible. Li Ping shook his head. It's impossible for Brother-and to annihilate the Tai-E Celestial Sect. After all, he's aware of the quasi-Celestial King from the Tai-E Celestial Sect. Even if he really went to the Tai-E Celestial Sect, he would only target the Duanling Tian and not the Tai-E Celestial Sect. Li Ping knew Lian very well. After all, they had been together for so many years and had supported each other for a long time. He believed that it was absolutely impossible for Lian to do something that he knew would lead to eternal damnation. Moreover, to a certain extent, Lian's personality was even more cautious than his. Even he would not do something like that, let alone Lian. At this moment, Lu Xiankong came back to his senses. He also felt that his master, Lian, would not do such a thing. The reason he said that just now was purely because he was anxious and did not think before speaking. Based on this, there's only one possibility. Li Ping's expression was grim as he speculated. Someone who's capable of blocking Fan-er's communication celestial talisman killed Brother, and Fan-er thought it was pointless to use the communication celestial talisman, so he didn't use it immediately. However, regardless of whether Fan-er is waiting for an opportunity to use the communication celestial talisman, or he's coming back to inform us of Brother-An's death, we can only wait. So, from now on, we don't need to do anything, nor can we do anything. We can only wait. As long as Fan-er is still alive, he'll definitely come back to tell us what happened. After all, Li Ping was the longest living person in the blissful sect. Although he was enraged by Lian's death, he did not lose his cool. For a time, everyone from the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, agreed with Li Ping's words. Of course, even if they feel that Li Ping's words are unreasonable, they don't dare to say anything in front of Li Ping. At most, they will do some small actions behind his back. After all, Li Ping was not only the second old ancestor of the blissful sect, but he was also the strongest person in the sect, a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. That was all. Although the members of the blissful sect knew that their old ancestor, Lian, was dead, they didn't do anything. They waited patiently in the blissful sect, waiting for Ji Fan's return. For a period of time, the blissful sect was at peace. However, most of the members of the blissful sect knew that Lien was still alive. This was just the calm before the storm. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Although the blissful sect's estate was located in the cross region, the distance between the wasteland and the barren land was much greater than the distance between the wasteland and the barren land. Duanling Tian and the others still managed to enter the cross region with Tai Tai He. About a month after they entered the cross region, whoosh! Duanling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the cross region with Tai Tai He, suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, Tai Tai He and Ji Fan instinctively turned to look at Duanling Tian, only to see another layer of golden light appearing around him. In just a blink of an eye, the golden halo had transformed into a golden Buddha that shrouded Duanling Tian. The golden Buddha was as big as a small hill. It appeared on Duanling Tian's body, and it was lifelike. Its facial features, in particular, were clear and exquisite. This is... Tai Tai He did not show much of a reaction, but Ji Fan's eyes widened in shock. He actually completely comprehended and mastered the immovable Wisdom King in such a short period of time. When Ji Fan reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His face was filled with shock. As the Arhat of the blissful sect, Ji Fan had comprehended the Duke-grade celestial method since he was young. Therefore, he had long mastered it. Therefore, when he saw the silhouette of the golden Buddha on Duanling Tian's body, he could tell that Duanling Tian had mastered the immobilization king art. Duanling Tian had completely mastered the blissful sect's Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. Master Duan has mastered the blissful sect's celestial method as well? Although Ji Fan's murmur wasn't loud, Tai Taiha still heard it clearly. Tai Taiha raised an eyebrow at once. Although he was surprised, he was not as surprised as Ji Fan. After all, he knew Master Duan from the Tai-E Celestial Sect had completely comprehended and mastered the profound Heaven Celestial Sect's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. Now that he learned Duanling Tian had mastered the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, which he had won from the blissful sect, he was not as surprised as when he learned Duanling Tian had mastered the Eastern Purple Chi. Now that Master Duan has mastered the Eastern Purple Chi and the immobilization king art, it seems like he'll have to leave this time. Tai Tai He's lips curled into a bitter smile when he thought of this. He was happy that Duanling Tian had mastered the two celestial methods and divine abilities in such a short time. However, at the same time, he was reluctant to part with Duanling Tian. Elder Tai, where are we now? After Duanling Tian withdrew the silhouette of the golden Buddha, Duanling Tian slowly opened his eyes and asked Tai Tai He, Master Duan, we've arrived at the cross region. According to Arhat Ji Fan, we'll arrive at the blissful sex estate in a month at most. Tai Tai He replied to Duanling Tian's question. A month? Chapter 2900. Master Duan, congratulations on completely mastering the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. Tai Tai He congratulated Duanling Tian with a smile on his face. Elder Tai, you can tell? Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback. I can't tell. However, Arhat Ji Fan can tell. Tai Tai He replied. Duanling Tian instinctively glanced at Ji Fan, causing Ji Fan to feel extremely nervous. It was as though he was a prey that had sensed the gaze of a hunter. Duanling Tian only glanced at Ji Fan for a moment before he shifted his gaze to Huan Er. Then, he extended his divine consciousness and probed Huan Er's body. The divine consciousness of a 10-direction celestial king was comparable to the divine consciousness of a 10-direction celestial king. Therefore, it was not difficult for Duanling Tian to confirm that Huan Er had fully recovered from her injuries. At this moment, Huan Er was also comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. A month's time was neither too long nor too short. However, for Duanling Tian and the others, it was over in just a blink of an eye. Elder Tai. It was still a few days before they would arrive at the blissful sex estate. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally woke up from his cultivation. He looked at Tai Tai He and said, just send us to the blissful sex estate. Before Tai Tai He could reply, Duanling Tian continued to say, I don't want to have anything to do with the Tai celestial sect when I go to the blissful sect. You should understand what I mean, right? Duan Ling Tian looked at Tai Tai he meaningfully when he finished speaking. Master Duan. Tai Tai, he said, I know you're doing this because you don't want the blissful sect to think that you're going there as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. You don't want to cause trouble for the Tai celestial sect. Even if you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, the blissful sect won't dare to do anything to the Tai celestial sect. Tai Tai He's confidence in the Tai celestial sect was apparent. Create havoc in the blissful sect? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tai Tai He's words. Then, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said bluntly, I'm going to destroy the blissful sect's foundation. If everything goes according to plan, the blissful sect will no longer exist in the borderlands of the southern heaven territory. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile. Hiss! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tai Tai he couldn't help but gasp. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. He had thought Duan Lingtian was going to create havoc in the blissful sect. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would destroy the blissful sect's foundation when he went to the blissful sect. It was no different from annihilating the blissful sect, right? Swoosh! Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, had a grave expression on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His thoughts were similar to Tai Tai He's. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, his heart skipped a beat. If Duan Lingtian really intended to destroy the blissful sect's foundation, he, the arhat of the blissful sect, would definitely die. Master Duan, after I return to the blissful sect with you, I'll announce to everyone that I'm leaving the blissful sect. Ji Fan took a deep breath as various emotions flashed across his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and made his decision. Then, he expressed his stance to Duan Lingtian. Arhat, you're a smart person. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Ji Fan's words. Then, he looked at Ji Fan meaningfully and said, If you're really determined to do so, I don't mind writing off the enmity between us. Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of Ji Fan. However, he was impressed by Ji Fan's decisiveness earlier. After all, not everyone in Ji Fan's position could make such a decision in such a short time. Thank you, Master Duan. Ji Fan heaved a sigh of relief. After he heaved a sigh of relief, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked cautiously, Master Duan, did you plan to kill me after we returned to the blissful sect? Yes, I did. Duan Lingtian nodded and did not deny Ji Fan's words. Ji Fan broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, he was even more determined to cut ties with the blissful sect. Master, I'm sorry. I have no choice but to betray the blissful sect for my own life. Ji Fan thought to himself as he looked in the direction of the blissful sect's estate. Ji Fan's master was none other than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Master, please don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame the people in charge of collecting information. If they didn't say Duan Lingtian was just a transcender, Grandmaster wouldn't have died, and the blissful sect wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Ji Fan's mind raced as he thought about what he should do in the future. Arhat. A thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as he looked at Ji Fan again. Master Duan, you can call me Ji Fan from now on. I've decided to leave the blissful sect, so I'm no longer the arhat of the blissful sect. Ji Fan smiled wryly. After he finished speaking, he asked anxiously, Master Duan, is there anything I can help you with? You should have a Duke-grade celestial artifact floating image pearl, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ji Fan. Yes. Ji Fan nodded. In a few days, when we arrive at the blissful sect, use the floating image pearl to record the scene when the 10 Directions Celestial Duke makes his move. Duan Lingtian said, I'll need the floating image pearl later. Yes. Then, he asked Duan Lingtian, Master Duan, the blissful sect's 10 Directions Celestial Duke is my senior granduncle. He's also my grandmaster's cousin. I know a lot about him, including some of his techniques. Do you need me to tell you about them? Ji Fan asked after he reached the end of his sentence. Alas, it seemed like his attempt to flatter Duan Lingtian was futile. Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head disdainfully. There's no need for me to know about him, and I'm not interested in knowing about him. A mere 10 directions celestial duke isn't worthy of my attention. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of contempt could be heard in his tone. It was as though he was insufferably arrogant. Faced with Duan Lingtian's insufferably arrogant attitude, Ji Fan and Tai Tai, he felt it was only natural. After all, they had witnessed the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed in the Tai Celestial sect earlier. I've spoken out of turn. With your strength, you don't need to worry about a mere 10 directions celestial duke. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Ji Fan chimed in with a humble expression on his face. A few days later, Master Duan, the blissful sex estate is just ahead, Ji Fan said to Duan Lingtian as he pointed at the mountains shrouded in mist. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Huan who was still comprehending her celestial methods and divine abilities. It was obvious she would not wake up anytime soon. He said to Tai Tai Elder Tai, stay here and take care of Huan. I'll come out once I'm done with my business. You don't have to worry about anyone attacking you. I'll keep an eye on this area with my divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian said. Yes, Master Duan. Although Tai Tai he wanted to see Duan Lingtian destroy the blissful sex foundation, he had no choice but to obey Duan Lingtian's orders. In the past, he had treated Duan Lingtian like a friend. However, ever since he witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength as a celestial king, he had begun to fear and respect Duan Lingtian even though he still treated Duan Lingtian the same as before. He completely regarded Duan Lingtian as a superior who was above him. Ji Fan, lead the way. Duan Lingtian looked at Ji Fan. Then, under Tai Tai he's watchful eyes, both of them stepped into the fog and entered the lofty mountain range. Although the mountain range was surrounded by formations, Duan Lingtian was no match for Duan Lingtian. However, these formations were nothing to Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. He led Duan Lingtian through the formations and entered the blissful sex estate as though there was no one there. Who's there? As soon as Duan Lingtian and Ji Fan entered the blissful sex estate, a few patrolling disciples from the blissful sect flew toward them. However, when they saw who it was, they hurriedly bowed humbly. Greetings, Arhat. Ji Fan was the Arhat of the blissful sect. If there were no mishaps, he would be the next sect leader of the blissful sect. For this reason, his status in the blissful sect was only second to a few people from the blissful sect. Boom! The blissful sect's disciples who bowed to Ji Fan did not expect Ji Fan would launch a thunderous attack on them. Ji Fan raised his hand and struck with his palm. Afterimages filled the sky and killed the blissful sect's disciples in just a blink of an eye. Is that the Arhat? Why is the Arhat killing people? Those people were bowing to him, right? Some of the blissful sect's disciples who were patrolling the area were about to pay their respects to Ji Fan when they witnessed how Ji Fan had killed the blissful sect's disciples. That scene continuously shocked their eyes, causing them to tremble with fear. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Ji Fan appeared above the blissful sect's estate. I, Ji Fan, hereby announce that from today onward, I'm no longer a disciple of the blissful sect. Chapter 2901. I, Ji Fan, hereby announce that I'm leaving the blissful sect. I'm no longer an Arhat or a disciple of the blissful sect. Everyone in the blissful sect's estate was alerted by Ji Fan's voice. This was especially true for the disciples who had witnessed Ji Fan stepping out of the blissful sect. They looked at each other in confusion when they heard Ji Fan's announcement. They had no idea what was going on at all. When they saw the Arhat of the blissful sect killing a fellow disciple, they had a hunch that something was amiss. Now that they heard Ji Fan was leaving the blissful sect, they were dumbfounded. Who could tell them what was going on? What the hell was going on? What was the Arhat of the blissful sect doing? Who's that person? I think he came with the Arhat. I've never seen him before. I don't think he's a member of the blissful sect. Could it be that he has something to do with the Arhat's announcement? Soon after, the patrolling disciples from the blissful sect discovered Duan Ling Tian's presence. Duan Ling Tian stood there calmly without any expression on his face. However, when the blissful sect's disciples saw Duan Ling Tian's composure, they could not help but think he was a mysterious person. Ji Fan is back? Is he out of his mind? Does he know what he's saying? How dare he say he's leaving the blissful sect? What the hell is he doing? If sect leader hears this, he'll be so angry that he'll vomit blood, right? Ji Fan is behaving strangely. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't do such a thing. Could it be that he's being coerced? The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect came out of their cultivation chambers one after another when they heard Ji Fan's announcement. As they whispered and discussed, they looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes and faces. Is that really the Arhat's voice? I think so. He's back. The sect leader and the others have been waiting for him for a long time now. However, I'm afraid the sect leader and the others didn't expect him to announce his intention to leave the blissful sect as soon as he returned, right? I heard that the Arhat went out with Patriarch Lian. Patriarch Lian died outside, but the Arhat survived. He had no idea either. What the hell is going on? I feel that the Arhat is acting a little strange. Could it be that his abnormality has something to do with Patriarch Lian's death? Many disciples of the blissful sect whispered among themselves. They all felt that Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, was acting abnormally. The blissful sect was in an uproar because of Ji Fan's words. Ji Fan. A thunderous voice resounded in the blissful sect's estate, causing the eardrums of the members of the blissful sect to tremble. Not only was this voice as deafening as a thunderclap, any normal person would be able to hear the anger contained within it. It's the sect leader's voice. Most of the people in the blissful sect recognized the owner of the voice immediately. It was none other than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. It seems like the sect leader is very angry. How can he not be angry? The Arhat is his direct disciple, and yet, he publicly announced his intention to leave the blissful sect. If I were him, I would be furious no matter what the reason is. It's understandable for the sect leader to be angry. Naturally, most of the people in the blissful sect could understand Lu Xiankong's anger. Boom! Rumble! As soon as Lu Xiankong's thunderous voice resounded in the blissful sect's estate, a tall figure shot out of the blissful sect's estate at lightning speed. Moreover, due to the speed of the figure, wherever it passed, even space trembled. Rumbling sounds that sounded like mountains were collapsing and the earth cracked open resounded everywhere. He's Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect? If it was before, no matter how hard Duan Ling Tian tried, he would not have been able to see the sect leader of the blissful sect. After all, the sect leader of the blissful sect was a 9 palaces celestial duke. Although the sect leader of the blissful sect was slightly weaker than Lian, he was still a 9 palaces celestial duke. He was not someone ordinary celestial dukes could compare to. As Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, began to slow down. In the end, he looked like a crawling snail as he appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Lu Xiankong's speed had not slowed down. Duan Ling Tian had taken this matter seriously. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 10 directions celestial king. Even if a 9 palaces celestial duke moved at full speed, he would still be as slow as a snail in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. More people are coming. Duan Ling Tian saw Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Many people had gathered around the blissful sect's encampment, and they followed behind Lu Xiankong as they sped through the air toward Nyatian. After a while, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, was the first to arrive at Duan Ling Tian's location. Ji Fan, do you have any idea what you just said? After Lu Xiankong appeared, he looked at Ji Fan from afar and asked coldly with a dark expression, Master. When Ji Fan saw Lu Xiankong, he instinctively wanted to address Lu Xiankong as master, just like in the past. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he recalled that he had announced his departure from the blissful sect. When he thought about what would happen to the blissful sect, he could not help but feel bitter. Therefore, he kept his mouth shut. Facing Lu Xuankong's question, Ji Fan did not say a word. It was as if he had not heard Lu Xiankong at all. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. It did not take long for a group of people to appear behind Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, to arrive. These people were none other than the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Ji Fan, didn't you hear the sect leader's question? Ji Fan, have you grown a pair of wings after leaving the sect? Not only did you not bow to the sect leader, but you even dared to ignore the sect leader's words? Ji Fan, are you crazy? Did you just say that you're leaving the sect? Ji Fan, no matter how remorseful you are, I won't allow you to continue being the arhat of the blissful sect. That's right. The next sect leader of the blissful sect can't have such a stain on his record. As soon as the blissful sect's high-ranking members showed up, they began to lash out at Ji Fan, their faces filled with anger. Some of them even gnashed their teeth as they glared at Ji Fan. It was as though they could not wait to tear Ji Fan into pieces and swallow him alive. It had to be said that Ji Fan felt immense pressure when the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect began to reprimand him. However, when Ji Fan recalled the strength of the purple-clad young man standing behind him, he calmed down. The pressure from the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect was nothing compared to the pressure from the purple-clad young man. Master Duan, he's Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Instead of bowing to the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, Ji Fan turned to look at Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby, and pointed at Lu Xiankong. As for the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li Ping, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke, hasn't shown himself yet. Before the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect could react, Ji Fan continued to speak. Ji Fan, how dare you? As soon as Ji Fan finished speaking, Lu Xiankong flew into a rage. He glared at Ji Fan with unparalleled fury. Ji Fan, not only did you call your master by his name, but you even called the old ancestor by his name. This is disrespectful. Ji Fan, are you seeking death? Ji Fan, according to the sect's rules, you should be severely punished for disrespecting your elders. That's right, you must be severely punished. Don't think you'll be able to leave the sect just because you want to. You were groomed by the sect. You'll need the sect's permission to leave. After Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, regained their senses one after another. Their faces were flushed with anger, and it seemed as though they were on the verge of exploding at any moment. However, Ji Fan turned a deaf ear to Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Instead, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian respectfully and made an inviting gesture. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and slowly walked past Ji Fan to stand in front of him. At this moment, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, shifted their attention from Ji Fan to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, their divine consciousness shrouded Duan Lingtian, clearly trying to pry into Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian was not bothered by this. Although he could use his powerful divine consciousness to force the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect to retreat, he did not do so. He could not be bothered to waste his time. For this reason, although the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect could not pry into Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, they could still sense the faint aura of Duan Lingtian. This purple-clad young man is not even 100 years old. A purple-clad young man who's not even 100 years old? Moreover, Ji Fan addressed him as Master Duan. Could he be the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect? Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian. Upon confirming that the purple-clad young man was younger than 100 years old, a commotion broke out among the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. At the same time, they could vaguely guess the purple-clad young man's identity. Chapter 2902. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? So, he's the one who's not even 100 years old but is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? He's the target old ancestor Lian went to the wasteland to deal with? He's still alive? Moreover, he came to the blissful sect with Ji Fan? What's going on? Why did Ji-fan bring him back? The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect were in an uproar when they figured out Duan Lingtian's identity. Most of them were confused by Duan Lingtian's appearance in the blissful sect's estate. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had come with Ji-fan, the arhat of the blissful sect. You're Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect? Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. I heard from Ji-fan that all of you have decided to kill me, right? Duan Lingtian did not reply to Lu Xiankong's question. Instead, he asked indifferently, What are you talking about? Why are you here? My master was killed by your people? An ominous feeling rose in Lu Xiankong's heart when he saw Duan Lingtian and thought about Ji-fan's unusual behavior. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head and denied Lu Xiankong's question. No? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Xiankong looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Based on Duan Lingtian's gaze, he could tell Duan Lingtian was not lying. Lu Xiankong felt relieved when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Li En, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, overestimated himself and tried to kill Master Duan. In the end, he was killed by Master Duan instead. Ji-fan said. It was as though the blissful sect had turned against Duan Lingtian. As soon as Ji-fan finished speaking, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Even the disciples of the blissful sect who had rushed over to join in the fun were stunned when they heard Ji-fan's words. The people from the blissful sect looked at each other, speechless. In the end, an old monk wearing a silver kasaya standing behind Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, snapped out of his daze. He looked at Ji-fan and sneered. Ji-fan, do you really think we're 3-year-old kids? You're saying that this brat who's not even 100 years old killed Patriarch Lien? How laughable! Ridiculous! As he spoke, the old monk's face was filled with disbelief. Crazy. This Ji-fan is really crazy. When he announced that he's leaving the blissful sect, I thought that he's crazy. It seems like he's really out of his mind. I really don't know what happened to him. I can't believe he's spouting such nonsense. He's not even 100 years old. It's already good enough for him to become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could such a person kill Patriarch Lien? Only a fool would believe that. After a while, more and more people from the blissful sect regained their senses. However, when they regained their senses, they thought Ji-fan had lost his mind. I've lost my mind? Ji-fan sneered inwardly when he heard their words. However, he did not bother to explain himself. After all, he knew there was no way it would work. No matter how he explained, it was useless. Before this alchemist Duan in front of him made a move, his former fellow disciples would never believe that this alchemist Duan had the ability to kill Lien. I've gone against the blissful sect and cooperated with Duan Lingtian. I hope he'll spare my life after he destroys the blissful sect's foundation. Ji-fan prayed inwardly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian could easily kill him with just a thought. Shut up! When Duan Lingtian heard the disdainful words of the people from the blissful sect, he grew impatient and said coldly, Stop it! His voice was laced with celestial origin energy that shrouded the area within a radius of 1,000 meters, including the people from the blissful sect. Immediately, a terrifying sound wave spread out in the void. It was like a ripple that reverberated in the void within 1,000 meters. This was also because Duan Lingtian had intentionally limited the range of the sound waves to within a radius of 1,000 meters to ensure the destructive power of the sound waves. The next moment. Ah! Wah! PFFF. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a series of shrill cries and the sound of people throwing up blood reverberated in the air again. The voices belonged to none other than the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. As for the disciples of the blissful sect, they began to bleed from the 7 orifices on their faces. Soon after, their corpses fell from the sky like rain. Dead. All dead. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, scanned the area with their divine consciousness and discovered the disciples of the blissful sect were all dead. Some of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, but none of them survived. At this moment, only the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect who were at least celestial dukes survived. Many of the high-ranking officials with weaker cultivation bases had their eardrums ruptured, and some of them were bleeding from the 7 orifices on their faces. However, their injuries were not fatal. With just a single shout, the blissful sect's disciples who had come to watch the show were all killed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this moment, the expressions of the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect changed drastically. When he looked at Duan Tian again, his eyes were filled with fear and dread. Even Lu Xiankong, a 9 palaces celestial duke, looked at Duan Tian with a hint of fear in his eyes. Although Lu Xiankong was capable of creating such a powerful sound wave as well, he was not confident in his ability to do so. However, even if he could create such a powerful sound wave, he knew he would not be able to do it as easily as Duan Tian had done. He's definitely stronger than me. In fact, even an ordinary 10 directions celestial duke might not be as strong as him. Is it possible that he's already a quasi-celestial king? At this moment, a few thoughts flashed in Lu Xiankong's mind. He even speculated that Duan Tian was a quasi-celestial king. It seems like he's the one who killed Master. After witnessing Duan Tian's strength, even Lu Xiankong was no longer dismissive of Ji Fan's words. Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials from the blissful sect were looking at Duan Tian with a fearful expression on their faces. The atmosphere was tense. Boom! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering explosions reverberated through the blissful sect's estate, causing it to shake violently again. What's going on? What's going on now? In the blissful sect's estate, the disciples who were lucky enough to survive, because they did not join Duan Tian's battle, were shocked by the commotion in the blissful sect's estate. Boom! Rumble! Unlike the commotion caused by the death of Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, this time, the commotion lasted for a long time. It even attracted the attention of Duan Tian and the others. This commotion, Duan Tian shifted his gaze to the depths of the blissful sect's estate as he extended his divine consciousness to cover the area. Interesting. After a while, a faint smile appeared on Duan Tian's face. It was as though he had discovered something interesting. Boom! Rumble! The tremors in the blissful sect's estate lasted for a full 15 minutes before it finally stopped. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Soon after, a burst of hearty laughter rang out from the depths of the blissful sect's estate. I, Li Ping, have finally broken through and become a celestial king. Then, a loud and old voice rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, everyone in the blissful sect's estate heard it. A deathly silence descended upon the blissful sect's estate. A few moments later, the silence in the blissful sect's estate was replaced by an uproar. Did I hear wrongly? Old Ancestor Li Ping said he broke through to the immortal king level? Old Ancestor Li Ping has become an immortal king. The blissful sect hasn't had an immortal king for 10,000 years, right? This was the first time in 10,000 years that a celestial king had appeared in the blissful sect. Uncle Master, he broke through and became an immortal king? On the other hand, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who had initially thought Duan Tian was a quasi-celestial king, was shocked when he heard Duan Tian's words. Previously, he was still thinking, if Duan Tian was truly a quasi-celestial king, even his senior uncle, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, might not be able to defeat him. In fact, he might not even be a match for his opponent. Currently, his senior uncle had just broken through and become a celestial king. This caused him to feel a wave of excitement, and the haze in his heart was swept away. Fan is back? A few moments later, a powerful divine consciousness swept out and shrouded the entire blissful sect's estate. Then, the old voice rang in the air again. It was obvious that the owner of the voice had also discovered Ji Fan. Master Duan, the voice belongs to the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li Ping. Ji Fan said to Duan Tian at this moment. A hint of panic and dread could be seen in his eyes as he said, He seems to have broken through and become a celestial king. Upon hearing this, Ji Fan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. He was very afraid to see fear in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, because that would also mean that Duan Ling Tian was extremely fearful. This meant that Duan Ling Tian was not confident he could defeat Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king. Chapter 2903. Ji Fan stared at Duan Ling Tian intently. He could not wait to see how Duan Ling Tian would react after Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had become a celestial king. At this moment, Ji Fan was extremely nervous. If Duan Ling Tian was no match for Li Ping, who had become a celestial king, Ji Fan would lose a layer of skin, even if he managed to survive this ordeal. Moreover, he would be ruining his own future, making it impossible for him to become the next sect leader of the blissful sect. Celestial king? Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged when he heard Ji Fan's words. He looked in the direction where Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had spoken. A faint smile appeared on his face. Ji Fan could sense Duan Ling Tian's confidence when he saw how calm Duan Ling Tian was. He sighed in relief inwardly. Based on the current situation, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was not worried at all. It seemed like Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of Li Ping, who had just become a celestial king. What's going on? Why are there so many casualties? A loud voice rang in the air again. It was clear the person had noticed the deaths of the blissful sect's disciples. He's here. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. An old monk appeared in Lu Xuankong's line of sight. His speed was much faster than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Before today, he was only a 10 directions celestial duke. Now he's a 1 basic celestial king. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when he saw the old monk's speed. After all, he knew the old monk was Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Li Ping was the strongest person in the blissful sect. In the past, Li Ping was only considered the strongest person in the blissful sect since nobody knew if there were any quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions. However, now that Li Ping had become a celestial king, he was the strongest person in the blissful sect. Even if the blissful sect had quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions, they were still weaker than Li Ping. Perhaps they were also celestial kings in the past. However, after staying in the borderlands for so long, they were affected by the formations in the borderlands and the central area. For this reason, their cultivation base had regressed to that of a 10 directions celestial duke. At that time, a celestial king was a celestial duke, a true celestial king. For this reason, Li Ping's celestial king was a quasi-celestial king hidden in the blissful sect. Swoosh! Senior uncle, congratulations for becoming a celestial king. As soon as Lu Xiankong saw the newcomer, he immediately congratulated the newcomer for breaking through and becoming a celestial king. Congratulations, old ancestor. Congratulations, old ancestor. As soon as Lu Xiankong finished speaking, the high-ranking members of the blissful sect regained their senses and congratulated Li Ping, who seemed to have appeared out of thin air. However, Li Ping ignored Lu Xiankong and the others' congratulatory words. He glanced at the corpses on the ground and said, "These are the disciples of the blissful sect? Moreover, they were all killed by the sound waves." Li Ping was a celestial king now. Even before his breakthrough, he could easily discover the cause of death when he scanned the bodies of the blissful sect's disciples with his divine consciousness. Who can tell me what is going on? Li Ping muttered to himself in a high-pitched voice. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect shuddered in fear when they heard Li Ping's words. As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, he noticed Ji Fan and Duan Ling Tian standing in front of him. Li Ping was about to speak to Ji Fan when a voice rang in the air. "Old ancestor!" An elder from the blissful sect standing behind Lu Xiankong cried out in grief. Then he pointed at Ji Fan and said angrily, "That's Ji Fan. He brought an outsider into the blissful sect and publicly announced that he's leaving the sect. Those disciples who were killed by the sound waves were killed by the outsiders Ji Fan brought with him." Then he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of Jifan. What? Li Ping's expression changed drastically when he heard the elder's words. At this moment, a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It was the aura of a celestial king, the sect leader of the blissful sect, Lu Xiankong, and the other high-ranking officials from the blissful sect felt their hearts palpitating. That's the celestial origin energy of a celestial king? The celestial origin energy of a celestial king is too powerful. The high-ranking members of the blissful sect looked at each other in dismay. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. Although they were all celestial dukes, they could still feel the threat of death when they sensed the aura of a celestial king's celestial origin energy. On the other hand, Jifan, whose cultivation base was weaker than Duan Lingtian's, was not affected by the aura at all since he was standing behind Duan Lingtian. Li Ping glanced at Jifan coldly, causing Jifan's face to turn pale with fright. Then he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His soul that had just entered the realm of a one basic celestial king sent out a powerful divine consciousness that shrouded Duan Lingtian's body. Not even 100 years old. Based on the aura of Duan Lingtian's flesh and blood, Li Ping was certain that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. He tried to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, but to no avail. You said he's the one who killed the disciples of the blissful sect with the sound waves? Li Ping turned to look at the elder from the blissful sect and said coldly. He's not even 100 years old, and yet, he killed so many disciples of the blissful sect in front of all of you. Do you think all of you can just stand there and do nothing? Li Ping's tone turned colder and colder as he spoke. The elder from the blissful sect was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat as the corners of his lips twitched uncontrollably. He was so frightened that he remained silent for a long time. Senior uncle. At this moment, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, spoke in a grave tone. Although he's not even 100 years old, he's stronger than me. He's at least a 10 directions celestial duke. In fact, he might even be a quasi-celestial king. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. A 10 directions celestial duke? A quasi-celestial king? Li Ping was taken aback by Lu Xiankong's words. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically. Him? I, Li Ping, can kill this brat who is not even 100 years old with a flip of my hand. Li Ping sneered as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and gathered in his right hand. Boom! In the next moment, Li Ping's celestial origin energy surged out of his right hand as he pushed it toward Duan Lingtian. The palm seal was like a small mountain as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 When the palm seal passed by a celestial king, it was as though thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping toward Duan Lingtian. The sound of explosions reverberated in the air. Just as Li Ping's right hand was about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, Duan Lingtian was stunned. In the blink of an eye, at this critical moment, Immobilization King, a layer of golden light rose from the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into the silhouette of a golden Buddha that shrouded him completely. In the next moment, boom! Rumble! A deafening explosion rang in the air as Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, struck the silhouette of the golden Buddha that had risen from Duan Lingtian's body. The terrifying force caused the silhouette of the golden Buddha to tremble. However, the silhouette of the golden Buddha remained standing even after the energy from the palm seal was depleted. It looked like a guardian deity who was loyal to Duan Lingtian. Immobilization King? Who are you? How do you know the blissful sect's celestial method? Although it was only a casual attack, Li Ping was still shocked that the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old was able to block his attack. However, there was another thing that caught his attention. The purple-clad young man's celestial method was none other than the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King. Moreover, looking at the immovable Wisdom King that the other party used, it was obvious that he had comprehended this immortal technique to the extreme and had completely mastered it. Senior Uncle. Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, reminded Li Ping. He's the one who won the Immobilization King Celestial Method during the Alchemy Conference. He's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian. Also, I suspect that, Master, he was most likely the one who killed him. Lu Xiankong's tone grew heavier as he spoke. What? He's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect? That brat who's not even 100 years old but is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? Didn't you say he's just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Although Li Ping did not attend the previous alchemy conference after Lian's death, he found out quite a bit about the alchemy conference. Among them, he knew about the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Chapter 2904. Lu Xiankong smiled wryly when he heard Li Ping's question. The high-ranking officials behind him could not help but smile wryly as well. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? This was the first thought that appeared in the minds of Lu Xiankong and the others. Naturally, they did not dare to voice their thoughts out loud. Senior uncle. Lu Xiankong smiled wryly and said, I didn't attend the alchemy conference. Master was the one who told me that Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, is only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That's right, old ancestor. The high-ranking officials from the blissful sect chimed in as soon as Lu Xiankong finished speaking. Old ancestor Lian was the one who told us that. That's right. We haven't seen Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, so we can't be certain of his cultivation base. Old ancestor. Li Ping's expression darkened when he heard the words of the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect. He said angrily, Based on what you're saying, my dead brother and should be held responsible for this matter? You won't even let a dead person off the hook? In the end, Li Ping's tone became incomparably cold. At the same time, Lu Xiankong and the others did not dare to say a word. When Li Ping saw that Lu Xiankong and the others had stopped talking, he turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly before he said coldly, If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it if someone who's not even 100 years old could withstand my attack after I've broken through and become a celestial king. Since you're able to withstand my attack so easily, you're at least a 10 directions celestial duke. In fact, you might even be a quasi-celestial king, right? As he spoke, Li Ping's words were clearly meant to test Duan Lingtian. A quasi-celestial king? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as a faint smile appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian's indifferent and casual appearance fell into Li Ping's eyes. For a moment, Li Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he became incomparably fearful. This Duan Lingtian. Even though he knows that I've already broken through and become an immortal king, he's still so fearless? Li Ping was definitely the oldest person in the blissful sect. It was precisely because he had lived for so long and seen so much that he thought more. In his opinion, there were only 2 reasons why this purple-clothed young man could be so fearless at this time. The first reason was that he was deliberately mystifying. He wanted to use this kind of calm and indifferent attitude to make others fear him and not dare to rashly make a move against him. The second reason was that he had a powerful background, and he was not worried that the blissful sect would dare to touch him. The former was still fine. If it was the latter, the blissful sect would be annihilated even if he managed to kill the other party. Duan Lingtian. After thinking for a while, Li Ping took a deep breath, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, My brother and... Was it you who killed him? Brother and... Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Li Ping's words. It's Lian. He's my cousin. Li Ping said in a deep voice. Lian? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then, he said indifferently, You're talking about him? That's right. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. However, it seems like he's not the only one who wants to kill me. Many people in the blissful sect want to kill me as well. Duan Lingtian glanced at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, before a sneer appeared on his face. That's why I'm in the blissful sect right now. I have a very bad habit, he said with a smile. Generally speaking, I don't want to let those who want to kill me live. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, His voice that was originally calm suddenly became louder. A pair of calm eyes suddenly shot out bursts of cold killing intent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Li Ping's expression changed drastically. The expressions of the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect changed drastically as well. After all, they knew Duan Lingtian was referring to them. Before Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, brought Jifan to the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland to kill Duan Lingtian. They had a meeting. At that time, they had unanimously agreed to kill Duan Lingtian. At that time, they had made the decision to kill Duan Lingtian because they knew Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background. But from the looks of it now, even if the other party didn't have any status or background, the decision they made in that meeting was extremely wrong. After all, Duan Lingtian was a 10 Directions celestial duke or a quasi-celestial king. Such a powerhouse was not someone the blissful sect could afford to offend. Fortunately, old ancestor Li Ping has successfully become a celestial king. Otherwise, he might not be a match for Duan Lingtian. God bless the blissful sect. If old ancestor Li Ping hadn't become a celestial king, the blissful sect would have been annihilated today. A quasi-celestial king won't care if we have a quasi-celestial king in the 6 southeastern regions. With old ancestor Li Ping's current strength, it won't be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect sighed in relief when they thought about Li Ping's current strength. At the same time, they were relieved that Li Ping had made a breakthrough at such a critical moment. They could only hope that Li Ping would kill Duan Lingtian. However, Li Ping had no intention of killing Duan Lingtian for the time being. In other words, he was still cautious. Duan Lingtian. Li Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Since you've killed my brother and why don't we put an end to this matter? I won't make a move against you anymore." Although Li Ping felt Duan Lingtian was only bluffing, he did not dare to take the risk. After all, if he lost, the blissful sect would be annihilated. Put an end to this matter? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback by Li Ping's words. However, he could not help but chuckle when he heard Li Ping's words. "I heard from Jifan that you didn't participate in the meeting that decided to kill me. Therefore, I won't kill you today, but I won't let any of them live." Duan Lingtian turned to look at Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Based on Jifan's words, these people had participated in the meeting that decided to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, our old ancestor, has already broken through and become a celestial king. He's being merciful by not killing you. If you continue to blabber on, our old ancestor will turn you into ashes. An elder from the blissful sect said coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. "That's right. If you want to kill us, you'll have to go through our old ancestor first." Another elder from the blissful sect chimed in. Although Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect remained silent, based on their expressions, it was clear they viewed Li Ping as their savior. Moreover, they were confident Li Ping would be able to protect them with his current strength. "It seems like all of you really view Li Ping as your savior." Duan Lingtian smiled brightly when he heard Li Ping's words. Li Ping's heart skipped a beat when he saw Duan Lingtian's bright smile. He was even more wary of Duan Lingtian now. Duan Lingtian, they're the pillars of the blissful sect. If you kill them, the blissful sect will be annihilated. Li Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Naturally, the blissful sect is at fault. As long as you don't kill them, the blissful sect is willing to compensate you. As long as it's within our means, we'll compensate you." Based on Li Ping's words, it was clear he was willing to compromise. Naturally, there were two prerequisites. Duan Lingtian would not kill Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. After Li Ping had become a celestial king, he had planned to leave the borderlands and the 6 southeastern regions for the central area. In fact, he had already made up his mind before he had broken through. For this reason, he knew he couldn't stay in the blissful sect forever, and he didn't plan to stay here forever. After all, if he stayed, not only would his cultivation base decline to that of a celestial duke, but he would also become a quasi-celestial king. Moreover, even if he went to the central area, it would be difficult for him to make any further progress. If Duan Lingtian killed Lu Shenkong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, it would be equivalent to annihilating the blissful sect. Li Ping did not want to see that happen. Old ancestor. Old ancestor. As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, apart from Lu Shenkong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who seemed to have figured out Li Ping's concerns, the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect were puzzled. They wanted Li Ping to kill Duan Lingtian immediately. Everyone, haven't you thought about how Duan Lingtian is so calm and fearless in the face of the old ancestor who has become a celestial king? Is it true that he has no background? He's a quasi-celestial king and a 10 directions celestial duke who's not even 100 years old. Does he really not have a powerful background? The old ancestor must be worried that killing Duan Lingtian would bring disaster to the blissful sect. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect fell silent when they heard Lu Shenkong's voice transmission. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed like they had no other choice. After all, it was too risky to kill Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Li Ping's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, I came here today to kill them. Apart from that, I won't accept any compensation from the blissful sect. Li Ping, you can just stand by and watch. Chapter 2905. Li Ping, why don't you just stand by and watch? If you interfere, Duan Lingtian, don't mind killing one more person. When Duan Lingtian's voice entered the ears of the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect, it was as though a gust of cold wind had blown past them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Fear rose in the hearts of the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect when they heard Li Ping's words. This was because the fact that Duan Lingtian dared to say such words at this moment proved that he had his own confidence. Although it was possible that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying them, they still felt slightly uneasy in their hearts before they were 100% certain that he was deliberately mystifying them. You, Duan Lingtian, don't mind killing one more person? Li Ping sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, the reason I'm willing to compromise is because I'm giving face to the force behind you. I'm not afraid of you at all. A hint of disdain could be heard in his voice as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Is that so? Duan Lingtian asked calmly. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Li Ping. No matter what, I can't just watch you kill them. If you want to kill them, you'll have to get past me first. Li Ping said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of his body. The high-ranking officials from the blissful sect shuddered in fear when they saw Li Ping's aura. Even the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect felt pressured when they sensed Li Ping's aura. Only Lu Shenkong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who was the strongest among the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect, fared better. Boom! 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 At this moment, Li Ping's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. His terrifying aura caused the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect to shudder in fear. Even the people in the blissful sect's estate could sense his aura. What a powerful aura! This aura is Patriarch Li Ping's. This is the aura of an immortal king expert. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the blissful sect's estate. Soon after, many of the blissful sect's disciples flew into the air and approached the area. However, even if they approached, they only dared to watch from afar. That is, what's going on? Why did so many people die? Isn't that senior brother Huang Bin? He's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How did he die here? As the group of blissful sect's disciples approached the scene, many of them discovered the corpses that littered the ground. They were the corpses of the blissful sect's disciples. They don't have any external wounds on their bodies, but almost all of them have blood stains on their 7 orifices. There are no external wounds, but blood is flowing out of his orifices. This doesn't seem like a soul attack. Rather, it seems more like a sound wave attack. Oh my God! Just a sound wave attack was enough to kill these senior brothers. What kind of powerful existence is the one who launched the sound wave attack? That kind of existence should be at least on the same level as Lord Sect Leader, right? A commotion broke out among the blissful sect's disciples when they saw the corpses littering the ground. However, after looking at the corpses for a while, They shifted their attention to the group of people standing in front of them. It's Lord Sect Leader. The elders are here as well. Is that old ancestor Li Ping? I think so. Based on the situation, it seems like old ancestor Li Ping is very wary of the purple-clad young man standing in front of him. Isn't the purple-clad young man standing next to the Arhat? Earlier, the Arhat announced that he's leaving the blissful sect. Is it possible that he's planning to join the purple-clad young man? Since the old ancestor, who has become a celestial king, is so wary of the purple-clad young man, this purple-clad young man isn't simple. Those senior brothers must have been killed by his sound wave attack. At this moment, the blissful sect's disciples shifted their gazes to Duan Ling Tian. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes when they looked at him. After all, the masters of the corpses were much stronger than them. However, all of them were dead now. Many of the blissful sect's disciples instinctively retreated, afraid that the purple-clad young man would unleash another sound wave attack. It seems like the sect leader and the others have arrived a long time ago, but the old ancestor has just arrived. The sect leader and the others didn't make a move before the old ancestor arrived. The sect leader and the others didn't make a move even though so many of their disciples were killed. It seems like the purple-clad young man is very strong. Even the sect leader doesn't dare to make a move against him. Who's that purple-clad young man? Could he be a 10 Directions Celestial Duke? I've never heard of such a young 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the 6 southeastern regions before. Who's he? Since the old ancestor has decided to make a move, I'm sure he'll be severely injured even if he doesn't die. That's only natural. The old ancestor is no longer the same as before. He's now a celestial king. The blissful sect's disciples whispered among themselves as they speculated among themselves. They were certain the purple-clad young man was strong. Otherwise, the sect leader of the blissful sect and the others wouldn't have stood idly by as the purple-clad young man killed so many disciples of the blissful sect. Although they knew the purple-clad young man was stronger than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, they were confident in their old ancestor Li Ping. After all, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had become a powerful celestial king. In the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands, celestial kings had always been considered invincible. It seems like you're still trying to stop me? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw Li Ping's celestial origin energy surging out of his body. It was as though Li Ping had transformed into a god of war. As soon as Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This flash of cold light was coincidentally caught by Li Ping. For a moment, Li Ping could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Is he not just a 10 Directions Celestial Duke or a quasi-celestial king? As the chill rose in his heart, Li Ping's mind suddenly, without any reason, came up with such a thought. Took a long time for the thought to surface in his mind. Since you've chosen to stop me, I'll let you die with them. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, an even more terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Li Ping's expression changed drastically when he sensed the terrifying aura from Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, were horrified when they sensed the aura of Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy. In fact, in the depths of their eyes, there was even a hint of despair. At this moment, they could clearly feel the gap between Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy and Li Ping's celestial origin energy. The gap between their celestial origin energy and Li Ping's celestial origin energy was not just a few stages apart. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Boom! Rumble! Before the disciples of the blissful sect could react, a purple energy surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body and shot toward Li Ping. Swoosh! After all, Li Ping had used his celestial origin energy first. As soon as Duan Ling Tian made his move, Li Ping unleashed his celestial origin energy. The silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared around him to protect him. In addition, one could also see a thick and translucent giant bell within the golden Buddha silhouette, enveloping his entire body. Immobilization King Art. Profound bell defense. Upon seeing this, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the Blissful Sect, realized what Li Ping was doing. Li Ping had cast the Blissful Sect's triple trait Duke Grade Celestial Method, the Immobilization King Art, and the Profound Bell Defense, the Blissful Sect's triple trait Duke Grade Celestial Ability. Whether it was the Immovable Wisdom King or the Profound Bell Defense, in terms of defensive abilities, they were top-notch among the Duke Grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities. Now, when they saw Li Ping execute the Immobilization King Method and the Profound Bell Defense, they subconsciously believed in these two methods, and they subconsciously hoped that Li Ping would be able to block Duan Tian's attack. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten about the difference between Duan Tian's celestial origin energy and Li Ping's celestial origin energy. It's too fast. It's impossible to record Master Duan's attack. As soon as Duan Tian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body, Ji Fan took out a floating image pearl that was a Duke-grade celestial weapon. However, he soon discovered it was impossible for a floating image pearl of this grade to record Duan Tian's attack. Fortunately, Li Ping doesn't intend to run away. At least, we'll be able to record him defending against Master Duan's attack. I wonder if Master Duan's attack will be able to break through Li Ping's defense. With Li Ping's current defense, even an ordinary two-form Celestial King won't be able to break through it without mastering a celestial method or divine ability. Ji Fan's heart was filled with anticipation as he used the floating image pearl to record the scene before him. After all, the aura of Duan Tian's celestial origin energy had completely avoided Ji Fan's detection. Moreover, Ji Fan was standing behind Duan Tian, so he could not detect Li Ping's celestial origin energy. Chapter 2906. As soon as these thoughts appeared in Ji Fan's mind, boom, rumble. In just a blink of an eye, the purple energy from Duan Tian's celestial origin energy collided with the golden Buddha silhouette that had emerged from Ji Fan's body like a torrential flood. In the next moment, bang! At the same time, the high-ranking members of the Blissful Sect heard a loud bang. Then, they clearly saw the scene before them. The golden Buddha silhouettes around Li Ping, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, could not withstand Duan Tian's purple energy at all. As soon as they came into contact with the purple energy, the golden Buddha silhouettes shattered instantly. No! When the golden Buddha's silhouette was destroyed by Duan Tian's powerful force, Li Ping let out a cry of unwillingness. At the same time, a small bell appeared in his hand. As soon as he infused it with his celestial origin energy, it shone brightly. In the next moment, Duan Tian could clearly see Li Ping's appearance. The small bell in Li Ping's hand, after being infused with his celestial core power, extended a series of complicated and obscure translucent runes in a timely manner. These runes merged with the silhouette of the huge bell that was shrouded in Li Ping's hand. In just a blink of an eye, runes began to appear on the smooth surface of the huge bell. These runes were none other than the small bell in Li Ping's hand. After leaving the small bell, the runes merged with the silhouette of the huge bell. A king-grade celestial weapon? Duan Tian speculated that the small bell in Li Ping's hand was a king-grade celestial weapon. The Blissful Sect has two king-grade celestial weapons. One of them is in the possession of the 10 Directions Celestial Duke, while the other is in the possession of the sect leader of the Blissful Sect. Up until now, Duan Tian still remembered the words of the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. For this reason, the other old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, Lian, did not possess a king-grade celestial weapon. Although Duan Tian had killed him, he did not obtain a king-grade celestial weapon. Boom! Rumble! As soon as the mysterious runes were added to the huge bell, the purple energy from Duan Tian's attack, the purple energy from Duan Tian's divine ability, landed on the huge bell's silhouette. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of loud noises, the phantom of the huge bell shook. One could clearly see with the naked eye that the obscure runes on the phantom of the huge bell were fading at an extremely fast speed. Some of the runes faded for a while before completely disappearing. I didn't expect your divine ability to have such a strong defense after using a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Tian was surprised that Li Ping was able to give his divine ability such a strong defense. One must know that Li Ping's immovable Wisdom King, in the blink of an eye, was defeated by his attack. Although Duan Ling Tian did not use his full strength, he was still able to defeat Lin. Although the power of his slap on the giant bell shadow outside Li Ping's body was somewhat offset by Li Ping's immortal technique Immovable Wisdom King, it was not much weaker than before. If Li Ping's body still had a layer of the golden Buddha shadow transformed by the Akalanatha, this power, at most, would only need to spend half a breath or a breath's time to completely destroy him. But now, the giant bell shadow on Li Ping's body lasted for a few breaths of time. Based on the situation, Duan Ling Tian would only be able to defeat the silhouette and kill Li Ping after the runes on the bell's silhouette disappeared. Duan Ling Tian, I admit defeat. Duan Ling Tian, from today onward, I'm no longer the old ancestor of the blissful sect. I'm no longer a member of the blissful sect. I have nothing to do with the blissful sect. Let me go. Let me go. Li Ping's panicked voice rang in the air. Based on his words, it was clear he was willing to give up the blissful sect for his own life. After all, human nature was pragmatic. In the past, Li Ping might have done his best for the blissful sect. However, now that he was on the brink of death, he had made up his mind to give up his life. In particular, Li Ping had successfully broken through to the Celestial King stage. After leaving the borderlands and heading to the central area, he would have a bright future ahead of him. But once he died here, there would be nothing left. Everything would vanish into thin air. Moreover, if he died, the blissful sect's high-ranking officials would not be able to live as well. The blissful sect would be destroyed as well. At that time, no one would be able to praise him for sacrificing himself for the blissful sect. After thinking through all these, Li Ping still felt that his life was more important than anything else. It's too late. Hearing Li Ping's words that were filled with terror, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained calm, his gaze cold, and his tone indifferent. Bang! At the same time, the runes on Li Ping's gigantic bell disappeared. The gigantic bell that had lost its runes was completely destroyed by Duan Ling Tian's attack in just half a breath's time. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. After Li Ping's 2 layers of defense were destroyed, Duan Ling Tian's attack devoured Li Ping like a ferocious beast. Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, was a one basic celestial king. At this moment, Li Ping was dead. Moreover, when Duan Ling Tian's attack devoured Li Ping, the purple energy caused the space where Li Ping was standing to tremble. The sound of explosions rang in the air as though it would never stop. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At the same time, a strong gust of wind blew against the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, forcing some of the elders with weaker cultivation bases to retreat. Their faces turned pale from the gust of wind. Although the blissful sect's disciples were further away from the battle, most of them were sent flying by the strong wind due to their weaker cultivation bases. Some of them were even injured by the strong wind. In a battle between powerhouses, those with weaker cultivations within a certain radius were destined to be caught in the crossfire. This was unavoidable. Disperse. With just a thought from Duan Ling Tian, the purple energy that was still wreaking havoc in the air dissipated. It was as though the purple energy had never appeared in the first place. At the same time, the tension in the air eased a little. Return. When Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, a spatial ring and an exquisite little bell in the distant sky were pulled over by his energy. As expected, it's a king-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Duan Ling Tian held the small bell, he was certain it was a king-grade celestial weapon. Not bad. On top of that, it can be used together with the blissful sect's defensive divine ability to boost its prowess. It should be able to be used with other defensive divine abilities as well. For example, my East Rising Purple Chi. With this thought in mind, purple energy began to surge out of Duan Ling Tian's body. In just a blink of an eye, the purple energy formed a purple light shield around Duan Ling Tian's body and enveloped him completely. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian tried to use the exquisite little bell in his hand. Inscriptions extended from the little bell and merged with the purple light shield, causing many clearly visible inscriptions to appear on the purple light shield. I wonder if this king-grade celestial weapon can strengthen the defense of a celestial method? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian cast the celestial method he had won from the blissful sect, the immobilization king method. The silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared around Duan Lingtian, shrouding the purple light shield as well. In the next moment, with just a thought in his mind, the rune that extended from the exquisite little bell in his hand instantly passed through the purple light shield and merged with the golden Buddha silhouette. Yes, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as soon as he saw this. Duan Lingtian could clearly see inscriptions on the silhouette of the golden Buddha. Apart from that, he could clearly sense the defensive strength of the silhouette of the golden Buddha was much stronger than before. It seems like this is a defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the small bell in his hand. Ever since Duan Lingtian had arrived in the spirit overarching heaven, he had studied the celestial weapons in the Devata realms. He knew the celestial weapons in the Devata realms were divided into several categories. Among them, defensive celestial weapons were most useful in enhancing one's defense. For example, the small bell in his hand was a perfect example. While Duan Lingtian was experimenting with the king-grade celestial weapon, the exquisite little bell, the high-ranking officials and ordinary disciples of the blissful sect did not even dare to move their bodies. All of them were looking at Duan Lingtian anxiously. At this moment, they were deeply afraid their actions would attract Duan Lingtian's attention and bring about a fatal disaster to themselves. After all, even the strongest old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li Ping, had been killed by Duan Lingtian. If this had happened before Li Ping had become a celestial king, they would not have feared Duan Lingtian would annihilate the blissful sect even if Duan Lingtian had killed Li Ping. After all, it was highly likely that the blissful sect still had quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions. However, now that Li Ping, who had become a celestial king, was dead, they knew the purple-clad young man would not be afraid of the quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions, because the strength of those quasi-immortal kings was even inferior to Li Ping who had just died. Chapter 2907. Who is he? Just now, the old ancestor called him Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. Why does this name sound so familiar? Duan Lingtian? Isn't he the chief celestial alchemist of the Wasteland's Tai celestial sect who became famous during the alchemy conference? That's right, it's him. The chief celestial alchemist of the Wasteland's Tai celestial sect is also called Duan Lingtian. No wonder his name sounds familiar. Is Duan Lingtian the same as Duan Lingtian? You're thinking too much. Put aside the fact that the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect is not even 100 years old. He's an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist who's widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Even if he's not a celestial alchemist, it's impossible for him to be so strong when he's not even 100 years old. That's right. Duan Lingtian is at least a celestial king. Moreover, he's not an ordinary celestial king. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill old ancestor Li Ping so easily. Old ancestor Li Ping even used the 10,000 talismans bell, one of the 2 sect-guarding celestial weapons of the blissful sect. Even then, he still couldn't block Duan Lingtian's attack. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is at least a 3-talent celestial king. I agree. After all, Duan Lingtian didn't even use a celestial weapon when he attacked. In the distance, a group of blissful sect's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of fear in their eyes. Why did he come to the blissful sect? He won't attack us, right? If he attacks us, we'll definitely die. Someone like him won't bother to attack us, right? Since the disciples of the blissful sect did not know the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit, they were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, they knew Duan Lingtian's strength was not to be trifled with. If Duan Lingtian wanted to attack them, even the sect leader of the blissful sect would not be able to protect them. After all, even their old ancestor who had just become a celestial king had been killed by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was the blissful sect of the blissful sect. If Duan Duan Ling Tian, Duan 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 Celestial, Duan Duan Ling Tian now, it's time to settle the score between us. Duan Ling Tian ignored the disciples of the blissful sect. Instead, he looked at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, led by Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, their expressions changed drastically. Duan Lingtian, the reason old ancestor Lian went to the Tai Celestial sect to kill you in the wasteland has nothing to do with us or the blissful sect. Please don't misunderstand. An elder from the blissful sect who was standing behind Lu Xiankong said to Duan Lingtian anxiously. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect nodded in agreement. Although they had agreed to kill Duan Lingtian, they had no choice but to admit it. At this moment, they could not admit to it. If they did, they would definitely die. Even Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect who had become a celestial king, had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. With how easy it was for Duan Lingtian to kill Li Ping, it was impossible for them to even have the chance to escape. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he could easily kill all of them before they could escape. That's right. After a while, another elder of the blissful sect stepped forward and said, Master Duan, we have nothing to do with Lian going to the Tai Celestial sect to kill you. He's just trying to seek revenge on you for being too arrogant during the alchemy conference. In the past, he didn't dare to make a move on you for fear that you might be from a powerful clan in the central area. However, after he returned to the blissful sect, he used the sect's intelligence network to investigate you. After confirming that you're not from a powerful clan in the central area, he immediately brought Ji-Fan to kill you. After the elder finished speaking, he looked at Ji-Fan who was standing behind Duan Lingtian coldly and said, You're right. As for Ji-Fan, he's the one who instigated Lian to kill you, Master Duan. He said that we're only trying to shirk responsibility and protect ourselves by holding a meeting to kill you. The elder of the blissful sect looked at Duan Lingtian sincerely, as though he was trying to gain Duan Lingtian's trust. Nonsense! As soon as the elder of the blissful sect finished speaking, Ji-Fan, who had just put the floating image pearl away, looked like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. He glared at the elder of the blissful sect and said coldly, What are you talking about? Elder Yuan, you're spouting nonsense. I admit that I participated in the meeting to kill Master Duan. In fact, I even declared that I wanted to kill Master Duan. However, if you say that I'm the main culprit and want to clear your name, I won't accept it. I won't take the blame for this. It's not my fault, so don't try to make me the scapegoat. When Ji-Fan reached the end of his sentence, his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, emitting waves of coldness. Ji-Fan, you're the culprit, and yet you're trying to drag us down with you. We didn't offend you in the past, did we? Ji-Fan, you and old ancestor Lian were the ones who insisted on killing Master Duan. What does it have to do with us? Ji-Fan, don't think you can fool Master Duan. With Master Duan's intelligence, how could he not see that you and old ancestor Lian were the ones who insisted on killing Master Duan? Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, remained silent. However, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect pointed at Ji-Fan and shouted. Based on their words, it was obvious they were trying to shift the blame to Ji-Fan. Master Duan? The elders called Duan Lingtian Master Duan. Moreover, the elders mentioned that Master Duan is from the Tai Celestial sect of the Wasteland. Is he really Master Duan from the Tai Celestial sect of the Wasteland? That's impossible, right? Master Duan isn't even 100 years old, right? It's already amazing that he has such achievements in alchemy even though he's not even 100 years old. Moreover, he's also a celestial king? Is this a joke? The disciples of the blissful sect who were watching from afar were stunned when they heard the elders of the blissful sect addressing Duan Lingtian and mentioning Duan Lingtian's background. As far as they knew, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Master Duan of the Tai Celestial sect in the Wasteland was indeed called Duan Lingtian. He was an outstanding, prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old. After the alchemy conference, he was widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Apart from that, they did not know much about Duan Lingtian from the Tai celestial sect of the Wasteland. I don't think that's possible. If he's really Master Duan, it's too unbelievable, right? That's right. He's not even 100 years old, but he's not only an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist, but he's also a celestial king? Is it even possible for such a monster to exist in this world? I think it's impossible as well. How can there be such a coincidence? Earlier, the elders mentioned that Duan Lingtian had a feud with old ancestor Lian during the alchemy conference. As far as I know, there's only one person called Duan Lingtian from the Tai celestial sect of the Wasteland who attended the alchemy conference, right? Is it possible that he's really Duan Lingtian? This is too unbelievable. As the disciples of the blissful sect discussed among themselves, they were certain that Duan Lingtian was a supreme celestial alchemist. The purple-clad young man in front of them was at least a 3-talents celestial king. He was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect of the Wasteland, Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian scoffed when he saw the elders of the blissful sect trying to frame Ji-Fan, causing the elders to shut their mouths immediately. Master Duan. At this moment, Ji-Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, Master Duan, even if you really want to kill me, I, Ji-Fan, still want to say that apart from me, they're also the ones who decided to kill you. Ji-Fan said coldly as he looked at the elders of the blissful sect. Ji-Fan, you're going to die, and you're going to drag me down with you? Upon hearing Ji-Fan's words, the elders of the blissful sect who had fallen silent earlier jumped up in anger. Master Duan, don't believe Ji-Fan's words. Ji-Fan has nothing left to lose. He just wants to drag a few more people down with him. That's right, Master Duan. Ji-Fan's words can't be trusted. Master Duan. The group of blissful sect's elders looked at Duan Lingtian and began to defend themselves. Beads of cold sweat could be seen on their foreheads. Sect leader Lu, do you have anything to say? Duan Lingtian ignored the elders of the blissful sect and looked at Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who had remained silent all this while. Master Duan, just as the elders of the blissful sect have said, this matter is the fault of my unfilial disciple, Ji-Fan, and my master. Lian Lu Xiankong finally spoke in a deep voice when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Chapter 2908. Although I wasn't involved in your death, Master Duan, Ji-Fan is my direct disciple, and Lian is my master. It's only right for me to bear some responsibility. Lu Xiankong looked at Duan Lingtian and said sincerely, however, I hope you can spare the innocent elders of the blissful sect. Ha ha ha. As soon as Lu Xiankong finished speaking, Ji-Fan, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, could not help but burst out laughing. Lu Xiankong, although I've been your direct disciple for many years, I didn't expect you to be so good at acting. Grandmaster, all of you, and I were the ones who made the decision to kill Master Duan. Now, you're trying to shift the blame to Grandmaster and me? If that's the case, why didn't you explain yourself when I said all of you were the ones who made the decision to kill Master Duan? Why are all of you trying to explain yourself after Master Duan killed Li Ping? Ji-Fan sneered when he finished speaking. Master Duan, don't listen to him. Master Duan, he's lying. Upon hearing Ji-Fan's words, the elders of the blissful sect grew anxious again. They wanted to defend themselves, but Ji-Fan's words did not reach their ears. However, Duan Lingtian was already tired of listening to their excuses. In fact, he knew they were trying to shift the blame when they tried to shift the blame to Duan Lingtian. After all, there was no reason for Ji-Fan to lie to him earlier. He had only asked Ji-Fan about it after he killed Lian. That was also the time when Ji-Fan was the most terrified. At that time, Ji-Fan couldn't possibly lie, nor did he have the guts to do so. Humph! Duan Lingtian scoffed when the elders of the blissful sect tried to shift the blame to Ji-Fan. This cold snort was even colder than the cold snort from before. It made everyone present feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. In the next moment, before the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, could react, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold. Following that, purple energy surged out of his body, and the silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared. After a few moments, the silhouette of the golden Buddha merged with the purple energy, and the silhouette of the golden Buddha seemed to come to life. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian waved his hands, and purple palm seals shot out of his hands one after another before they rained down on the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. No! Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, only had time to let out an indignant roar before he was drowned by the palm prince and turned into a bloody rain. Since the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect were sect, they did not even have the chance of Duan Lingtian's death before they could react. Blood rained down from the sky, staining the corpses of the blissful sect's disciples and staining the ground red. At this moment, the air seemed to have solidified. It was only when the blood rained down from the sky and became a part of the ground that the air seemed to have calmed down. However, the air was still filled with the stench of blood, and it was nauseating. The disciples of the blissful sect were no exception. Hiss! 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 Although the disciples of the blissful sect did not know what had happened, they realized something when they saw Duan Lingtian collecting a large number of spatial rings with just a wave of his hand. They realized that all the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect had been killed. Moreover, the blood on the ground was the best proof of this. For a moment, the disciples of the blissful sect trembled in fear. They wanted to throw up, but they did not dare to do so. They did not want to provoke the purple-clad young man in the distance. How nice would it be if I could always have this kind of power? After collecting the spatial rings of the blissful sect's high-ranking officials, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hands and clenched them a few times. A hint of intoxication could be seen on his face. Although Duan Lingtian's strength today was not as strong as when he was in the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland, it was still not as strong as before. After all, he had used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would deplete his energy. However, the strength he had displayed today was comparable to a 10 Directions celestial king. With the strength of a 10 Directions celestial king, he easily killed Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect who had just become a celestial king. Then, he easily killed the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had everything under his control. He felt invincible in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. He enjoyed this feeling very much. It's a pity that my strength is depleted every time I use it. Now that I've depleted a lot of energy, I'm afraid my strength is only comparable to an 8 trigram celestial king. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Killing Li Ping and the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect had depleted a lot of his energy. After all, Li Ping and the other high-ranking officials were not weak. He had to expend a lot of energy to kill them. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he stood there in a daze. Meanwhile, Ji Fan, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, had an anxious expression on his face. After all, he was unsure if Duan Lingtian would kill him after killing the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Thus, at this moment he felt very tormented, extremely tormented. I was too greedy. I'm lucky to have obtained the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon and temporarily possess strength comparable to an ordinary celestial duke. Ordinary people don't even have such an opportunity. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he thought about this. He felt that he had been too greedy. However, if it were anyone else, they would have the same thoughts as Duan Lingtian. There were some things that one had not experienced before. Once one had experienced it, one would not want to lose it again. This was the case for Duan Lingtian at this moment. Among the people who decided to kill me during the meeting, are there any who escaped? After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He turned to look at Ji Fan and asked, "And no." Ji Fan was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Then, he shook his head and said, "Apart from some elders who weren't in the blissful sex estate, the high-ranking officials who attended the meeting in the blissful sex estate are all present." Ji Fan paused for a moment as though he had thought of something. Then, he continued to say, "However, there are some who escaped as well. There are some who escaped as well? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. For example, me. Ji Fan pointed at himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. You? Duan Lingtian glanced at Ji Fan indifferently. He did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he asked, I asked you to use the floating image pearl to record the scene of me killing Li Ping. Did you record it? Although it was an accident that Li Ping had a breakthrough and became a celestial king, he did not move at all when I killed him. Under such circumstances, the floating image pearl, a Duke-grade celestial weapon, was able to record the scene of his death. Don't tell me you forgot. If you really forgot to record it, don't blame me for going back on my word and killing you. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Ji Fan. I did record it. I did record it. Master Duan, I did record it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ji Fan hastily nodded and sighed in relief. Now, there's something I need you to do. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he instructed Ji Fan. If you do this well, I won't pursue the enmity between us anymore. However, if you don't do a good job, you should know the consequences. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes again. Don't worry, Master Duan. Ji Fan will definitely do a good job. I won't disappoint you. Ji Fan promised repeatedly in the face of Duan Lingtian's threat. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded before he turned around and left. He had no intention of bringing Ji Fan with him. Ji Fan heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's back disappearing into the fog. At the same time, he stepped into the air and flew toward the blissful sect's disciples in the distance. The blissful sect's disciples heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian leaving. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian leaving and Ji Fan approaching them, their expressions changed immediately. Arhit! Arhit! Although their expressions changed, they still greeted Ji Fan respectfully. It was as though they had not heard Ji Fan's announcement that he was leaving the blissful sect. Due to the distance, the blissful sect's disciples did not know what Duan Lingtian had told Ji Fan. Moreover, even if they knew what Duan Lingtian had told Ji Fan, they knew Ji Fan would no longer be related to Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian left the blissful sect. They still did not dare to act impudently in front of Ji Fan. After all, Ji Fan's strength was far stronger than any of them. Most importantly, they thought Ji Fan was Duan Lingtian's subordinate, a 3-talent celestial king, or someone stronger than a 3-talent celestial king. For this reason, they did not dare to disrespect Ji Fan at all. I have something that I need all of you to do, Ji Fan said indifferently as he looked at the blissful sect's disciples. Chapter 2909. Master Duan. Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, who was waiting outside the blissful sect's estate, was unaware of what was happening in the blissful sect's estate. Only when Duan Lingtian walked out of the mist and appeared in his line of sight did his pair of eyes that were originally as tranquil as an ancient well ripple with circles of ripples. Elder Tai. After a while, Duan Lingtian returned to Tai Tai He's side. After greeting Tai Tai He looked at Huaner, who was still immersed in comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. Then, he looked at Tai Tai He and said, Elder Tai, I'll have to trouble you to bring us to the general region. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his eyes shone brightly. The general region? Tai Tai He was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Master Duan, although the general region is adjacent to the cross region, it's on the other side. Why are you going there? The general region was in the other direction, which was completely opposite to the direction they had taken to return to the desolate region. I'm going to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth from Tai Tai He. For a moment, the light in his eyes that had not completely dimmed suddenly lit up again. It was as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. Before coming to the blissful sect, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind to visit the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Naturally, he did not intend to bring Murong Bing to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian had thought about many things along the way. There was no doubt that Murong Bing was his woman. For this reason, he hoped Murong Bing would be able to live a peaceful life. If Murong Bing left the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands to the central area with him, she would definitely encounter some unknown dangers. Moreover, Murong Bing had spent most of her life in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She was used to living in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. All in all, he felt it was a good idea for Murong Bing to stay in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. When he had the ability to rescue his wife, Ke, Li Fei, and his family from the world of divine remains, he would return to the border of the Southern Heaven Territory to take Murong Bing away. 1,000 years later, I will come and take her away. That is, if I'm still alive at that time. Now, what I need to do is to give her an environment where she can grow up safely and live a good life. On the way to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect's estate in the general region, Duan Lingtian thought about many things. In the end, he felt he could not selfishly bring Murong Bing along. After all, if he continued on this path, his future was uncertain, and his life and death were unknown. It would not be easy for him to grow strong enough to rescue Ke, Li Fei, and the others from the world of divine remains within 1,000 years. He would have to go through a cruel and dangerous process. He did not want Murong Bing to go through this process with him. The general region was next to the cross region. Therefore, it was much faster to travel from the cross region to the general region compared to traveling from the wasteland to the cross region. Nevertheless, with Tai Tai's speed, it would still take him a few months to reach the cross region. Master Duan. After leaving the blissful sex estate, Tai Tai he could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Lingtian, "When you entered the blissful sex estate, did you really kill the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect?" In Tai Tai's opinion, the blissful sect was one of the top forces in the 6 southeastern regions. Its strength was second only to the profound Heaven Celestial sect, the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and said indifferently, "Apart from Jifan, I've killed everyone from the blissful sect who participated in the meeting to kill me, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect." Duan Lingtian spoke very calmly, as though he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. It was as though he was casually talking about something that was related to him but was not worth mentioning at all. Gasp! Although Tai Tai he was mentally prepared, he could not help but gasp when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Another high-ranking official from the blissful sect tried to stop me from killing Lu Xiankong and the others, but I killed him as well. Tai Tai he gasped as Duan Lingtian continued to say nonchalantly, "That's right. He tried to stop you from killing Lu Xiankong and the others?" Tai Tai he was taken aback when he regained his senses. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, "Master Duan, are you talking about Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect?" After Tai Tai he regained his senses, it was not difficult for him to guess who Duan Lingtian was referring to. Now that Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, was dead, there were only 2 Nine Palaces celestial dukes left in the blissful sect. One of them was Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. He was Li An's direct disciple and a 9 Palaces celestial duke. The other person was Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. He was a 10 Directions celestial duke and the strongest person in the blissful sect. "That's him." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Ha!" Tai Tai he scoffed when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. "He's just a 10 Directions celestial duke. How dare he stop you from killing Lu Xiankong and the others? He's courting death." "A 10 Directions celestial duke?" Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tai Tai's words. "Elder Tai, you're wrong. Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to stop me from killing Lu Xiankong and the others." "What?" Tai Tai he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. He asked in disbelief, "Master Duan, based on your words, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, has broken through and become a celestial king today?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Master Duan, does this mean Li Ping is a 1 basic celestial king?" Tai Tai he looked at Duan Lingtian with his mouth agape. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded again. At this time, Tai Tai he opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound for a long time. This was because the shock Duan Lingtian brought to him was just too great. It seems like Master Duan is not an ordinary celestial king. Since he's able to kill Li Ping, who has broken through and become a celestial king, he must be at least a two-form celestial king. Tai, he thought to himself as he led Duan Lingtian and Huan on their journey. At the same time, he could not help but feel sorry for the blissful sect. Even if the blissful sect survives, I'm afraid it'll be removed from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Once news of Li Ping becoming a celestial king and becoming a celestial king spreads, even the quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect who live in seclusion in the 6 southeastern regions won't dare to support the blissful sect anymore. After all, they're worried Master Duan will attack them for supporting the blissful sect. Since Master Duan is able to kill a celestial king, it won't be difficult for him to kill them. Tai, he was certain of this. He was certain the blissful sect was doomed this time. The reason why the blissful sect ended up like this is because they offended someone they shouldn't have. Duan Lingtian sighed. When Tai he thought of this, he glanced at Duan Lingtian again as his heart trembled. Elder Tai. Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. He looked at Tai he and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, the profound heaven celestial sect is in the cross region as well, right?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he finished speaking. A cold gleam could be seen in his eyes. He recalled how He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, was killed by Wuxia, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. At that time, Wuxia had used He Shan's death as an excuse to kill Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. As a result, the Tai celestial sect lost an 8 trigrams celestial duke. It would be fine if Yu Xian was dead. However, Yu Xian was still alive. It was obvious the profound heaven celestial sect had plotted to kill He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Yes. In fact, Tai he had hoped Duan Lingtian would avenge He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, who was killed by the profound heaven celestial sect. However, he did not know how to bring it up. After all, Duan Lingtian was only a revered elder of the Tai celestial sect. He was not obligated to avenge the Tai celestial sect. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian mention the profound heaven celestial sect, he knew what Duan Lingtian was up to. In that case, let's make a trip to the profound heaven celestial sect. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes again, his expression that was slightly tense was no longer as tense as before. "I'd like to ask Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, how did he manage to escape from the old ancestor's hands?" A sneer appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he finished speaking. "Yes, Master Duan." Although Tai he had guessed Duan Lingtian would go to the profound heaven celestial sect to avenge the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, he could not help but feel excited when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. Then, he led Duan Lingtian and Huan to the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. He had been to the profound heaven celestial sect's estate with his master many years ago, so he was familiar with the place. "Master Duan, the profound heaven celestial sect is right in front of us." Chapter 29:10. The profound heaven celestial sect was one of the top sects in the borderlands of the southern heaven territory. It was also the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. The profound heaven celestial sect had a strong foundation. Most importantly, the profound heaven celestial sect was one of the strongest sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Some of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions did not even have a 9 palaces celestial duke, let alone a 10 directions celestial duke. Although some of the top sects had a 9 palaces celestial duke, they did not have a 10 directions celestial duke. For example, the profound heaven celestial sect, the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and the blissful sect were famous sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Apart from the profound heaven celestial sect, there was only one 10 directions celestial duke among these top sections. Even so, their strength was only second to the profound heaven celestial sect in the 6 southeastern regions. There were 3 10 directions celestial dukes in the profound heaven celestial sect. Due to these 3 10 directions celestial dukes, their status in the 6 southeastern regions and even in the borderlands had been established. Naturally, this was only the strength of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Nobody knew if a sect had a quasi-celestial king in seclusion in the borderlands or not. After all, these powerhouses would only show up when the sect was in danger of being annihilated. In the history of the 6 southeastern regions, the Tai celestial sect had a quasi-celestial king. There was no lack of similar examples in the history of other regions in the borderlands. Because of this, even in the 6 southeastern regions and the entire borderlands, although there were many weaker top sects, no powerful top sect dared to rashly touch those weaker top sections. This was because those top sects only had weaker members in the current generation. They also had a glorious past and had given birth to many immortal kings. Nobody could be certain that none of the celestial kings who left the top sects were quasi-celestial kings who remained in seclusion in the borderlands. However, in the 6 southeastern regions, even the profound heaven celestial sect did not dare to easily annihilate the weaker top sects for fear of the quasi-celestial kings behind them. Although the profound heaven celestial sect was the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, none of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions dared to challenge them. Although the sect leaders of the compassionate celestial traveler sect and the blissful sect and the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect were on par with each other, the sect leaders of the blissful sect and the compassionate celestial traveler sect were usually inferior to the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. After all, as long as the profound heaven celestial sect did not intend to annihilate the other top sects, they would not easily make a move even if they had quasi-celestial kings in the 6 southeastern regions. The profound heaven celestial sect is right ahead? Duan Ling Tian knew they had arrived at the profound heaven celestial sect when Tai Tai he came to a halt. Upon hearing Tai Tai he's words, Duan Ling Tian turned to look ahead. In front of them was a boundless forest. It was a verdant forest. Above this verdant forest, at a height of 10,000 meters, there was a cloud of mist that was clearly different from the other clouds. If Duan Ling Tian did not use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon with his current strength, he would not have noticed it. However, with just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could tell there was something different about the cloud. The profound heaven celestial sex estate is located 10,000 meters above the forest. There are many celestial beasts in the forest that don't have intelligence and don't know how to fly. For this reason, the profound heaven celestial sex disciples usually train here. Tai Tai he glanced at the cloud that Duan Ling Tian felt was slightly different. Then, he shifted his gaze to the forest in front of him. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Let's go and meet Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, who managed to escape from the old ancestor. I'd like to hear from him about how he managed to escape from the old ancestor. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful and terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of his body and gently shrouded Huan and Tai Tai he. In just a blink of an eye, the three of them seemed to have vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already 10,000 meters above the ground. They had even passed through the fog formed by multiple formations. The fog was the first layer of defense in the profound heaven celestial sex estate. Even a one basic celestial king would not be able to break through the formation if they were not from the profound heaven celestial sect. As for Duan Ling Tian, with his strength that was comparable to an 8 trigram celestial king, he was able to pass through the protective formation easily. Brother Ling Tian, it seems like the profound heaven celestial sex estate is much stronger than the Tai celestial sex estate. After passing through the fog and entering the profound heaven celestial sex estate, Duan Ling Tian heard Huan voice. A few days ago, Huan had stopped comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. She did not continue comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. Upon hearing Huan words, Tai Tai he smiled wryly. He was already used to Huan carefree attitude. After all, the profound heaven celestial sect is the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the profound heaven celestial sex estate. He was taken aback. The profound heaven celestial sex estate was made of beautiful floating islands. Each of the floating islands had a different shape and structure. The only thing these floating islands had in common was that they were all exquisitely decorated. Even if one looked at them from afar, they were visually stunning and made one feel comfortable. Elder Tai, since we've come from afar, we're guests. I'm here as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tai Tai He who was standing next to him and said, "Therefore, you should greet your friends from the profound heaven celestial sect," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile on his face. However, when Duan Ling Tian spoke with a smile on his face, a hint of coldness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. When he learned that Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, was still alive and that He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, had been framed and killed by the profound heaven celestial sect, he was furious. Although he was not close to He Shan, the Tai celestial sect was still the Tai celestial sect's estate. After all, He Shan was the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, and he had a good relationship with Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect. Therefore, if he had the ability to intervene, he would not stand idly by. All right, Tai, he had been waiting for Duan Ling Tian to say this. Therefore, as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he immediately spoke. His voice that contained his majestic celestial origin energy swept out and shrouded the entire profound heaven celestial sect's estate. I, Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, am here to visit the profound heaven celestial sect with Master Duan, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. These were Tai He's words. Tai He's words caused an uproar in the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. After all, anyone could tell that Tai he had barged into the profound heaven celestial sect's estate uninvited. If Tai he was a 7-star celestial duke, let alone a 7-star celestial duke, even a 10-direction celestial duke would not be able to hear his voice so clearly. This was because the formation outside the profound heaven celestial sect's estate was soundproof. Only celestial kings and above would be able to transmit their voices to the entire profound heaven celestial sect's estate. Tai he, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect, who had recently become a 7-star celestial duke? Based on his words, it seems like he didn't inform the profound heaven celestial sect beforehand. Did he barge into the profound heaven celestial sect uninvited? He's just a 7-star celestial duke. How dare he? He seems to have come with Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. Is it possible that Duan Ling Tian gave him the confidence to do so? Even the former number 1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, Sun Chao, can only wait outside. Even if Duan Ling Tian has replaced Sun Chao as the number 1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, he still doesn't have the right to barge into the profound heaven celestial sect. When Tai he's voice resounded in the profound heaven celestial sect's estate, many disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect felt that Duan Ling Tian and Tai he were being rude. Tai he? Duan Ling Tian is here as well? Why are they here? Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, raised an eyebrow when he heard Tai he's voice. Duan Ling Tian and Tai he had barged into the profound heaven celestial sect uninvited. Moreover, based on Tai he's tone, it seemed like they were here to look for trouble. Although Bai Wuji knew Tai he and Duan Ling Tian were here to look for trouble, he did not plan to personally meet them. After all, he was a prominent figure in the profound heaven celestial sect. Let's go. Let's meet Tai he from the Tai celestial sect. I'd like to see where he got the confidence to barge into the profound heaven celestial sect. A mere 7 stars celestial duke dares to act so arrogantly. I'd like to see if he still dares to act so arrogantly in front of an 8 trigram celestial duke like he did earlier. Does he really think he can do as he pleases just because he has a brat by his side who's widely acknowledged as the number 1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? Today, I'd like to see how Tai he will give us an explanation for his rash actions today. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, did not plan to meet Duan Ling Tian and Tai he personally. Chapter 29:11. There were many beautiful floating islands in the profound heaven celestial sect's encampment. They looked like holy and ethereal islands. At the highest point of the profound heaven celestial sect's estate, there were 3 small islands. Each of the 3 islands only had a courtyard and a house. The houses looked simple, but they were filled with flowers and plants. Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, and Master Duan, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect, have come to visit the profound heaven celestial sect. When Tai Tai He's voice resounded in the profound heaven celestial sect's estate, the 3 people who lived on the 3 small islands stopped what they were doing when they heard Tai Tai He's voice. One of the people who was drinking tea at a stone table in the courtyard stopped what he was doing when he heard Tai Tai He's voice. Tai Tai He, the guardian of the Tai Yi celestial sect who became a 7 stars celestial duke a few years ago? The person who was drinking tea was an old man dressed in a white robe. He was skinny and looked like an immortal. At that moment, the old man had a calm expression on his face as he muttered to himself. Clearly, he did not take Tai Tai He seriously at all. In the courtyard of another small island nearby, a middle-aged man was originally lying on the lawn of the courtyard, resting with his eyes closed. When he suddenly heard Tai Tai He's voice, he stood up and sat on the lawn, muttering to himself, "Brother Tai Tai He." He muttered to himself, "A mere 7 stars celestial duke dares to act so presumptuously in the profound heaven celestial sect. He's seeking death." After muttering to himself, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, giving people the feeling that winter had arrived. It was to the extent that even the blue robes on his body began to flutter at this moment. It was as though a cold wind was blowing at him. In the courtyard of the last small island, a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe who was watering the flowers paused for a moment when he heard Tai Tai He's voice. His expression remained unchanged from the beginning until the end. It was as though he would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. If someone saw this middle-aged man dressed in a green robe and the middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe, they would definitely notice that the 2 of them looked identical. The 2 of them looked exactly the same. Other than the difference in their temperaments, there was nothing different about them. In the outer region of the profound heaven celestial sex estate, as soon as Tai Tai He finished speaking, he, Duan Lingtian, and Huaner were surrounded by a group of patrolling disciples from the profound heaven celestial sect. The patrolling disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect looked at Tai Tai He with a hint of fear in their eyes. Although Tai Tai He's cultivation base was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the powerful high-ranking officials in the profound heaven celestial sect, however, with Tai Tai He's cultivation base, he was a deterrent to the patrolling disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect. A 7-star immortal monarch was sufficient to sweep through all of them without the slightest effort. If they were not worried about being questioned by the patrolling elders, they would not have dared to surround Tai Tai He and his 2 companions before the powerful high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect arrived. This was because there was a huge risk involved. As long as Tai Tai He attacked them, there was almost no chance of them surviving. Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect of the wasteland, seems like he came with ill intentions. I hope he won't attack us because of the profound heaven celestial sect's strength. The patrolling disciples from the profound heaven celestial sect thought to themselves. At the same time that this thought appeared in their minds, their hearts were also a little uneasy and incomparably perturbed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After a while, the sound of wind whistling could be heard as a group of people flew over from all directions in the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. The patrolling disciples from the profound heaven celestial sect heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they looked at Tai Tai He in a different light. As it turned out, when they looked at Tai Tai He, their eyes were filled with dread and anxiety. When they looked at Tai Tai He again, their gazes were filled with pity and schadenfreude. Elder Hong is here. He's an 8 trigrams celestial duke. Elder Qi is here as well. He's also an 8 trigrams celestial duke. Elder Huang, Elder Qiu, and Elder Chan are all 7 stars celestial dukes. This time, I'm afraid Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, is in trouble, not only in the profound heaven celestial sect, but in any other sect. It's taboo to trespass on a sect's estate. When the patrolling disciples from the profound Heaven Celestial sect saw the group of high-ranking officials from the profound Heaven Celestial sect, they were relieved that Tai Tai He and his two companions were in trouble. The high-ranking officials from the profound Heaven Celestial sect were led by an old man and a middle-aged man. The old man was dressed in a long green robe and had a cold expression on his face. He was none other than Elder Hong. Moreover, according to the patrolling disciples from the profound Heaven Celestial sect, he was an 8 trigrams celestial duke. The middle-aged man was wearing a long, light gray robe and had a jade-like complexion. However, when he arrived at this area, he stopped in a timely manner. When he looked at Tai Taiha, his eyes were filled with ice-cold light. He was none other than the other 8 trigrams celestial duke mentioned by the patrolling disciples from the profound Heaven Celestial sect, Elder Chi. Tai Tai He, as the supreme elder of the Tai I Celestial sect, you'll have to give the profound Heaven Celestial sect an explanation for barging into our sect's estate. Elder Hong said coldly as he looked at Tai Tai He with a dark expression. That's right. Elder Chi looked at Tai Tai He coldly and said, Tai Tai He, as the supreme elder of the Tai I Celestial sect, you should know that trespassing on a sect's estate is taboo, right? I'm sure the Tai I Celestial sect doesn't allow outsiders to barge into their sect's estate, right? Elder Chi stared at Tai Tai He. As he spoke, his gaze became increasingly cold. Tai Tai He, if you can't give the profound Heaven Celestial sect an explanation for what happened today, you can forget about leaving. That's right. If you can't give us an explanation, Elder Hong and Elder Chi won't even have to make a move. We're more than enough to make you stay in the profound Heaven Celestial sect forever. Tai Tai He, you'll have to pay for your impulsiveness. After Elder Hong and Elder Chi, who were the strongest among the high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, the other high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect also glared at Tai Tai He. Their words were not polite at all. It was to the extent that most of the people's words revealed bursts of cold-killing intent. Tai Tai He was slightly taken aback when he heard the high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Based on their words, it seemed like they thought he was the one who trespassed into the profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate. However, Tai Tai He did not respond to the high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Instead, he moved to stand behind Duan Ling Tian, as though he was the leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. The elders of the profound Heaven Celestial sect were stunned by Tai Tai He's actions. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and glanced at the high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect indifferently before he said nonchalantly, he said calmly, "The one who trespassed into the profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate isn't Elder Tai. It's me. I'm here today to listen to Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Tell me how he managed to escape when he Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai I Celestial sect, tried to kill him." When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed coldly. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, many high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect scoffed. You? Trespassing into the profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate? Do you think you're strong enough to do that? That's right. Although you're a rare genius in alchemy, you're only an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, right? An overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial like you won't be able to break through the formations in the profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate. Do you think we're stupid? The high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was an idiot. Everyone, haven't you heard about the news from the blissful sect? Although Master Duan from the Tai I Celestial sect is talented in alchemy and the celestial path, he fabricated his identity and background. I've heard about this before. Humph. How trustworthy can a person who fabricated his identity be? He's nothing but a liar. When one of the high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect mentioned that Duan Ling Tian had fabricated his identity and background, many of the high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect scoffed at Duan Ling Tian and looked at Duan Ling Tian with disdain. I'll give you 3 breaths to leave. Duan Ling Tian suddenly spoke. His voice was indifferent, drowning out the voices of the high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. If none of you leave after 3 breaths, call Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, over here. I'll kill one of you. 3 breaths after I kill that person, if no one leaves this place, go and call by Yu Xian over. I will kill another person. And so on and so forth. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as though he was talking about something insignificant. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the entire place fell silent. After a while, the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect finally regained their senses and burst out laughing. Chapter 29:12. He's just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How dare he say that? He must have lost his mind. How dare an overarching heavenly supreme celestial threaten to kill us if we don't cooperate with him? I'd like to see, who among us will he kill after 3 breaths of time, and who will he be able to kill? Now that 1 breath has passed, there are only 2 breaths left. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect burst into laughter. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian was being ridiculous. Their eyes were filled with disdain and mockery when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Although Elder Hong and Elder Qi, who were the leaders of the profound heaven celestial sect, did not say anything, they looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain as well. He's Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect in the wasteland? The person whose name spread throughout the 6 southeastern regions after the alchemy conference? Yes, that's him. After the alchemy conference, he's widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. It's said that he's not even 100 years old, and he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's undeniable that he's able to achieve such a feat in alchemy within the age of 100. It's also undeniable that he's able to break through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 100. However, I really don't understand how a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial like him has the guts to say such words. How dare he ask the elders to cooperate with him? Moreover, if the elders don't cooperate after the span of 3 breaths, he'll kill one of the elders? Is he crazy? In the past, the blissful sect hasn't spread the news about him. Fortunately, the elders have to be wary of the major clans in the central area. Now that they've confirmed he's not from a major clan in the central area, there's no need for them to be wary of him anymore. He's digging his own grave by acting like this. Could it be that he still doesn't know that the blissful sect has investigated him thoroughly? He definitely doesn't know about it. If he knew, why would he be so arrogant? The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect laughed when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Meanwhile, the patrolling disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect began to whisper among themselves. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian was spouting nonsense. More people thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble. 3 breaths of time is up. Duan Lingtian's voice rang out once again. His voice was not loud, but once it rang out, it seemed to possess some sort of magical power that instantly suppressed the noise in the area. 3 breaths of time is up. I want to see which one of us you want to kill. An elder from the profound heaven celestial sect stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully as he said, "My strength is only average among the elders of the blissful sect. I'm only a 6 combinations celestial duke. Why don't you try and kill me?" A hint of mockery could be seen on the elder's face when he finished speaking. Many elders and disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly as well. A bunch of idiots. Tai, he glanced at the people from the profound heaven celestial sect and shook his head when he saw the people from the profound heaven celestial sect were unmoved by Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of sorrow could be seen in his eyes. He felt sorry for the people from the profound heaven celestial sect. "I was just thinking about who to kill first. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as the elder of the profound heaven celestial sect finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned to look at him. Killing intent flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. Before the people from the profound heaven celestial sect could react, Duan Lingtian's words left their mouths. Ugh. under everyone's watchful eyes, the elder of the profound heaven celestial sect, who claimed to be a six-combination celestial duke, suddenly clasped his hands around his neck. His face was so red that it seemed as though blood was about to drip out of it. His facial features were contorted as though he was in excruciating pain. What's going on? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Even the elders of the profound heaven celestial sect, who were disdainful of Duanling Tian earlier, had a grave expression on their faces. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion rang in the air, and everyone was shocked by the profound heaven celestial sect's elder's strange actions and his face that was as red as blood. At the same time, they saw the elder from the profound heaven celestial sect. The elder from the profound heaven celestial sect who had insulted Duanling Tian earlier suddenly exploded into a rain of blood, leaving behind a spatial ring that fell to the ground. Swoosh! The storage ring fell from the sky for a moment. Then it was pulled by an invisible force and flew to a certain place. Duanling Tian raised his hand and put it away. Swoosh! 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 The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect finally regained their senses when they saw Duanling Tian taking the spatial ring of the profound heaven celestial sect's elder. Their expressions changed drastically as they inhaled sharply. When they looked at Duanling Tian again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. The two 8-trigram celestial dukes, Elder Hong and Elder Qi, glanced at Duanling Tian fearfully before they began to scan their surroundings. It was as though they were trying to find a hidden powerhouse in the surroundings. Although the elder from the profound heaven celestial sect who had been killed was only a 6-combination celestial duke, both of them could easily kill him. However, they knew they were not capable of killing the profound heaven celestial sect's elder in such a bizarre manner. I'm afraid only a powerhouse like the sect leader would be able to kill a 6-combination celestial duke with such a bizarre method, right? Elder Hong looked at Elder Qi and asked through voice transmission. At the same time, he looked at Elder Qi with a fearful gaze. I agree. Only a 9 palaces celestial duke or stronger would be able to kill a 6-combinations celestial duke with such a bizarre method. Even we didn't notice it since we weren't on guard. Elder Qi replied through voice transmission. In Elder Qi's opinion, with his and Elder Hong's strength, they would be able to detect a 9 palaces celestial duke if they were on guard. After all, they were 8 trigrams celestial dukes. However, based on their previous state, it was only natural that they would not be able to detect a 9 palaces celestial duke's attack. For this reason, they speculated that the person hiding in the dark might be stronger than a 9 palaces celestial duke or a 9 palaces celestial duke. What's going on? He's dead? Elder Peng is a 6-combinations celestial duke, right? A 6-combinations celestial duke died just like that? Is Duanling Tian the culprit? The expressions of the profound heaven celestial sect's patrolling disciples changed drastically. When they looked at Duanling Tian again, they were no longer filled with disdain and mockery. Instead, they were filled with shock and confusion. However, when some of the profound heaven celestial sect's elders followed Elder Hong and Elder Qi's gazes, they could guess what the elders were thinking. It seems like there's a hidden powerhouse behind this. Isn't it said that Duanling Tian's identity as a disciple of a powerful clan in the central area is fake? The blissful sect went to great lengths to investigate this matter. That's right. How do you explain what happened earlier? At this moment, not only were the patrolling disciples confused, but even the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect were confused as well. Very good. Another 3 breaths have passed. Duanling Tian did not expect no one would call by Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, out even after he had killed a 6-combinations celestial duke. He could not help but narrow his eyes. Initially, the people from the profound heaven celestial sect did not take Duanling Tian's threat seriously. However, after Duanling Tian said 3 breaths had passed, the death of the 6-combinations celestial duke shocked the people from the profound heaven celestial sect. They began to take Duanling Tian's threat seriously. During the next 3 breaths, the elders from the profound heaven celestial sect were not afraid of Duanling Tian. It was just that they did not have time to react. However, when they heard Duanling Tian's voice again, their expressions changed again. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's voice sounded like the voice of the Grim Reaper, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Humph! Duan Ling Tian scoffed. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the old man, Elder Hong, who was the leader of the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect. Based on the reactions of the people from the blissful sect, Duan Ling Tian and the others from the profound heaven celestial sect were suspicious. These people thought the death of the 6-combination celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect was caused by a hidden powerhouse. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian decided to show these people his true strength. An 8 trigrams celestial duke? Duan Ling Tian appeared out of thin air in front of Elder Hong. Elder Hong only regained his senses when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. His expression changed again, and his eyes widened in shock and fear. How fast? Chapter 29:13. An 8 trigrams celestial duke? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he appeared in front of the 8 trigrams celestial duke of the profound heaven celestial sect. The expressions of Elder Hong and Elder Qi from the profound heaven celestial sect changed drastically when they saw Duan Ling Tian's expression. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Without any warning, a dazzling purple light shot out of Duan Ling Tian's body and transformed into purple ribbons in just a blink of an eye. Before Elder Hong could even react, the ribbons had already bound his limbs. The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect only regained their senses after Elder Hong was bound by the purple ribbons. When they regained their senses, they saw Duan Ling Tian binding Elder Hong. No matter how hard Elder Hong struggled, he could not break free from Duan Ling Tian's energy. Instantly, their pupils constricted. How's this possible? Heavens! Am I dreaming? I can't believe I just saw Duan Ling Tian, a Tai celestial sect alchemist who's not even 100 years old, binding Elder Hong. Moreover, based on Elder Hong's current state, it seems like he's still unable to break free from Duan Ling Tian's restraints. Isn't he an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? How can a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial be so strong? Are you kidding me? This is too inconceivable. The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect were shocked by this scene. Meanwhile, the patrolling disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect who had just regained their senses were stunned as well. Similarly, they were shocked by the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes. Were you the one who made the move? When Elder Qi, who was standing beside Elder Hong, looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with dread and terror. He knew the person who killed the profound heaven celestial sect's 6-combination celestial duke was not a powerhouse hiding in the dark. It was the purple-clad young man standing before him, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, he also realized that Duan Ling Tian was not just a 9 palaces celestial duke. A 9 palaces celestial duke did not have the ability to force Elder Hong, who was on par with him, into such a predicament. Only a 10 directions celestial duke or a 10 directions celestial duke was capable of restraining Elder Hong so easily. Therefore, he concluded that Duan Ling Tian was not an overarching heavenly supreme celestial but a 10 directions celestial duke. Naturally, he only dared to guess that Duan Ling Tian was a 10 directions celestial duke. He did not dare to guess that Duan Ling Tian was a celestial king. The fact that a person who was not even 100 years old was able to become a 10 directions celestial duke was enough to shock him. An immortal king expert who wasn't even 100 years old? He didn't even dare to think about it. What do you think? Faced with Elder Qi's question, Duan Ling Tian turned his head slightly and glanced at him indifferently. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he waved his hand at Elder Hong from the profound heaven celestial sect who was tied up by him. Although Duan Ling Tian's action seemed casual, Elder Hong's eyes widened in anger. No! Elder Hong's shrill cry rang in the profound heaven celestial sect's ears as soon as it rang in the air. It was as though there was magic in his voice. At the same time, the people present on the scene saw Duan Ling Tian's attack. As Duan Ling Tian waved his right hand, a purple energy that resembled flames surged out and annihilated Elder Hong in just a blink of an eye. When the purple energy dissipated, only a spatial ring was left in Elder Hong's original spot. Then, Duan Lingtian casually put it away. After Duan Lingtian put Elder Hong's spatial ring away, he glanced at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Elder Qi and the others were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian. Fear and dread could be seen in their eyes. If no one summons the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect in 3 breaths, I'll kill another person. Elder Qi and the others were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Horror dawned on them. Master Duan. Elder Qi immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, "The young master of the profound heaven celestial sect is currently facing the wall in the profound heaven cliff. The sect leader has ordered him to face the wall in the profound heaven cliff for 10 years as punishment for Hishan's death." Face the wall? 10 years? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Elder Qi's words. Then he sneered and said, "Sect leader by Wu Ji of the profound heaven celestial sect is really good at keeping up appearances. What's the difference between facing the wall for 10 years and not being punished at all? Also, now 3 breaths of time have passed." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he turned to look at Elder Qi with killing intent in his eyes. Elder Qi's expression changed drastically. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to kill Elder Qi, a voice rang in the air. "Stop! Stop!" A few angry voices rang in the air. Following that, 3 figures streaked across the sky like 3 bolts of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived at the area where Duan Lingtian and the others were. Moreover, they appeared in front of Elder Qi, who was about to kill Duan Lingtian. "Greetings, old ancestors." When the 3 of them appeared, Elder Qi, who was initially terrified by Duan Lingtian, felt as though he had just ascended to heaven from hell. He heaved a long sigh of relief and did not forget to salute the 3 people who had just arrived. Among the 3 people who had just arrived, there was an old man and 2 middle-aged men. The old man was dressed in a white robe. He was skinny and looked like a celestial being. As for the other 2 middle-aged men, one was dressed in a blue robe while the other was dressed in a green robe. Based on their appearances, it was not difficult to tell they were twins. "Greetings, old ancestors." "Greetings, old ancestors." After Elder Qi bowed, the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect and the patrolling disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect bowed respectfully at the old man and the 2 middle-aged men. Based on their words, they revealed their identities. They were none other than the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect. The 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect were the 3 Ten Directions celestial dukes of the profound heaven celestial sect. Due to them, the profound heaven celestial sect was widely acknowledged as the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Swoosh! Just as the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect arrived, the sound of whistling wind rang from afar. Following that, a figure that could be considered familiar to Duan Lingtian appeared in a timely manner. By Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. Duan Lingtian recognized Bai Wu Ji before the newcomer arrived. His eyes narrowed as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Bai Wu Ji was the one who had killed Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect. "Greetings, senior granduncle and junior uncles." After a few moments, Bai Wu Ji appeared behind the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect and bowed respectfully. The old ancestor was the white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion. As for the twins, they were his junior uncles. Sect leader. At the same time, Elder Qi, the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect, and the patrolling disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect bowed respectfully at Bai Wu Ji. Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, and the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, were attracted by Elder Hong's cry. Now that they had arrived, they learned about the ins and outs of the matter from Elder Qi and the others. At this moment, Bai Wu Ji and the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. Based on Elder Qi's words, based on Duan Lingtian's strength, He was at least a 10 directions celestial duke. Master Duan. By Wuxia, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, took a deep breath and took a step forward. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, "I'm deeply sorry for killing your old ancestor, Hishan. At that time, I really thought he had killed my son by Yuxian. When I found out my son wasn't killed by your old ancestor, I felt extremely guilty. Therefore, I personally sent someone to compensate your sect. However, I was rejected by your sect leader. I'm aware of that as well. The profound heaven celestial sect owes your sect. How about this? If you have any requests, as long as it's within our means, we'll agree to it." It was clear Bai Wuji was willing to compromise when he spoke. Although he did not believe Duan Lingtian was strong enough to kill a 10 directions celestial duke. However, everyone in the profound heaven celestial sect had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Therefore, Bai Wuji had no choice but to believe Duan Lingtian's words. A 10 directions celestial duke. He's a 10 directions celestial duke. Bai Wuji's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Request. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Bai Wuji's words. You're so straightforward, sect leader Bai. Wouldn't everything have been fine if you had said this earlier? Well, I do have a request. Moreover, it's only a small request for you and the profound heaven celestial sect. Duan Lingtian said. I'd like to hear the details. Although Duan Lingtian's words were simple, Bai Wuji had a bad feeling about this. My request is, hand over Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Yuxian is your son, right? It shouldn't be difficult for you to hand him over, right? Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Bai Wuji meaningfully. Swoosh. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Wuji's expression changed drastically. A hint of hesitation could be seen in his eyes. Humph. Chapter 29:14. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, knew that Duan Lingtian was a powerful 10 directions celestial duke. Even if the profound heaven celestial sect had 3 10 directions celestial dukes, they might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Moreover, how could a 10 directions celestial duke who was not even 100 years old not have a powerful background? How could such a person exist among sectless cultivators? Bai Wuji was deeply skeptical. For this reason, he knew the profound heaven celestial sect might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if they were able to kill Duan Lingtian, they would have to consider the consequences. Under such circumstances, he hoped the matter could be resolved peacefully. For this reason, he had asked Duan Lingtian to make a request. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would ask him to hand over his son. This put him in a difficult position. On one hand, his son was his only son. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to his son. On the other hand, if he did not agree to Duan Lingtian's request, there would be no turning back. For this reason, he was in a difficult position. Humph. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, was at a loss for words when one of the old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, one of the twin brothers, scoffed. Master Duan, my junior nephew is giving you face by allowing you to make a request. However, you shouldn't cross the line. The green-robed, middle-aged man snorted coldly as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. He could vaguely guess what Bai Wuji was worried about. Cross the line. Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard the green-clad, middle-aged man's words. What are you laughing at? The green-robed, middle-aged man's expression turned grave when he saw Duan Lingtian laughing. His grave expression seemed to be covered with a layer of frost at this moment. Do I need to report to you what I'm laughing at? Faced with the green-robed, middle-aged man's question, Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and asked indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the green-robed, middle-aged man was instantly enraged. His eyes were burning with rage as if they could burn everything. Since he had become a 10 directions celestial duke and the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, he had never been treated like this before. Who do you think you are? Duan Lingtian's voice continued. It was precisely Duan Ling Tian's next sentence that completely infuriated the green-robed, middle-aged man, causing him to suddenly roar. Today, I, Zhou Ming, would like to see just how much weight you, a brat who isn't even 100 years old, have to actually dare to speak to me like this. As soon as the green-clad, middle-aged man finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a ball of flame. His celestial origin energy turned purplish-red. Clearly, he had cast the profound Heaven Celestial Sect's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. It was the divine ability that Duan Lingtian had won from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Brat, try to take my sword. Following the green-robed, middle-aged man's roar, the purple torrent of energy on his body suddenly gathered together and finally turned into a sword, a completely purple sword. As soon as the green-robed, middle-aged man finished speaking, the sword suddenly shot out and left a huge visible sword mark in the void with a swoosh. This sword scar was so big that it gave people a visual shock. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After the gigantic purple sword left a gigantic sword mark in the air, it suddenly scattered and transformed into tens of thousands of purple sword rays that shot toward Duan Ling Tian. However, when they were still a distance away from Duan Ling Tian, the tens of thousands of sword rays merged into one again and merged into a sword. However, this time, the sword was no longer as huge as the first one. Its size was even smaller than the smallest sword ray among the tens of thousands of sword rays earlier. However, its entire body was blackish-purple in color. Furthermore, its entire body was glowing with purple light. Swoosh! As soon as the sword took form, its speed increased tremendously. It was much faster than an ordinary 10 directions celestial duke as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Only the other two old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect could clearly see the green-clad middle-aged man's attack. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect, was a 9 palaces celestial duke. Elder Qi, the 8 trigrams celestial duke, could only vaguely see the purple sword ray flash before his eyes. Good, good, very good. Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhou Ming, one of the 3 old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect, would make the first move. His eyes turned cold as he sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Faced with Zhou Ming's ferocious attack, a purple light burst out of Duan Lingtian's body. It was as though a ball of purple flames was burning on his body, emitting a terrifying aura. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian, who was shrouded in purple flames, suddenly moved. At this moment, Duan Lingtian disappeared before everyone's eyes. Even the 3 old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect, could no longer see Duan Lingtian's figure. It was as though Duan Lingtian had vanished into thin air. Before the 3 old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect could even react to Duan Lingtian's disappearance. How's this possible? Is this Duan Lingtian's technique? In their eyes, the black-purple sword ray that was charging toward Duan Lingtian seemed to have been caught by an invisible hand and stopped in mid-air. Immediately, the space where the black-purple sword light stopped trembled. Water-like ripples spread out. Then, waves of terrifying aura extended out. Following that, they saw the black-purple sword ray flying toward Zhou Ming. After the black-purple sword beam paused, it strangely changed directions and rushed toward Zhou Ming. It's Duan Lingtian. How can he be so fast? He actually caught Brother Ming's attack with his bare hands. When the black-purple sword ray changed directions, the 2 old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect and Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect, were shocked. At the same time that the black-purple sword light changed direction, a figure clearly appeared beside the sword light. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who seemed to have vanished into thin air earlier. Duan Lingtian grabbed the black-purple sword ray with one hand. No matter how hard the black-purple sword ray struggled, it could not break free from Duan Lingtian's grasp. At this moment, the black-purple sword ray was like a dragon that could not break free from Duan Lingtian's grasp. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian held the black-violet sword ray in his hand as his figure flashed and charged towards Zhou Ming. Although Duan Lingtian's strength had weakened compared to when he was in the blissful sect, his strength was still comparable to an 8 trigrams celestial king. He had easily blocked Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, who was a 10 directions celestial duke, without using a king-grade celestial weapon. Not only did he block it, but he also held Zhou Ming's attack in his hands, preventing it from exploding or dissipating. The strength of a celestial king far surpasses the strength of a celestial duke. Moreover, my celestial origin energy is comparable to an 8 trigrams celestial king's celestial origin energy. How can a mere 10 directions celestial duke compare to me? Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that Zhou Ming's attack was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian's attack. Zhou Ming's attack was like a mosquito bite to Duan Lingtian. It could not be moved at all. The strength of an 8 trigrams celestial king was enough to easily crush a 10 directions celestial duke. A 10 directions celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect is only SOSO. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian arrived in front of Zhou Ming. He smirked coldly and left these words behind. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and grabbed the blackish-purple sword ray that Zhou Ming condensed with his right hand before grabbing it. The black-purple sword ray was instantly crushed into pieces. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's right hand that was clenched tightly because he had shattered the black-violet sword ray formed a fist and swung it towards Zhou Ming. At the same time, on Duan Lingtian's right fist, apart from the purple energy that was raging and skyrocketing, there was also a layer of golden light that was faintly discernible upon closer inspection. One could clearly see that a golden light had appeared on Zhou Ming's body. At some point, golden silhouettes had appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. They were the silhouettes of golden Buddhas. At this moment, the golden silhouettes on Duan Lingtian's right fist transformed into the silhouettes of golden Buddhas. It's the blissful sect's Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. The same thought appeared in the minds of the other 2 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect as soon as they saw Duan Lingtian's fist. Master Duan, please show mercy. One of the 2 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, the blue-clad middle-aged man, cried out anxiously with a horrified expression on his face. Alas, it was too late. Bang! Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect and a 10 directions celestial duke, did not even have the time to defend himself before he was reduced to a cloud of blood that fell to the ground. After Zhou Ming died, his spatial ring was also in Duan Lingtian's hand. A 10 directions celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect is nothing much. Meanwhile, the others who heard Duan Lingtian's words finally regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they looked at the scene before them. Although they did not see what had happened clearly due to Duan Lingtian's speed, they could vaguely guess what had happened. Heavens! Don't tell me Ancestor Zhou Ming was killed by Duan Lingtian? No. No way. The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect and the patrolling disciples could not help but feel their hearts trembling in fear. Brother Ming. Chapter 29:15. When the blue-clad middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with hatred. It was as though he could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and burn his bones into ashes to avenge his twin brother. However, as soon as the cold gleam appeared in his eyes, he forcefully suppressed it. He even shifted his gaze away from Duan Lingtian. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at the blood mist falling from the sky. In this lifetime, he and his twin brother, Zhou Ming, depended on each other for survival. It could be said that the person closest to him was his twin brother, Zhou Ming. Now Zhou Ming was dead. Moreover, Zhou Ming was killed right in front of him. He was filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear the person who killed his twin brother Zhou Ming into 1,000 pieces and burn their bones to ashes. However, as soon as he thought of the terrifying strength of his opponent, a wave of fear involuntarily arose in his heart, and he could only forcefully suppress the monstrous hatred in his heart. Zhou Ming, the expression of the other old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, the white-haired old man, changed drastically when he saw Zhou Ming's death. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, His eyes were filled with fear and horror. Duan Lingtian had killed a 10 Directions Celestial Duke in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke did not even have a chance to defend himself. Even if the 10 Directions Celestial Duke had attacked him, he would not be able to retaliate at all. Junior Uncle Ming. By Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, finally regained his senses after the 2 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect cried out in anguish. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was looking at the Grim Reaper who could take the lives of everyone in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was no different from the Grim Reaper. His junior Uncle Ming, a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, was killed by Duan Lingtian before he could even retaliate. One could only imagine how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. Even a quasi-immortal king wouldn't have the ability to kill martial Uncle Ming so easily, right? This Duan Lingtian, could it be an immortal king expert? Thinking of this, Bai Wuji's pupils suddenly shrank, and the fear on his face grew even stronger. Dead. Patriarch Zhou is dead? This Duan Lingtian actually has the ability to kill Patriarch Zhou. Old Ancestor Zhou was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, but he managed to kill Old Ancestor Zhou in such a short time. Even a quasi-immortal king is unable to accomplish this, right? Could it be that he's an immortal king expert? Although the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not manage to see what had happened, they were shocked. However, based on the current atmosphere, they could guess that Duan Lingtian had killed the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. It was precisely because of this that they were all shocked. To them, this was too inconceivable. A young man who was not even 100 years old was able to kill the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, in just a blink of an eye. Who was this young man? Sect leader Bai, can you bring your son here now? After killing Zhou, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian, asked Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Bai Wuji's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he cupped his hands together and bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, I'll bring my unfilial son here now so that you can do whatever you want with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew toward the Profound Heaven Cliff in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. His only son, Bai Yuxian, was currently reflecting on his actions in the Profound Heaven Cliff. Master Duan, I'll bring Bai Yuxian here now. After Bai Wuji left, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect said to Duan Lingtian before he followed Bai Wuji. Duan Lingtian did not stop the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. After all, he knew the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect wanted to follow Bai Wuji because he was worried Bai Wuji would let Bai Yuxian go or escape with him. If that happened, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect would definitely be turned upside down. Swoosh! After putting Zhou Ming's spatial ring away, Duan Lingtian returned to Huan Er's side in just a flash. She held Duan Lingtian's hand and leaned against him with a calm expression on her face. It was as though she was not shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength at all. Even Tai Tai He, who was standing at the side, remained calm as he watched the scene unfold before him. After all, he had seen how Duan Lingtian killed Lien, a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke from the Blissful Sect. Moreover, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, had broken through and become a celestial king, but was killed by Duan Lingtian. Tai Tai He had a new understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. For this reason, he was not surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to kill Zhou, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. After all, even a celestial king had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. What was a mere 10 Directions Celestial Duke to him? Duan Lingtian, Huan Er, and Huan Er stood in the distance, while the high-ranking officials and disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect remained silent. It was as though they were afraid Duan Lingtian would target them if they made a sound. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was akin to the Grim Reaper in the eyes of the people from the profound Heaven Celestial sect. While they were waiting for Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, to arrive, the people from the profound Heaven Celestial sect were extremely anxious. They were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Bai Wuji's voice from afar. Master Duan, I've brought Bai Yuxian here, the old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, and a young man with a confused expression on his face had returned as well. The old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect had returned with him. The young man was none other than Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. After a few moments, Bai Wuji and Bai Yuxian appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? Bai Yuxian was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian. This was because he had been caught by his father all of a sudden. From the beginning to the end, his father had not told him what had happened. Therefore, he did not know anything. He was confused when he saw Duan Lingtian. He had heard his father's words earlier. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be the Master Duan his father had mentioned. Young master, we meet again. Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Yuxian and smiled faintly when Bai Wuji let go of Bai Yuxian's hand and allowed him to hover in the air. Why are you here? Now, sensing the surrounding atmosphere, no matter how stupid Bai Yuxian was, he could tell that something was wrong. Master Duan. Before Duan Lingtian could reply to Bai Yuxian, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, took the initiative to explain how Bai Yuxian had framed Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect. Master Duan, although I didn't know about this, I'm also at fault for covering up for him. Bai Wuji looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, therefore, after you kill my unfilial son, you can kill me as well. I only hope that after you kill me and my unfilial son, you'll spare the profound Heaven Celestial sect and the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Bai Wuji's words were filled with sincerity and sincerity. Sect leader. Upon hearing Bai Wuji's words, the high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect reprimanded Bai Yuxian. It's all Bai Yuxian's fault. It has nothing to do with you. After all, you didn't know about his scheme beforehand. That's right, sect leader. Bai Yuxian should pay with his life. You don't have to bear the consequences for him. Sect leader. Bai Wuji smiled bitterly when he heard the words of the high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. As the saying goes, if the son doesn't teach him well, it's the father's fault. Master Duan, I hope you can forgive me for my actions and not implicate the profound Heaven Celestial sect and the profound Heaven Celestial sect. As soon as Bai Wuji finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of his body. In the next moment, swoosh, Bai Wuji's figure shot up into the sky without any warning. After a few moments, bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as blood mist fell from the sky. A spatial ring could be seen falling from the sky. It was the spatial ring that Bai Wuji had worn when he was alive. Master Duan. At the same time, a person flew toward Duan Lingtian from afar. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, what Duan Lingtian said is true. Everything the sect leader said just now is the truth. I'm willing to use my name to testify for him. Hishan's death is all on Bai Yuxian. Duan Lingtian was familiar with the person who had just arrived. It was none other than He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. During the alchemy conference, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of He Pei Yuan. Junior granduncle, save me. Although Bai Yuxian did not know what had happened and why his father had committed suicide, he could tell Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly cried for help from the blue-clad young man standing nearby. The blue-clad young man was the twin brother of Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, whom Duan Lingtian had killed. Chapter 29:16. Save you. Zhou Wen, the old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, who was standing in the distance and mourning the death of his twin brother, Zhou Ming, looked at Bai Yuxian coldly when he heard Bai Yuxian's cry for help. You little bastard. I've treated you well in the past, but I didn't expect you to bring such a disaster to the sect. Now, not only did you kill your junior granduncle Zhou Ming, but you even killed your father. How dare you ask me to save you?" At the end of his sentence, Zhou Wen glared at Bai Yuxian, his eyes burning with rage. If rage could hurt, Bai Yuxian would have been burned to death many times over. "If I had known that a little bastard like you would bring such a calamity to the sect, I would have killed you long ago to prevent future troubles." When Zhou Wen spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. "My pitiful little brother Ming. He was actually implicated to death by a little bastard like you." Bai Yuxian was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Wen's words. "What? Junior granduncle Ming is dead?" Bai Yuxian was completely dumbfounded. Humph! The old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect who had followed by Wu Ji to bring Bai Yuxian to the profound Heaven Celestial sect looked at Bai Yuxian and scoffed. "Isn't it because of you, little bastard? If you didn't scheme to kill Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, would Master Duan have come looking for you? If Master Duan didn't come looking for you, would Zhou Ming have died? Would your father have died? In my opinion, you're the one who deserves to die the most." The old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, who was usually mild-mannered, had a furious expression on his face. Master Duan?" Bai Yuxian looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief when he heard the old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect's words. How's it possible? How is it possible that he's so strong? Didn't the people from the blissful sect investigate him thoroughly? Isn't he just a transcender with no background? Bai Yuxuan was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Wen's words. He knew Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with when he saw his father, Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, commit suicide. However, he did not expect one of the three old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, Zhou Ming, a 10-direction celestial duke, would die because of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, based on the current situation, it seems that the other two old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect did not seem to have any intention of pursuing the matter of Zhou Ming's death because of Duan Lingtian at all. When he heard the words of the old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, he could feel how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. Although he could sense how terrifying Duan Lingtian was, he did not think it was because of Duan Lingtian's background. Moreover, the three old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect were not a match for Duan Lingtian. It did not cross his mind that the three old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect were not a match for Duan Lingtian. After all, he knew Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, and Duan Lingtian was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist. It was rare for a prominent celestial alchemist to become a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were even better than some Duke-grade celestial alchemists. For this reason, Bai Yuxian did not expect Duan Lingtian to be stronger than the three old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Where's the powerhouse by his side? He's able to make Junior Granduncle 1 and Junior Granduncle Ming so wary after killing Junior Granduncle Ming. I'm afraid he's not just a quasi-celestial king. The person by Duan Lingtian's side is most likely a celestial king. Bai Yuxian's heart skipped a beat as he began to scan his surroundings. It was as though he was trying to locate the celestial king next to Duan Lingtian. Alas, he was destined to come up empty-handed. In the end, his gaze landed on Tai Tai He, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. For a moment, he thought Tai Tai He was the celestial king by Duan Lingtian's side. However, after a few moments, he felt Tai Tai He looked familiar. I remember now. He's Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Celestial sect. I've seen him once. If that's the case, he's not the celestial king by Duan Lingtian's side. The celestial king by Duan Lingtian's side is indeed hiding in the dark. With this thought in mind, Bai Yuxian continued to look around. A hint of unwillingness could be seen on his face. He was unwilling to accept that Duan Lingtian had such a powerful background and Duan Lingtian had such a powerful protector by his side. Humph! Stop looking around. After a while, Zhou Wen glanced at Bai Yuxian coldly and said, Master Duan doesn't have any other powerhouses by his side. Your senior granduncle Ming was killed by Master Duan because of you, you little bastard. He was afraid Master Duan would vent his anger on the profound Heaven Celestial Sect for killing Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and even annihilated the profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Zhou Wen could guess Bai Yuxian's thoughts when he saw Bai Yuxian looking around. What? Bai Yuxian was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Wen's words. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, apart from a complicated expression on his face, it was as though he had seen a ghost. He's capable of killing junior granduncle Ming? Moreover, my father committed suicide because he was worried Duan Ling Tian would destroy the profound Heaven Celestial Sect? How's this possible? He's not even 100 years old. How can he be so powerful? Bai Yuxian found it hard to believe. If there's an afterlife, remember this. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian, who had been quietly looking at Bai Yuxian, suddenly opened his mouth as his eyes gleamed coldly. He slowly said, "There's always someone stronger. Sometimes, a small mistake can cost you your life." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he waved his hand. Instantly, a purple palm print shot out from his hand. Like a small mountain, it pierced through the sky and headed straight for Bai Yuxian. Bang! It was only when everyone heard the loud explosion that they saw the space where Bai Yuxian was standing rippling as a bloody mist fell from the sky. Bai Yuxian's spatial ring slowly fell to the ground. What happened today is purely because I can't stand Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect. If the profound Heaven Celestial Sect decides to hold the Tai Yi Celestial Sect accountable for this, or do something to them, after killing Bai Yuxian, Duan Ling Tian swept his gaze across the people from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect who were present on the scene before he slowly said, "You're right. I don't mind coming back to the profound Heaven Celestial Sect to annihilate the profound Heaven Celestial Sect." Although Duan Ling Tian's words were spoken calmly, the people from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect shuddered when they heard them. "Don't worry, Master Duan," the old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect said as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "As long as I'm in the profound Heaven Celestial Sect, I won't allow the profound Heaven Celestial Sect to do anything to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Master Duan, I, Zhou Wen, can promise you that as well." Zhou Wen, the old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect, also expressed his promise to Duan Ling Tian. Although he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian to avenge his twin brother, he knew he had to be careful. Based on Duan Ling Tian's strength, he knew he would never be able to avenge his twin brother. Under such circumstances, he could only bury his hatred for Duan Ling Tian in the depths of his heart. Unless one day he was strong enough to avenge his twin brother. Otherwise, he would never bring up the grudge between him and Duan Ling Tian again. It's not just you. If the future generations of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect dare to make things difficult for the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, I won't let the profound Heaven Celestial Sect off the hook," Duan Ling Tian said, causing the people from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect to tremble in fear. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the sight of the people from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect. It was as though he had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Even the two old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect, who were 10 Directions Celestial Dukes, did not see any trace of Duan Ling Tian's departure at all. The two of them looked at each other and saw fear and shock in each other's eyes. The old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect said, "Elder Qi, from today onward, you'll be in charge of the sect's affairs. After Zhou Wen and I have a discussion, we'll decide on a new sect leader." The old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect looked at the middle-aged man standing at the front of the group of high-ranking officials from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect and said in a deep voice, "I hope that the sect will remain stable for a long time. During this time, I hope that the sect can continue to be stable. You should understand what I mean. If you perform well, you might be the next sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect." When the old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect finished speaking, he looked at Elder Qi meaningfully. "Yes, old ancestor." Elder Qi was one of the 2 8-trigram Celestial Dukes, who led the high-ranking officials from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect before the 3 old ancestors and the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect arrived. The other 8 trigrams Celestial Duke had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. When he was alive, he was glad that the 3 old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect had arrived in time. One of them had even blocked the saber for him. When he heard the words of one of the 2 old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, he was overjoyed. The sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Chapter 29:17. Elder Qi from the profound Heaven Celestial sect was from the same generation as Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect who had committed suicide. They had even competed for the position of the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect with Bai Wuji. However, since he was inferior to Bai Wuji in every aspect, he had no chance of becoming the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. This had become his obsession for almost half of his life. He did not expect he would one day have the opportunity to become the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. For this reason, he was even more grateful to Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, for coming to the profound Heaven Celestial sect in such a domineering manner. Although Duan Lingtian had done it unintentionally, it had given him a chance. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Duan Lingtian had only gone to the profound Heaven Celestial sect to seek justice for Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Now that Bai Wuji and Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, had died, Hishan should be able to rest in peace. Master Duan, on behalf of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, I thank you on behalf of the old ancestor for avenging him. After Duan Lingtian left the profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate with his celestial origin energy, Tai he immediately bowed and thanked Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian was considered a member of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, he was only a revered elder of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. For a revered elder of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, avenging the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect was not his duty. For this reason, Tai he was truly grateful to Duan Lingtian for his actions earlier. Elder Tai, you're too kind. I'm still a revered elder of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. It's my duty to avenge the old ancestor. There's no need for you to thank me, Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Moreover, the profound Heaven Celestial sect's actions are truly despicable. Before Tai he could reply, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said, Elder Tai, I'll have to trouble you to bring us to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect in the general region. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would be his last stop. After this stop, he planned to leave the 6 southeastern regions and even the entire borderlands to head to the central area. That place would be his brand new stage. Yes, Alchemist Duan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tai he hurriedly accepted the order. He was even more humble than when he was in front of the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Tai he's heart was filled with respect for the Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had avenged Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, Tai he had even more respect for Duan Lingtian. Tai he continued to bring Duan Lingtian and Huaner along the way. Tai he was unaware that Duan Lingtian had only asked him to bring them along because he did not want to expend too much of his celestial origin energy. After all, the celestial origin energy in his body was comparable to the celestial origin energy of a celestial king since it came from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not waste his celestial origin energy so easily. At this moment, Tai he thought Duan Lingtian wanted to continue comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. That was why Duan Lingtian asked him to bring him along. Now that I've expended a lot of my celestial origin energy, I'm comparable to an 8 trigram celestial king before I went to the profound Heaven Celestial sect. However, now I'm only comparable to a 6 combinations celestial king at most. I'll have to conserve as much of my celestial origin energy as possible when we arrive at the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Otherwise, my celestial origin energy will be reduced to its original state before we even reach the central area. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as Tai. He led him away from the cross region to the general region. After all, Tai he was only a 7 stars celestial duke. It would take some time for him to bring Duan Lingtian and Huan to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. For this reason, apart from chatting with Huan occasionally, Duan Lingtian spent most of his time cultivating. Naturally, his cultivation did not increase his current strength. He could only increase his strength before he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. While Tai he was leading Duan Lingtian and Huan toward the compassionate celestial traveler sect in the general region. Meanwhile, the blissful sect was in chaos. The blissful sect's disciples, who had only noticed the commotion but had no idea what was going on, eventually learned about what had happened from the surviving disciples who were present at the scene. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, came to the blissful sect and killed old ancestor Li Ping? Old ancestor Li Ping, didn't he break through and become a celestial king? This is a joke, right? Old ancestor Li Ping did break through and become a celestial king. However, Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, is much stronger than old ancestor Li Ping. He easily killed old ancestor Li Ping. Oh my god, isn't this too unbelievable? Didn't Duan Lingtian say he's not even 100 years old? This is the most terrifying thing about Duan Lingtian. Most of the high-ranking officials in the blissful sect have been killed by Duan Lingtian. There are only a few high-ranking officials left in the outside world. I'm afraid the blissful sect will be eliminated from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Putting aside the fact that the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect who are lucky enough to survive in the outside world, we still have quasi-celestial kings whose ancestors are living in seclusion in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Do you think they'll dare to come out and lead the blissful sect? That's right. The blissful sect's situation is different from the Tai celestial sect's situation. In the past, although the Tai celestial sect was on the verge of being annihilated, they were able to save the sect due to the strength of their quasi-celestial kings. Due to this reason, the Tai celestial sect had stood up and revived the sect. On the other hand, old ancestor Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king, is dead. Even if we have quasi-celestial kings who live in seclusion in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands, would they dare to come out? Of course not. Isn't that obvious? As soon as old ancestor Li Ping became a celestial king, he was already stronger than the quasi-celestial kings in the blissful sect. Now that old ancestor Li Ping is dead, there's a chance the quasi-celestial kings in the blissful sect will be killed by Duan Lingtian. The blissful sect is doomed this time. Everyone, let's think about what to do next. I plan to leave the blissful sect tomorrow and cultivate in seclusion. After my hair grows out, I'll join another top sect. With my innate talent, it won't be difficult for me to join another top sect. Why do you have to wait until your hair grows out? If you don't wait until your hair grows out, won't it be as good as telling others that you're a disciple of the blissful sect? After today, news of Duan Lingtian annihilating the blissful sect will spread throughout the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. At that time, who would dare to recruit a disciple of the blissful sect? You're right. It seems like I'll have to grow out my hair from today onward. At this moment, the blissful sect was in a state of disunity. Most of the disciples were looking for a way out. Jifan, the arhat of the blissful sect, stood in the air above the blissful sect's estate as he looked at the disciples who were leaving. I've completed part of the mission Master Duan gave me. From today onward, the blissful sect will cease to exist. Next, I'll spread the news of Master Duan's actions in the blissful sect's estate. Jifan muttered to himself before he disappeared from the blissful sect's estate. After that, he left the blissful sect's estate as well. Before Duan Lingtian left the cross region, news of what had happened to the blissful sect after he arrived at the blissful sect's estate had spread like wildfire. The news shocked everyone. In the region surrounding the blissful sect, the people there regarded the blissful sect as a sacred existence that they could only look at from afar. But now they found out. The blissful sect had been annihilated. The blissful sect has been annihilated? This must be a joke, right? Heavens! Is this true? The blissful sect is one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, second only to the profound heaven celestial sect. How could it be annihilated? The most ridiculous thing is that the blissful sect was annihilated by Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect? The Duan Lingtian who became famous during the alchemy conference and is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? Yes, it's him. I thought he's not even 100 years old? How could he annihilate the blissful sect when he's not even 100 years old? The most ridiculous thing is that one of the old ancestors of the blissful sect had successfully broken through and became a one basic celestial king, but he was still killed by Duan Lingtian. A person who's not even 100 years old is capable of killing a celestial king. As the news spread, more and more people began to doubt the veracity of the blissful sect's news. Many people decided to go to the blissful sect's estate to investigate the matter. In the end, they were led to the blissful sect's estate by some powerful sectless cultivators. As expected, the blissful sect's estate was empty. Most importantly, the blissful sect's estate was empty. The primitive celestial crystal lode in the blissful sect's estate was emptied as though it had been plundered. At this moment, everyone was convinced. Chapter 29:18. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the cross region and entered the general region with Tai Tai He. Master Duan, this is the general region. However, since I've never been to the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate, I don't know its exact location. After entering the general region, Tai Tai He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Therefore, I plan to look for a big city or a powerful force to inquire about it. We'll continue our journey after we find out where the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate is. Elder Tai, I'll leave these matters to you." Duan Lingtian nodded with an emotionless expression. After entering the general region, Duan Lingtian discovered he could no longer remain calm. I wonder if I'll be able to see her after I go to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian did not plan to see Murong Bing during this trip to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Unless Murong Bing came out of her own accord, he would not force her. After all, he did not plan to bring Murong Bing with him to the central area of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. "Brother Lingtian," Huaner called out. Although Duan Lingtian did not show any abnormalities, she had been with Duan Lingtian for quite some time now. Therefore, she was very familiar with Duan Lingtian. At this moment, she could clearly sense that Lingtian's emotions were slightly unstable. His aura was also slightly unstable. She held Duan Lingtian's hand and gently squeezed his palm, as though she was trying to calm Duan Lingtian's agitated aura. "Huan, I'm fine." Duan Lingtian patted the back of Huaner's hand affectionately. His eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. "Don't worry." While Duan Lingtian, Huaner entered the general region. News of the blissful sect being annihilated by Duan Lingtian had spread in most of the cross region. In the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. Ever since Duan Lingtian killed Zhou Ming by Wuxia and the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, and killed by Yuxuan, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, and the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, by Yuxuan, a dark cloud loomed over the profound heaven celestial sect. Apart from the seventh elder who had a chance to become the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, everyone else was feeling gloomy. After all, the deaths of Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, and by Wuxia, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, were a great blow to the profound heaven celestial sect. For this reason, after that incident, the profound heaven celestial sect's estate was devoid of laughter. Today, the profound heaven celestial sect was in an uproar again after a piece of news came from the outside. The profound heaven celestial sect was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, killed Li Ping, a one basic celestial king from the blissful sect, and annihilated the blissful sect? Is this true? Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, has broken through and become a celestial king? Many people seem to have confirmed this news. Up until now, no one has any evidence to prove it's false. Heavens! If this is true, doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian is strong enough to kill a one basic celestial king? The entire profound heaven celestial sect was shaken by the news that the blissful sect had been annihilated. It was as though an earthquake had taken place. Does this mean Duan Lingtian showed mercy to the profound heaven celestial sect? That seems to be the case. Since he's strong enough to kill a one basic celestial king, it shouldn't be difficult for him to annihilate the profound heaven celestial sect. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter with Bai Yuxuan. The high-ranking officials and disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect heaved a sigh of relief when they heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect and recalled what Duan Lingtian had done to the profound heaven celestial sect. Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king? Even so, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian? As expected, Duan Lingtian isn't an ordinary celestial king. The two remaining old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect were shocked when they heard the news from the outside world. In fact, they had already guessed Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary celestial king when Zhou Ming was killed by Duan Lingtian. After all, if Duan Lingtian was only a one basic celestial king, they would still be able to catch a glimpse of his movements. However, they could not catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's movements at all. What did this mean? This meant Duan Lingtian was stronger than a one basic celestial king. The news from the blissful sect confirmed their suspicions. At the same time, they were relieved that Duan Lingtian did not kill the profound heaven celestial sect. After all, even the blissful sect that had a one basic celestial king was destroyed by Duan Lingtian. It would be easy for Duan Lingtian to destroy the profound heaven celestial sect if he wanted to. At this moment, the two surviving old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect broke out in cold sweat from the fright of their lives. Pass down my order. From today onward, no one in the profound heaven celestial sect is to provoke the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect. Even if they encounter the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect, they have to be respectful. The two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect were fearful of Duan Lingtian's strength, so they quickly passed down the order. Upon hearing the order, everyone in the profound heaven celestial sect felt that it was only right. After all, they were deeply shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Even if the two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect did not pass down the order, they would not dare to offend anyone from the Tai Yi celestial sect in the future. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. The only thing Duan Lingtian knew was that news of him annihilating the blissful sect would soon spread in the cross region. I'm afraid there are only a few people in the cross region who don't know that I've annihilated the blissful sect, right? If the quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect are still in seclusion in the cross region, they should have heard about it as well, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as Tai Tai. He brought him to the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. Indeed, things were as Duan Lingtian had expected. About half a month ago, the three quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect who were in seclusion in the cross region had heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect. That brat Li Ping, he's already a celestial king, but he was still killed. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect, is actually so strong? Moreover, he's not even 100 years old. Who is he? How did he become so strong at such a young age? The three quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect were furious when they heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect. They could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge their fallen disciples. However, when they learned that even Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king, was killed by Duan Lingtian, they immediately dismissed the idea of seeking revenge on Duan Lingtian. In fact, they did not even dare to come out to revive the blissful sect. After all, they were worried they would be killed by Duan Lingtian if they came out to revive the blissful sect. It would be easy for Duan Lingtian, who could kill a one basic celestial king, to kill them. The three quasi-celestial kings were once one basic celestial kings. Naturally, they knew the difference in strength between them and a one basic celestial king. Even if the three quasi-celestial kings joined forces, they would not be able to last more than 100 moves against a one basic celestial king. Senior uncle, are we just gonna let this go? We're so weak that we're willing to stay in the borderlands to protect the sect. How can we do nothing but watch the sect being annihilated? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. One of the quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect, a middle-aged man, said to the other old man. You can't accept it, but how can I accept it? I know Li Ping is your favorite direct disciple, and you want to avenge him. However, even Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king, was killed by Duan Lingtian. Do you think you're a match for him? The old man shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Perhaps it's time for us to leave the borderlands. Back then, we didn't leave the borderlands to head to the central area because we're so weak. We're willing to stay and protect the sect. The last old man sighed and said, because of this, our cultivation bases have regressed from 1 basic celestial kings to 10 directions celestial dukes. Unless we can obtain rare herbs and pills to eliminate the side effects of regressing our cultivation bases, we won't be able to improve our cultivation bases at all. Now that the sect is gone, it's meaningless for us to stay in the borderlands. Let's head to the central area. Perhaps we'll be able to obtain rare herbs and pills to eliminate the side effects of regressing our cultivation bases. The quasi-celestial king from the blissful sect had clearly thought of a backup plan. In the end, the 3 quasi-celestial dukes reached a consensus and left the 6 southeastern regions for the central area. At this moment, they regretted staying in the borderlands. After all, Duan Lingtian's appearance had ruined their reason for staying in the borderlands. They hated Duan Lingtian to the core. However, after learning about Duan Lingtian's strength, they knew there was nothing they could do to avenge Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the blissful sect had left the blissful sect. The 3 reclusive celestial kings from the blissful sect had left the borderlands for fear of him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not know that the blissful sect had left the blissful sect. In the future, he would encounter the 3 quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect in the central area. Master Duan, the compassionate celestial traveler sect is up ahead. Outside the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate, Tai Tai, he said to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the area shrouded in clouds. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously and asked. Chapter 29:19. Although Tai Tai he knew there was a conflict between Duan Lingtian and the compassionate celestial traveler sect, he did not know how deep the conflict was. For this reason, he asked Duan Lingtian. Although Tai Tai he did not attend the alchemy conference with Duan Lingtian, he had learned from Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, that the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had sent someone to kill Duan Lingtian. However, based on Situ Ming's words, it seemed like Duan Lingtian did not intend to seek revenge from the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. For this reason, Tai Tai he did not know the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Let's go in. Upon hearing Tai Tai he's question, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and shrouded the 2 of them. In the next moment, the 3 of them disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were in a vast area filled with lush greenery and fragrant flowers. It was as though they were in a fairyland. Within this vast region stood numerous towering mountains that pierced through the clouds. They were like numerous giants standing there, emitting an oppressive aura. I'm Duan Lingtian, Murong Bing's man. I'm here to challenge the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 10 directions celestial duke, Wang Chiu Kuang. Tai Tai he was about to greet the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect when he heard Duan Lingtian's thunderous voice. Tai Tai he was dumbfounded when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had heard that Duan Lingtian had a close relationship with Murong Bing, the genius disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would come here to challenge him. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to challenge Wang Chiu Kuang, the 10 directions celestial duke of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. It was not difficult for him to guess Duan Lingtian's motive. Murong Bing's master was Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Wang Danfeng was famous for being ruthless. The reason why Wang Danfeng was said to be vicious and merciless was not only because of Wang Danfeng's fierce reputation outside, but also because Wang Danfeng had once personally executed her own personal disciple. And all of this was because her personal disciple had a man outside. This was because she wanted her direct disciple to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, her direct disciple had lost the opportunity to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect because she had a man. It seems like Master Duan and Murong Bing have slept together. Murong Bing has lost her chance to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Master Duan is worried that Murong Bing will follow in her senior sister's footsteps, so he decided to come to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to threaten Wang Danfeng. If he defeats Wang Danfeng's father, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke, Wang Qiuquang, he'll be able to intimidate Wang Danfeng and the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. In the blink of an eye, Tai Taihe had guessed many things. Brother Ling Tian. A hint of envy could be seen in Huaner's eyes when she heard Duan Lingtian announcing that he was Murong Bing's man. She was, naturally, envious of Murong Bing. Huaner had fallen in love with Duan Lingtian. However, since Duan Lingtian was trying to distance himself from her, it could only be considered as a one-sided love. She was very disappointed about this. How wonderful would it be if I could have a place in his heart like Sister Murong Bing? Huaner sighed inwardly. A hint of disappointment could be seen in her eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's thunderous voice resounded in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect due to his rich celestial origin energy. I, Duan Lingtian, Murong Bing's man, have come to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to challenge Wang Qiuquang, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke. When Duan Lingtian's words resounded in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate, silence fell upon the sect's estate. The high-ranking officials of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and the ordinary disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were dumbfounded. After a long while, they finally regained their senses. Did you hear that voice? I'm not dreaming, right? You're not dreaming. I heard it as well. It's a man who claims to be Senior Sister Murong Bing. Most importantly, he's challenging the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The Supreme Guardian is the second Guardian's father. He's also the only man in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He's also a powerful 10 Directions Celestial Duke. Isn't he seeking death by challenging the Supreme Guardian? I'm curious, when did Senior Sister Murong Bing have a man? She's going to inherit the position of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She's not allowed to have sex. I don't know. Let's go and see what's going on. Who's he? Could it be that he's a lunatic? I think it's more likely that he's crazy. With Senior Sister Murong Bing's beauty, it's normal for a man to go crazy over her. Most of the disciples in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate were convinced that Duan Lingtian was a man who had gone crazy over Murong Bing's beauty after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary man who had gone crazy and dared to challenge the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. At this moment, they had forgotten something very important. If Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary man, how could he have barged into the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate? How could he have made such a bold statement under the watchful eyes of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples? At this moment, many of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples had already risen into the air and were flying toward the source of the voice. A hint of sympathy could be seen in their eyes as they made their way to the source of the voice. They pitied the man who had overestimated himself. At this moment, it was as though they could already see the man being killed by the elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Wait a minute, that person said his name is Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. Why does this name sound so familiar? Duan Lingtian? Isn't he the genius celestial alchemist who rose to prominence after the alchemy conference? Now that you mention it, I remember it as well. Duan Lingtian is the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. He's also a prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old. It's said that although Master Duan is only a prominent celestial alchemist, in terms of alchemy skills, even the supreme celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect is inferior to him. It seems like he's really a lunatic. Not only did he think Senior Sister Murong Bing is his woman, but he also thinks he's the genius celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. His actions can be considered as a blasphemy against Senior Sister Bing and the Supreme Guardian. He'll definitely die today. More and more disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect thought the voice belonged to a lunatic. At the same time, more and more disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect flew toward the source of the voice. It was human nature to join in the fun. Even the female disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were no exception. In fact, as women, they were more inclined to join in the fun than men. Where did this lunatic come from? How dare he blaspheme the Supreme Guardian? This lunatic is delusional enough to think Junior Sister Murong Bing is his woman? Ridiculous. How arrogant. Moreover, he probably thinks he's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. How dare he blaspheme the Supreme Guardian? He must be tired of living. Many elders from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect flew up into the air with furious expressions on their faces. Duan Ling Tian. This does sound like the voice of the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland, right? The few prominent celestial alchemists from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect who had attended the alchemy conference with the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect found the voice familiar. Indeed, it was Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian's attitude toward Murong Bing during the alchemy conference, they could tell the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Murong Bing was unusual. This alchemist Duan dares to challenge the Supreme Guardian? Is he crazy? I don't know. Let's go and have a look. The few prominent celestial alchemists from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect left their residences as soon as they heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. Duan Ling Tian. Why is he here? Does he have a death wish? Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, who had attended the alchemy conference with Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, had also heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. After the alchemy conference, she had learned about the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Murong Bing from Nangong Xiu. At that time, just like Nangong Xiu, she felt the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would be able to climb up the social ladder after learning that Duan Ling Tian was a disciple of the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area. The marriage between Duan Ling Tian and Murong Bing was destined to become a legend in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After the alchemy conference ended, Lin Ru and Nangong Xiu even went to persuade Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, after they returned. When Wang Danfeng learned about the relationship between Murong Bing and Duan Ling Tian, she was naturally furious. She wanted to kill Murong Bing. However, after learning about Duan Ling Tian's background in the central area, she decided not to kill Murong Bing for the time being, since she was wary of Murong Bing. However, some time ago, there was news from the Cross region that the Blissful sect had investigated Duan Ling Tian's background. Duan Ling Tian did not have a background in the central area. He was just an ordinary person who had just ascended. When Wang Danfeng heard the news, she wanted to kill Murong Bing again. However, Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, stopped her. Nangong Xiu's words were, "What if the Blissful sect made a mistake?" In the end, Wang Danfeng still imprisoned Murong Bing. At the same time, she waited for news from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's intelligence network. Chapter 29-20. Duan Ling Tian? When Duan Ling Tian's voice resounded in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate, Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, heard Duan Ling Tian's voice as well. For a moment, her pupils constricted and her face darkened. Although she and her junior sister, Wang Danfeng, did not believe the news about the Blissful sect finding out about Duan Ling Tian's background was true, she did not believe it. However, in her heart, she began to believe that piece of news a little more. After all, there was no smoke without fire. It was precisely because of this that she hated Duan Ling Tian to the core. She hated Duan Ling Tian for lying to her. After returning to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect after the alchemy conference ended, she had told Wang Danfeng about the relationship between her niece, Feng Tianwu, and Duan Lingtian. This had caused a lot of trouble for her. If Duan Lingtian had not lied, she would have had time to think about how to deal with Wang Danfeng, even if she found out about this matter sooner or later. However, now that her niece had been imprisoned, she was waiting for Wang Danfeng to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. After confirming that Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background, her niece would most likely be in trouble. He dares to challenge the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Nangong Xiu could tell the voice belonged to Duan Lingtian, whom she had met during the alchemy conference. However, she found it difficult to understand why Duan Lingtian would challenge the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After all, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a 10 Directions celestial duke. She was one of the strongest people in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. However, Duan Lingtian, a young man who was not even 100 years old, possessed a high talent in alchemy, and was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, dared to challenge the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Is he out of his mind? At this moment, even Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, thought Duan Lingtian must be out of his mind. Swoosh! Nangong Xiu's eyes flashed as her robes fluttered. In just a blink of an eye, she had disappeared from her cultivation palace. She had disappeared. Duan Lingtian? A woman who was instructing a young girl in the courtyard of the sect's mansion was standing in the courtyard. A beautiful woman who was instructing a young girl who was practicing swordsmanship who was instructing her when she heard the voice. Voices of voice when she Lingtian's SS words Duan Lingtian? Hall. Sect. Lingis he. Sex is he? The girl in green beside the beautiful woman suddenly narrowed her eyes when she heard the voice coming from afar. Her face was filled with shock. Liu Luo, is that really the voice of Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland? The beautiful woman asked coldly as she looked at the green-clad young girl with a piercing gaze. The green-clad young girl's heart skipped a beat when she saw the beautiful woman's piercing gaze. She hastily replied, "Master, that's his voice." The green-clad young girl was none other than Liu Luo, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect whom Duan Lingtian had met in Alchemy City in the Barren Land. The beautiful woman was none other than Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She was also Liu Luo and Murong Bing's master. Wang Danfeng was also the daughter of Wang Qiuquang, the only 10 Directions celestial duke in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Good, very good. I didn't expect him to come knocking on my door. After obtaining Liu Luo's confirmation, the beautiful woman's eyes flashed coldly. Then, she disappeared from Liu Luo's sight. "Master, wait for me." Although Liu Luo could not see the beautiful woman, she knew her master had gone to the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from. She quickly flew toward the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from. Third senior sister must have heard Duan Lingtian's voice by now, right? Unfortunately, even if she hears his voice, she won't be able to leave that place. As Liu Luo made her way to the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from, a beautiful figure appeared in her mind. She could not help but sigh inwardly. Why is he here? Moreover, he even said he wants to challenge Grandmaster? At the foot of a steep mountain in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, there was a dilapidated courtyard. A woman who was sitting in front of an old wooden table in the courtyard suddenly rose to her feet. A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes before it was replaced by a hint of worry. The woman was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like feathers, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was also covered by the veil. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. She was so beautiful that one could not help but have the urge to lift the veil and look at her face. One could imagine how charming she was even with the veil covering her face. If one were to remove the veil, One could only imagine how devastatingly beautiful her face would be. The woman was none other than Murong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. This was the place where Murong Bing's master, Wang Danfeng, had imprisoned her. There were layers upon layers of formations around it, making it impossible for Murong Bing to escape. Could it be that he really has the background of a great family in the central area? The blissful sect didn't find out anything about him? However, if he brought someone here, why did he say that he wanted to challenge Grandmaster? At this moment, Murong Bing's heart was filled with confusion. She was certain that the voice belonged to that man. It was also because of this that she couldn't understand why that man would say those words. As far as she knew, although the man was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he was as weak as an ant in front of a 10 directions celestial duke. In the depths of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate, there was a steep mountain that pierced through the clouds. This was the tallest mountain in the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. It was the best place to cultivate in the compassionate celestial traveler sect since it was the closest to the primitive celestial crystal vein that was under the sect's control. This was where Wang Qiuquang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, cultivated. Originally, Wang Qiuquang was sitting cross-legged in the air in a valley halfway up the mountain, cultivating. Suddenly, he heard the sound coming from outside, and he opened his eyes abruptly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Challenge me? Wang Qiuquang was a tall and well-built middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. A hint of disdain could be seen on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He, Wang Qiuquang, was not someone who could be easily challenged. Duan Lingtian. He had never heard of this name before. For this reason, he was certain Duan Lingtian was not a 10 directions celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions or even the borderlands. Soon after, Wang Qiuquang closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. He completely ignored Duan Lingtian's words and treated them as a joke that was not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Duan Lingtian's voice spread through the compassionate celestial traveler sect, it did not take long for a group of people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect to surround Duan Lingtian and his companions. In the beginning, it was the patrolling disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After a while, a group of high-ranking officials from the compassionate celestial traveler sect arrived one after another. As time passed, more and more disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect came to join in the fun. He's that lunatic? Many people shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian as soon as they arrived. Is he really Duan Lingtian from the Tai Yi celestial sect of the wasteland? One of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's disciples cried out in surprise. She looked at Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian for a moment, before she shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian. Many people were looking at the disciple from the compassionate celestial traveler sect in confusion when she looked at Huan again and said, "That's right." She continued to say, "I've long heard that Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the wasteland, has a peerless beauty by his side. This is my first time seeing such a beautiful woman. Even the most beautiful woman in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, senior sister Murong Bing, pales in comparison to her. Based on her presence, it's clear that the purple-clad young man next to her is Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect of the wasteland. What a perfect woman! Such a woman! I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second one in this world, right?" It seems like the purple-clad young man is Duan Lingtian from the wasteland's Tai Yi celestial sect. Initially, they thought it was a madman impersonating Duan Lingtian. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian standing next to Duan Lingtian, they were more or less certain of Duan Lingtian's identity. He's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Duan Lingtian? It's really him. When the high-ranking officials of the compassionate celestial traveler sect looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of surprise could be seen in their eyes. "You are Duan Lingtian." Just as the high-ranking officials and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were about to confirm Duan Lingtian's identity, a furious voice rang from afar. As soon as the voice fell, a beautiful woman appeared out of thin air before the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Guardian Dan Feng. Chapter 29-21. There were 3 9 palaces celestial dukes in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Lin Ru, the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, was the first of the 3 9 palaces celestial dukes to appear. The people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect shifted their attention to Wang Danfeng when they saw her. Moreover, after the group of people came back to their senses, they greeted Wang Danfeng respectfully. Guardian Danfeng. Guardian Danfeng. Although Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, was not as strong as Lin Ru, the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, compared to Lin Ru, they were much more nervous in front of Wang Danfeng. This was because Wang Danfeng's temper was worse than Lin Ru's. Moreover, Wang Danfeng's father was the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a 10 Directions celestial duke. He was an irreplaceable pillar of the sect. Even the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was respectful and did not dare to act recklessly in front of the supreme guardian. Guardian Danfeng? Duan Lingtian had noticed the beautiful woman as soon as she appeared. Based on the way the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect addressed her, he could guess her identity. Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She was also Murong Bing's master. Duan Lingtian's purpose in coming to the compassionate celestial traveler sect was to intimidate Wang Danfeng so she would not dare to act rashly against Murong Bing. Wang Danfeng was a graceful and beautiful woman. She was dressed elegantly. It was obvious she was a person who cared about dressing up. Moreover, Wang Danfeng looked like she was in her 30s at most. Although she was more mature than ordinary young women, she had a unique charm. However, when Wang Danfeng appeared, she looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. A hint of killing intent could be seen in the depth of her eyes. It seems that she already knows what happened between me and Murong Bing. Sensing Wang Danfeng's cold gaze, Duan Lingtian's complexion slightly changed. At the same time, he couldn't help but become impatient. Since she knows about my relationship with Murong Bing, there's no way she'll let Murong Bing off so easily. Perhaps she's afraid of the major clans in the central area backing me up. However, the blissful sect has long found out about me. Moreover, the blissful sect is closer to the compassionate celestial traveler sect than the Tai celestial sect. The compassionate celestial traveler sect must have received news that the blissful sect has found out about me. Under such circumstances, Murong Bing, she... At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to think about it. He immediately extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. His divine sense extended, and the first thing he sensed was Wang Danfeng's existence, because Wang Danfeng was really too dazzling. Her cultivation base as a 9 palaces celestial duke made her stand out among the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. As Duan Lingtian continued to extend his divine consciousness, he discovered 2 other 9 palaces celestial dukes flying toward him one after another. He was not unfamiliar with these 2 people. He had seen them at the last alchemy conference. They were Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Lin Ru. However, since Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness was currently at the level of a 6-combo celestial king, Wang Danfeng, Nangong Xiu, and Lin Ru were unaware of Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian continued to extend his divine consciousness. The entire compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate was shrouded by Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. A 10 Directions celestial duke? It seems like he's the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Wang Danfeng's father, Wang Qiuquang. Duan Lingtian, who had shrouded the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect with his divine consciousness, quickly discovered Wang Qiuquang's presence. At the same time, Wang Qiuquang was unaware of Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness as well. Whoosh! After a while, Duan Lingtian finally discovered Murong Bing's presence. After confirming that Murong Bing was fine, he withdrew his divine consciousness. At the same time, he heaved a long sigh of relief. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Wang Danfeng had always been looking coldly at Duan Lingtian, and only when she saw the lingering fear on Duan Lingtian's face did she question in a cold voice. "Greetings, Guardian Danfeng. I'm Duan Lingtian." Although Duan Lingtian's purpose was to intimidate Wang Danfeng, she was still Murong Bing's master. Therefore, he still knew how to act courteously. Wang Danfeng's cold expression did not ease at all when she saw Duan Lingtian bowing to her. However, her eyes flashed. If it was said that she was still angry when she confirmed Duan Lingtian's arrival in the beginning, however, now that she saw Duan Lingtian, she calmed down a little. At the same time, he could not help but scan the surroundings from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to see if there were any powerhouses who had followed Duan Lingtian and were hiding by his side. "Greetings, Guardian Danfeng. I'm Tai Tai He from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect." At this moment, Tai Tai He, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, followed suit and bowed to Wang Danfeng. "Guardian Danfeng, there's no need for you to look. Only the three of us have come to visit your sect. There's no fourth person," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. He could see through Wang Danfeng's thoughts. "Apart from that, it's just as the blissful sect found out, I have no background. I'm only an ascender from a mundane realm to the spirit overarching heaven," Duan Lingtian continued to say. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Danfeng meaningfully before he added, "I'm sure you've heard about the blissful sect's investigation of my background, right?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Danfeng's expression changed drastically. A hint of suspicion could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, how dare you deceive me?" A familiar voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian turned around and saw Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, was standing next to Nangong Xiu like a shadow. "Sect leader Nangong, Guardian Lin Ru." Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and greeted them with a smile on his face. Although he did not have much contact with Lin Ru, he did not have any enmity with her. Although Nangong Xiu had sent people to hunt him down, Nangong Xiu's protection of Murong Bing had left him with a good impression of Nangong Xiu. Sect leader Nangong fabricated the identity of a major clan in the central area because he was forced to do so. Duan Lingtian sighed when he saw Nangong Xiu glaring at him. "I hope you can understand. You deceived me, and you want me to understand you?" The fury in Nangong Xiu's eyes soared. When she spoke again, her voice was even colder. "Sect leader Nangong, can we talk about our matters later?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he saw the furious Nangong Xiu. He said bluntly, "I came here to challenge Wang Qiuquang, the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It won't be too late to talk about our matters after I challenge Wang Qiuquang." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he instinctively looked at Wang Danfeng. After all, Wang Qiuquang was Wang Danfeng's biological father. "You want to challenge my father?" Wang Danfeng sneered as she looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. "If you don't come from a major clan in the central area, don't even think about leaving the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect alive." As soon as Wang Danfeng finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent surged from her body again. The expressions of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples changed drastically. They instinctively retreated to put some distance between them and Wang Danfeng. "It seems like Guardian Danfeng doesn't believe I'm strong enough to challenge your father." Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Wang Danfeng's disdain. When he spoke again, his tone suddenly changed. His tone changed as he said, "In that case, I'll show you if I'm strong enough to challenge your father." At the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his originally calm eyes focused abruptly. In the next moment, boom! Rumble! Thunderous explosions rang in the air around Duan Lingtian, as purple energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. As soon as the purple energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body, it transformed into thousands of purple beams. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Before the 39 Palaces celestial dukes of the compassionate celestial traveler sect could react, Duan Lingtian's purple energy had transformed into thousands of purple beams that shot toward Wang Danfeng again. When Wang Danfeng regained her senses and tried to block Duan Lingtian's attack, she discovered the purple beams had no intention of attacking her. Instead, around her body, they converged and formed a cage made entirely of purple light, trapping her inside. Swoosh! Although Duan Lingtian did not attack her, Wang Danfeng's expression could not help but change when she saw Duan Lingtian cast such a technique in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Swoosh! Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru's expressions changed drastically when they saw Wang Danfeng's expression. I'm afraid only a 10 Directions Celestial Duke or stronger would be able to cast such a technique right under our noses, right? Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru glanced at each other, and Lin Ru's slightly trembling voice sounded in their ears. Nangong Xiu's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lin Ru's words. The elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were stunned when they saw Wang Danfeng trapped in a purple cage. Withdraw. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian slowly extended his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Chapter 29-22. The light from the purple cage shone brightly before it shrunk again. It shrouded Wang Danfeng and trapped her. Wang Danfeng's expression changed drastically. She tried her best to resist the purple cage, but it was futile. The purple energy was like an endless torrential river that slammed into her body. Every time her celestial origin energy rose, it would be mercilessly destroyed. At this moment, Wang Danfeng had a feeling of being a fish on a chopping block. At the same time, there was only a deep sense of helplessness in the depths of her heart. Purple Qi from the east. Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru's expressions changed again when they saw Wang Danfeng was being restrained. They recognized the technique Duan Lingtian had cast. It was the profound Heaven Celestial Sect's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi. Moreover, they could tell Duan Lingtian had completely comprehended and mastered the Eastern Purple Qi. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control the Eastern Purple Qi as though it was his own arm. Duan Lingtian, let go of my junior sister. Although Nangong Xiu was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength and techniques, she still made a move when she saw Wang Danfeng being restrained by Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! His figure was like the wind as he tore through the sky and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Although Lin Ru did not say anything, she followed closely behind Nangong Xiu. She was prepared to join forces with Nangong Xiu to deal with Duan Lingtian. If it was in the past, they would not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all regardless of alchemy Dao. In the past, they would never have imagined that they would join forces to deal with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, even if they joined forces, they were not confident they could defeat Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength was too strong. He was at least a 10 Directions Celestial Duke or even stronger. When Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru had just moved, Duan Lingtian had already noticed them. However, Duan Lingtian did not look at them. His gaze was still fixed on Wang Danfeng, who was still struggling bitterly. If not for the fact that this woman was Murong Bing's teacher and Murong Bing had deep feelings for her, he would have killed her long ago to prevent any future troubles. Although Duan Lingtian had a 10 Directions Celestial Duke as his backer, he was still a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. However, now that he could even kill a 1 basic Celestial King, why would he be afraid of a mere 10 Directions Celestial Duke? Akala. As Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru rapidly approached, Duan Lingtian still did not shift his gaze. However, with a thought, a surge of energy rose from his body once again. A few moments later, the silhouette of a golden Buddha that was shrouded in purple qi appeared around Duan Lingtian, shielding him firmly in the middle. Boom! Rumble! No matter how hard Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru attacked, the golden Buddha shadow that rose from Duan Lingtian's body did not show any signs of dissipating. When the two women's attacks landed on the golden Buddha shadow, it felt like they were merely scratching an itch. They were not a threat to him at all. 9 Suns Lotus Seat. World-cleansing horsetail whisk. Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru were shocked by Duan Lingtian's terrifying defense. Then, they took out their king-grade celestial weapons with a solemn expression on their faces. A lotus seat appeared in Nangong Xiao's hand. There were 9 boys standing in 3 rows on top of the lotus seat. There were 5 boys below the lotus seat, 3 boys above the 5 boys, and 1 boy above the 3 boys. This was one of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 3 sect guarding celestial weapons, the 9 Suns lotus seat. It was the strongest of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 3 sect guarding celestial weapons. Whoosh! With a solemn expression on her face, Nangong Xiao channeled her celestial origin energy into the 9 Suns lotus seat. The 9 Suns lotus seat shone brightly as 2 clones appeared. Apart from the main body that remained in Nangong Xiao's hand, one of the clones appeared beneath Nangong Xiao's feet. At the same time, it expanded and supported Nangong Xiao. The other doppelganger turned into a huge shadow and enveloped Nangong Xiao like an impenetrable wall. Meanwhile, the horsetail whisk in Lin Ru's hand was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. Murong Bing had found this horsetail whisk in the little world that they had entered together. It was one of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 3 sect guarding celestial weapons, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. The world-cleansing horsetail whisk had been lost for many years until Murong Bing found it a few years ago. The compassionate celestial traveler sect's other sect guarding celestial weapon was in the possession of Wang Qiuquang, Wang Danfeng's father, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The sect leader even took out the 9 Suns lotus seat? Is Duan Lingtian's defense really that terrifying? Isn't it obvious? Before the sect leader used her king-grade celestial weapon, she and Guardian Lin Ru were still unable to break through Duan Lingtian's defense even after joining forces. How can his defense not be terrifying? Now that Guardian Lin Ru has taken out her world-cleansing horsetail whisk, 2 Nine Palaces celestial dukes and 2 king-grade celestial weapons should be able to break through Duan Lingtian's defense, right? Even if Duan Lingtian's defense is breached, there's no doubt about his strength. At the very least, he's a 10 directions celestial duke. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect finally regained their senses. Duan Lingtian's strength was simply too shocking. Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, was a 9 Palaces celestial duke. However, she did not even have the strength to fight back against Duan Lingtian. Although Wang Danfeng had underestimated Duan Lingtian and was careless, it was also because of Duan Lingtian's strength that he was capable of doing this. Now that the 2 Nine Palaces celestial dukes from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had joined forces and even took out 2 of the sect's sect guarding celestial weapons, the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect watched intently. Most of them were certain the 2 Nine Palaces celestial dukes from the compassionate celestial traveler sect would be able to break through Duan Lingtian's defense with their king-grade celestial weapons. However, their confidence in the 2 Nine Palaces celestial dukes was shaken. That's also a king-grade celestial weapon? It's impossible for a duke-grade celestial weapon to have such an aura. The people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect could clearly see a celestial weapon appearing in the purple-clad young man's hand as soon as Nangong and Lin Ru took out their king-grade celestial weapons. That immortal artifact was an umbrella. There were strange patterns drawn on the umbrella's body. There were also strange patterns engraved on the umbrella's handle. As soon as the umbrella appeared in the purple-clothed young man's hand, it opened and transformed. In the blink of an eye, it was in the hands of the golden Buddha shadow that was propped up by the purple-clothed young man. As soon as the umbrella appeared in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand, it was shrouded in a layer of golden light. A faint purple energy could be seen on the umbrella's surface as well. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the umbrella shone with a dazzling light that resonated with the golden Buddha silhouette and the purple energy before it seemed to merge with the umbrella. At the same time, Nangong and Lin Ru's attacks with their king-grade celestial weapons arrived as well. Nangong held the 9 children lotus seat in her hand. The 9 children lotus seat trembled, and the 9 boys on it seemed to have come to life as they opened their eyes one after another. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as the 9 boys left the lotus seat and charged toward Duanling Tian at lightning speed. During this process, the bodies of the 9 boys continued to expand as though they were being blown by the wind. When the 9 boys came into contact with the golden Buddha silhouette that was holding up an umbrella on Duanling Tian's body, their bodies shone brightly as though they were members of a suicide squad. Almost at the same time, they self-destructed. Boom! Rumble! The 9 boys self-destructed at the same time. The sound of self-destruction mixed together and seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. It even caused the space at the point of explosion to tremble. Waves of shocking air waves swept out in all directions. As for the golden Buddha shadow holding the umbrella, it also trembled and swayed when the 9 children self-destructed at the same time. It gave off a feeling that it was on the verge of collapse, as if it could collapse at any time. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the golden Buddha silhouette holding the umbrella was on the verge of collapsing due to the self-destruction of the 9 boys, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air again. Lin Ru had made her move after Nangong's performance. The world-cleansing horsetail whisk seemed to have come to life in her hand. With a wave of her hand, the void trembled as a gust of wind whistled out toward Duanling Tian. The gust of wind whistled through the air like a ferocious beast from ancient times. It opened its bloody mouth and charged toward Duanling Tian. The golden Buddha silhouette that was shaken by the 9 boys' self-destruction trembled again when it was hit by the gust of wind. Is Duanling Tian's defense going to be breached? The group of elders and disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect stared at the golden Buddha silhouette, holding the umbrella on Duanling Tian's body. Their hearts trembled slightly as a hint of hope appeared in their eyes. However, what happened next disappointed them. The golden Buddha silhouette holding the umbrella on Duanling Tian's body continued to sway. When it regained its footing, it was as still as a mountain. Since Nangong, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, had taken care of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples on the scene, none of them were affected by the shockwave of her and Lin Ru's attack. This is not enough to breach his defense? His king-grade celestial weapon isn't simple. Moreover, it seems to be a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Now, I'm certain he's at least a 10 directions celestial duke. The elders and disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were shocked by Duanling Tian's ability to fend off Nangong and Lin Ru's attacks. At the same time, they shifted their attention to the umbrella in Duanling Tian's hand. At this moment, the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand shone with purple, golden, and profound rays. It seemed to be able to ward off all the wind and rain in the world. He's finally here? While the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were still in shock over Duanling Tian's strength, Duanling Tian shifted his gaze to the sky in the distance. Chapter 29-23. At the very least, no one, including the 39 Palaces Celestial Dukes of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, noticed the newcomer when Duanling Tian discovered him. Although this person's speed was fast, he could not escape Duanling Tian's eyes. Swoosh! A moment later, as though a gust of wind had blown past, a tall and sturdy figure appeared beside Wang Dan Feng out of thin air. It was a middle-aged man. Supreme Guardian! Supreme Guardian! Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, were the first to regain their senses. They were not surprised by the newcomer's appearance. After all, they had used 2 of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's sect-guarding celestial weapons to attack Duanling Tian. Supreme Guardian? He's the Supreme Guardian? Although the disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had more or less heard about the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, this was their first time seeing him in person. At that moment, all of their gazes were focused on the Supreme Protector. Supreme Guardian! Supreme Guardian! The eyes of the elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect lit up when they saw Wang Qiuquang, the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Previously, Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru had joined forces to attack Duanling Tian, but they were still unable to break through his defenses. This had caused their hearts to sink. However, Wang Qiuquang's arrival gave them hope. Father. When Wang Danfeng, who was imprisoned by Duanling Tian, saw her father, tears welled up in her eyes again. Although she was a 9 Palaces celestial duke and the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, she was only a daughter in front of Wang Qiuquang. When a daughter was wronged, it was fine if her father was not around. She could not help but vent her emotions when she saw her father. Fenger. Seeing the tears in Wang Danfeng's eyes, Wang Qiuquang's expression turned ugly. He raised his hand, and surges of immortal origin energy swept forth like a flood and enveloped Wang Danfeng's body. Wherever Wang Qiuquang's celestial elemental energy passed through, the purple qi on Wang Danfeng's body was also annihilated. It was as if it had never existed. As for Wang Danfeng, she also regained her freedom. The eyes of the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect brightened when they saw Wang Qiuquang had broken free from Wang Danfeng's restraints. After all, the binding that the 9 Palaces' immortal monarchs were unable to do anything to was undone by Wang Qiuquang. This meant that Wang Qiuquang's strength far surpassed that of the 9 Palaces' immortal monarchs. Furthermore, Wang Qiuquang's ability to undo the restraints that Duanling Tian had placed on Wang Danfeng made many people subconsciously feel that Wang Qiuquang was not any weaker than Duanling Tian. However, they did not know that when Wang Qiuquang appeared, Duanling Tian had already removed the power that was binding Wang Danfeng. Otherwise, even if Wang Qiuquang made a move, it would be impossible to remove the restraints on Wang Danfeng. Who are you? Wang Qiuquang asked in a deep voice as he looked at the purple-clad young man with a piercing gaze. His tone was cold and condescending, as though he was a superior who was questioning a subordinate. Although Duanling Tian had introduced himself, Wang Qiuquang had never seen Duanling Tian before. Therefore, he did not associate the purple-clad young man with the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. In his opinion, it was impossible for the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland to possess such strength. Before Wang Qiuquang arrived, he had already sensed the commotion. With his divine consciousness, he had witnessed how Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru were unable to break through Duanling Tian's defenses even after they had joined forces with their king-grade celestial weapons. Wang Qiuquang had also sensed Duanling Tian's defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, he would not have the guts to question Duanling Tian like this. After all, if Duanling Tian did not use his defensive king-grade celestial weapon to block Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru's king-grade celestial weapons, based on this, Wang Qiuquang was certain Duanling Tian was at least a quasi-celestial king or even a celestial king. In front of a quasi-celestial king or a celestial king, Wang Qiuquang, a mere 10-direction celestial duke, did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone question Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had taken out the umbrella earlier because he did not want to waste his celestial origin energy. As for the umbrella, it was a defensive king-grade celestial weapon that he had obtained from the little world where he had obtained the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. Apart from obtaining the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, Duanling Tian had also obtained a few king-grade celestial weapons. One of the king-grade celestial weapons was the umbrella that he had taken out earlier. "You're questioning me?" Duanling Tian's expression darkened when he heard Wang Qiuquang's question. Then, a powerful energy surged out of his body and shot toward Wang Qiuquang. It was none other than his celestial origin energy. At the same time, his divine consciousness swept out and pressed down on Wang Qiuquang. His celestial origin energy and divine consciousness that were comparable to a 6-combo celestial king surged out, causing the void to tremble. Ripples began to spread in all directions. Whoosh! As soon as Duanling Tian's divine consciousness pressed down on Wang Qiuquang's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duanling Tian's terrifying aura. In the face of Duanling Tian's ferocious celestial origin energy, Wang Qiuquang's celestial origin energy was completely destroyed by Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy. Bang! With a loud bang, Wang Qiuquang was sent flying. As he was sent flying, he coughed up blood as if it was free. Wang Qiuquang only managed to regain his footing after he was sent flying for several hundred meters. Even Li Ping, a basic celestial king from the blissful sect, was killed by me. How dare a mere 10 directions Celestial Duke question me? After injuring Wang Qiuquang, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy back into his body in just a blink of an eye. After Duan Ling Tian withdrew his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy, he sneered disdainfully at Wang Qiuquang, who was standing a few hundred meters away. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Wang Danfeng was standing next to Wang Qiuquang earlier. Although Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness and celestial origin energy were not directed at her, she could still sense the terrifying aura from the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy. Although the aura was not directed at her, it was stifling to the point of suffocation. The aura had surpassed the level of a celestial duke. Even the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy of a quasi-celestial king would not be able to emit such a terrifying aura. He held back earlier? In Wang Danfeng's heart, such a thought suddenly popped up without any warning. As soon as this thought appeared in her mind, fear crept into her heart. Took a long time for her to calm down. Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king? Moreover, he was killed by you even after he had broken through? In the distance, Wang Qiuquang, who was injured by Duan Lingtian, did not even have time to think about how terrifying Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness and celestial origin energy were when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His expression changed drastically. I, Duan Lingtian, am not one to lie. It won't be long before news of this matter reaches my ears. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. While Duan Lingtian was speaking, Wang Qiuquang recalled the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy that Duan Lingtian had used on him earlier. After a while, he began to believe Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength was much stronger than an ordinary celestial king. Even a one basic celestial king would not be able to injure Wang Qiuquang to such an extent with just his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy. Wait a minute. All of a sudden, Wang Qiuquang seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. Why, you said you're Duan Lingtian? Currently, Wang Qiuquang was looking at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Was Duan Lingtian not the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland? I'm Duan Lingtian, Murong Bing's man. Today, I came to the compassionate celestial traveler sect to challenge Wang Qiuquang, a 10 directions celestial duke. In response to Wang Qiuquang's question, Duan Lingtian repeated what he had said when he first entered the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. His voice was the same and his words were the same as well. At this moment, Wang Qiuquang was certain the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. Master Duan. Although Wang Qiuquang was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength at such a young age, he had no time to be shocked. After all, based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was clear Duan Lingtian wanted to challenge him. If it was said that he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously before this and felt Duan Lingtian was not qualified to fight him at all, however, at this moment, he did not dare to fight Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Duan Lingtian was able to injure him to such an extent with just his celestial origin energy. Alchemist Duan, is there some misunderstanding between us? Wang Qiuquang asked with a wry smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The reason he asked this was naturally because Duan Lingtian did not challenge anyone else but him. There's no misunderstanding between us. I'm challenging you to let your daughter know that I, Duan Lingtian, and even the compassionate celestial traveler sect, stand behind her disciple Murong Bing. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew what Wang Qiuquang was thinking. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to Wang Danfeng. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Danfeng and continued speaking indifferently. Chapter 29-24. There's no misunderstanding between us. I'm challenging you to let your daughter know that I, Duan Lingtian, and the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect can't afford to offend Murong Bing. I'm here today to let you know that if anything happens to Murong Bing, I, Duan Lingtian, will not only kill you, but I'll also annihilate the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian's voice was calm, but when the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect heard his words, they felt a chill run down their spines. At the same time, they could feel Duan Lingtian's domineering aura. If Duan Lingtian had said these words before today, they would have scoffed. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength and hearing his words, they felt that Duan Lingtian was qualified to say such words. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, everyone from the compassionate celestial traveler sect shifted their attention to Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. At this moment, even Wang Qiuquang was looking at Wang Danfeng. Danfeng. Most of the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect did not know why Duan Lingtian had said those words. It was as though Wang Danfeng would harm Murong Bing. However, as Wang Danfeng's biological father, Wang Qiuquang knew about the relationship between Murong Bing and Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Danfeng. I know you're not willing to let Bing be with this man, and you hate Bing for failing to live up to your expectations. However, you've seen it for yourself. Bing-er's man is at least a celestial king, and he's not an ordinary celestial king. If he wants to kill you, it'll be easy for him to annihilate the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Wang Qiuquang's tone was filled with helplessness as he spoke through voice transmission. Father, I know. At this moment, Wang Danfeng's expression was extremely unsightly. She did not expect the man whom she wanted to kill to sully her disciple's purity was actually a celestial king. She knew she would not be able to do anything to her disciple from today onward. If she still wanted to do anything to her disciple, not only would the compassionate celestial traveler sect stop her, but her father as well. Bing, you found yourself a good man. Wang Danfeng gritted her teeth as she muttered to herself. The feeling of being forced into a corner was driving her crazy. Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian Tian? Duan Lingtian. Duan sect. Duan Tian's a Duan Dutian and heaven's a Duan Tian, celestial sect. And when Murong Bing heard Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Lingtian disappeared from the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate in just a blink of an eye. Even Wang Qiuquang, the old ancestor of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, felt as though Duan Lingtian and his two disciples had vanished into thin air. Needless to say, the others were shocked as well. What a fast speed. Even a one basic celestial king isn't as fast as him. Wang Qiuquang was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed. At the same time, he made up his mind to keep an eye on his daughter and protect his grand-disciple, Murong Bing. He's so powerful. Third senior sister seems to have found herself a good man. But why didn't he bring third senior sister away? Liu Luo was among the disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After Duan Lingtian and his two disciples left, an expression of disbelief and shock remained on her face for a long time. 1,000 years later? I don't even know if I'll still be alive after 1,000 years. When Murong Bing heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, she thought Duan Lingtian had been forced to leave the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She could not help but smile bitterly. As for why Duan Lingtian was able to accurately transmit his voice to her through voice transmission, she thought someone had informed him of her location. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was able to accurately transmit his voice to her through voice transmission. Although she could also transmit her voice to Duan Lingtian's location, she was certain the people around Duan Lingtian would hear her. For this reason, she did not reply to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. At this moment, Murong Bing was certain Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background in the central area. Otherwise, why would he be forced to leave? She felt that once Duan Lingtian left, her master, Wang Danfeng, would no longer be as cautious as before. She would surely come over to kill her at the first possible moment to quell her anger. On the other side, Junior sister, are you going to release Bing? Or should I do it for you? Although Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, wanted to release Murong Bing immediately, he could not help but sniff Wang Danfeng. After all, Wang Danfeng was Murong Bing's master, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and the daughter of the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Sect leader, I'll let you do this for me. Wang Danfeng did not respond to Nangong Xiu. However, her father, Wang Qiuquang, responded to Nangong Xiu on her behalf. At the same time, he raised his hand and released his celestial origin energy before he brought Wang Danfeng away. Yes, Supreme Guardian. Nangong Xiu's eyes lit up when she heard Wang Qiuquang's reply. She immediately made her way to the place where Murong Bing was being held captive by Wang Danfeng. Senior uncle, I'm going to bring third senior sister out as well. Liu Luo's voice rang in the air. At this moment, Nangong Xiu, who had just made her move, released a gentle energy and brought Liu Luo along. After Nangong Xiu brought Liu Luo away, Lin Ru left as well. At this moment, only the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect remained. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Based on what the sect leader said, senior sister Murong Bing has been imprisoned by Guardian Danfeng? What's going on? Also, that Duan Lingtian seemed to have said he's senior sister Murong Bing's man. Isn't senior sister Murong going to be the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? She can't find another man, right? She's imprisoned by Guardian Danfeng. Before that Duan Lingtian left, he even threatened Guardian Danfeng. It's as though he's worried Guardian Danfeng would harm senior sister Murong. Could it be? Although a few elders of the compassionate celestial traveler sect knew what had happened, they did not dare to speak carelessly. However, even if they did not say anything, the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect could vaguely guess what had happened. Guardian Danfeng killed one of her disciples because she had an affair with another man. She had high hopes for that disciple to become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. It seems like senior sister Murong's situation is similar to her senior sister's situation. The situation is similar. However, the difference is senior sister Murong has found a powerful man. He's so powerful that Guardian Danfeng can't do anything about it. I really envy senior sister Murong for being able to find such a powerful man. That man is not even 100 years old, but he's already a celestial king. I wonder how heaven-defying his future will be. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. The disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect discussed among themselves. They were shocked that Murong Bing had found such a powerful man and a celestial king who was not even 100 years old. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. I wonder if there's another celestial king in the southern heaven territory apart from Master Duan. I don't think so. Before Master Duan appeared, I've never heard of a celestial king who's not even 100 years old in the southern heaven territory. I don't think so as well. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. Master Duan seemed to have said that he doesn't come from a powerful clan in the central area. Perhaps Master Duan's background isn't in the southern heaven territory? He only said that he doesn't come from a powerful clan in the central area, but he didn't say that he doesn't have any other background. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect felt that Duan Lingtian had a powerful background that surpassed any force in the southern heaven territory. Also, Master Duan said that he's a transcender. Does this mean that Master Duan is a reincarnated powerhouse with his memories? If that's the case, everything makes sense. The stronger one is, the greater the risk of being reincarnated. For some people in the mundane realms, it's not too risky to be reincarnated. However, once one ascends to the Devata realms and becomes a celestial, it's extremely dangerous to be reincarnated. If Master Duan is a reincarnated powerhouse, he must be a powerful sectless cultivator in his past life, even if he doesn't have a powerful background. When the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect recalled Duan Lingtian saying that he was a transcender, they began to speculate. Duan Lingtian was a reincarnated powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he have achieved so much when he was not even 100 years old? As the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect discussed among themselves, Nangong, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, brought Liu Luo to the place where Murong Bing was imprisoned. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Nangong made her move, the formations in the place where Murong Bing was imprisoned were broken. Third senior sister. As soon as the formation was dispelled, Lu Luo rushed in and tightly hugged Murong Bing, who was still in a daze. Liu Luo, senior ant sect leader? Murong Bing glanced at the girl in green who was hugging her before her gaze landed on Nangong Xiu, who was descending from the sky not far away. Murong Bing's eyes and face were filled with confusion. She had thought her master would be the first to arrive after Duan Lingtian left. Moreover, her master would most likely kill her. Chapter 29-25. Bing you can leave this place now. Seeing Murong Bing's blank expression, Nangong Xiu smiled faintly. Her eyes were filled with doting love. At the same time, she sighed in relief. Although Duan Lingtian had lied to her during the alchemy conference, she was still pleased with his arrival and Duan Lingtian's strength. At the very least, she no longer had to worry about her junior sister harming her niece. Her niece had found herself a good man. Leave this place. Murong Bing smiled bitterly. Is master going to punish me? Senior aunt, did she ask you and Liu Luo to pick me up so we can meet one last time? Although Murong Bing had already expected this outcome, she could not remain as calm as before when she was faced with it in real life. Silly girl, what are you thinking? You're fine now. Your master won't punish you anymore. Nangong shook his head and smiled. Third senior sister, the man you found is too powerful. Even Grandmaster doesn't dare to act recklessly in front of him. At this time, Luluo left Murong Bing's embrace and raised her head to look at Murong Bing, her slightly immature face filled with excitement. Based on her words, it was as though she was the one who had acted recklessly in front of the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect and not Duan Lingtian. Murong Bing was confused. She had no idea what had happened. It was only when Liu Luo told her what had happened that she finally understood what the man had done. He had easily imprisoned her master Wang Danfeng, a 9 Palaces celestial duke and the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Then he managed to stop her senior aunt, Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and Lin Ru, the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Most importantly, Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru, 2 9 Palaces celestial dukes who were stronger than her master, had joined forces and even used the compassionate celestial traveler sect's sect guarding celestial weapons. Even then, they were still unable to break through the man's defenses. He is an immortal king expert? Murong Bing's heart skipped a beat when she learned that even her grandmaster's father, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Wang Qiuquang, was so intimidated that he did not dare to act recklessly. Although, when that man had just arrived and threatened to challenge her grandmaster, she knew that he had come. However, she had never thought that he really had the strength to defeat her grandmaster. After all, her grandmaster, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, was the strongest person in the sect. He was a powerful 10 directions celestial duke. In fact, when the man told her that he would come back to pick her up after 1,000 years, she thought that he had returned empty-handed. She had never thought that. Not only did that man subdue her master with a flip of his palm, but he also easily withstood the joint attack of her sect leader and guardian Lin Ru. Then, when her grandmaster appeared, he was so scared that he did not dare to accept the challenge. Moreover, he had even forced her extremely prideful master to compromise. This. Murong Bing was so shocked that she was unable to regain her senses for a long time. Senior sister, he came for you, but why didn't he take you away? Why didn't he see you leave? Liu Luo was confused. Bing did he speak to you before he left? As the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect and a 9 Palaces celestial duke, Nangong, naturally, knew that it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to communicate with Murong Bing if he wanted to. Yes. Murong Bing nodded. Then, she looked in the direction where the voice transmission came from and muttered to herself. He told me that he would come back to pick me up after 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Liu Luo's eyes widened. So long? To Liu Luo, 1,000 years was indeed a long time since she was not even 100 years old. 1,000 years. It seems like he has something to do in the coming days, so it's not convenient for him to bring you along. Nan Gong speculated. Yes. Murong Bing nodded. If it's not convenient for him to bring third senior sister along, why is it convenient for him to bring that woman along? Luluwa was non-committal as she coldly snorted. Murong Bing remained silent. Bing although I don't know what's the relationship between Master Duan and the white-clad woman, the way Master Duan looked at her was more like the way an elder brother would look at his younger sister. It wasn't the kind of love a man would give to a woman. Nan Gong said, although she had not experienced love for most of her life, as the saying went, even if you have never eaten pork, you have seen a pig run. Due to this reason, she could tell Duan Ling Tian did not have any feelings for the white-clad woman. Upon hearing Nangong's words, Murong Bing's eyes lit up. Nangong sighed inwardly when she saw the light in Murong Bing's eyes. There was one more thing she did not say. It was, although the way Duan Ling Tian looked at the white-clad woman did not seem to be filled with affection, the way the white-clad woman looked at Duan Ling Tian was as though she was looking at her lover. Since Master Duan has told you that he'll come for you after 1,000 years, it means he has his own considerations. 1,000 years is just a blink of an eye for celestials like us. Nangong continued, therefore, Bing you should stay in the sect for the next 1,000 years and wait for Master Duan to come for you. After a while, Nangong added, Bing don't go and see your master for the next few days. I'm afraid she won't be happy to see you. I'll go with you in a few days. Nangong said, thank you, senior uncle sect leader. Murong Bing knew that with her master's pride, she would be in a bad mood after being forced to lower her head. If she went to see her master now, although her master would not dare to touch her due to the man's strength, she would not be happy. Brother Ling Tian, why didn't you take Sister Murong Bing away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? After Duan Ling Tian left the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Huan who had remained silent in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate, could not help but ask Duan Ling Tian, it's easy for me to take her away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, but I can't guarantee her safety if she comes with me. Duan Ling Tian said truthfully, therefore, I think it's best for her to stay in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. When the time is right and I'm strong enough to protect her, I'll come and take her away. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he turned to look at the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate and thought to himself, if I can return from the divine offering land after 1,000 years, I'll come and take you back. Duan Ling Tian was certain he would be strong enough to roam the Devata realms if he could return from the divine offering land after 1,000 years. Guardian Tai. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tai Tai He and said with a glint in his eyes, now that the matter with the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is over, I don't plan to return to the sect. I plan to leave the borderlands and head to the central area. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he raised his hand and 2 memory celestial talismans appeared in his hand. These 2 memory celestial talismans contain the Blissful Sect's Duke Grade Celestial Method, the Immobilization King Method, and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's Duke Grade Divine Ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. After a while, Duan Ling Tian brought the 2 memory celestial talismans to Tai Tai He with his celestial origin energy. Master Duan. Tai Tai He became anxious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. You should personally hand these memory celestial talismans to the sect leader. Moreover, don't you owe Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, a favor? Aren't you going to return the favor before leaving? In order to persuade Duan Ling Tian to stay, Tai Tai He even mentioned Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian returned to the wasteland with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, he had promised Jian Qiu Luo that he would return the favor. I haven't forgotten sect leader Jian's favor. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, Elder Tai, when you return to the sect, tell the sect leader to give one of the Duke Grade Celestial Methods and divine abilities to the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect after he or someone else has completely mastered them. This way, I'll be able to return the favor to Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. I'm sure the sect leader won't refuse this. If sect master refuses, I'll return the favor myself in the future. Moreover, please bid farewell to the sect leader, Master Situ, and the others on my behalf. Tell them that I'll visit them if I have the chance in the future." As soon as Duan Tian finished speaking, he did not wait for Tai He's reply before he left with Huan. It was as though they had vanished into thin air. Tai he could only smile wryly when he saw Duan Tian and Huan vanishing into thin air. Master Duan left in such a hurry. Initially, Tai he thought Duan Tian would only consider leaving the borderlands for the central area after returning to the Tai Celestial sect. He did not expect Duan Tian would leave the borderlands for the central area as soon as he left the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Tian brought Huan and Huan to a forest in just a blink of an eye. "Huan, I'll leave the rest of the journey to the central area. Currently, I have enough celestial origin energy for 2 or 3 more celestial kings. If I travel on my own, I'm afraid I won't have enough celestial origin energy for 2 more celestial kings before we reach the central area." There was no need for Duan Tian to hide anything from Huan. Although he had tried to conserve his celestial origin energy during the journey to the compassionate celestial traveler sect, he had still expended a lot of it. Currently, his strength was only comparable to a 5-element celestial king. "Brother Tian, you should rest. Save your celestial origin energy for when you need it," Huan said. Chapter 29-26. Currently, I've completely comprehended and mastered the triple trait Duke grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, and the triple trait Duke grade divine ability, the Eastern Violet Chi. The only technique that I can still use now is the assist type heaven grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, to the current me, these methods are already enough. What I have to do now is to raise my cultivation base. Although my celestial origin energy and soul are at the level of a celestial king due to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon, it's still not my true strength. What I can rely on, and what I can rely on even more, is still my own strength. Duan Tian's strength was still comparable to a 5-element celestial king due to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. However, Duan Tian was not blinded by this. Although he felt as though he was a celestial king every time he unleashed his strength, he knew he was still an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As long as the energy from the consumable royal grade celestial weapon was depleted, his strength would return to its original state. Apart from that, the consumable royal grade celestial weapon could not be used indefinitely. Could only be used 3 times. Duan Tian had already used it once. In other words, he only had 2 uses left. It's also because my opponents are weaker than me when I'm using the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, my celestial origin energy wouldn't have been depleted so slowly. Duan Tian knew the reason his celestial origin energy was depleted so slowly was because he had yet to encounter opponents who were on par with him or slightly weaker than him. Even if he was evenly matched with his opponent, he would still be able to defeat and even kill him when his celestial origin energy was depleted. On the other hand, his opponents who were slightly weaker than him would be able to turn the tables and defeat him. After all, the energy granted by the consumable royal grade celestial weapon was constantly being depleted. The energy granted by the consumable royal grade celestial weapon will be depleted as time passes. Unless I'm facing an opponent who's stronger than me, the longer I fight, the faster my energy will be depleted. Apart from that, even if I'm facing an opponent who's stronger than me, my energy will be depleted as well. Duan Tian knew the reason the energy granted by the consumable royal grade celestial weapon was depleted so slowly was because his opponents were not strong. The strongest opponent he faced was a 1 basic celestial king who had just become a celestial king. If I had used the consumable royal grade celestial weapon earlier, I would have used up most of my strength even if I could kill a 9 palaces celestial king. Even if I'm facing an opponent who's weaker than a 9 palaces celestial king, it's a royal grade celestial weapon. I can't rely on the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. I can't rely on it. I can't rely royal grade celestial strength. In the end, it's still my own strength that's more important. Due to this reason, Duan Tian immersed himself in his cultivation throughout the rest of the journey. Since he had the king grade celestial technique, the Tai Profound Method, and 99 Heavenly Veins, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was not slow at all even without the heaven and earth spirit energy from Huan Er's divine crystal. Since they were outside, Duan Lingtian did not dare to expose Huan Er's divine crystal. With his current divine consciousness, he would be able to predict the presence of a five-element celestial king. However, who knew if he would encounter a five-element celestial king? For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not dare to take the risk. Divine crystals were too precious. Let alone celestial kings, even celestial lords and ordinary celestial emperors would covet divine crystals. After traveling for about half a month, Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, a group of figures flew toward him at an extremely fast speed. A1 basic celestial duke. 8 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness that was equivalent to a 5 elements celestial king's divine consciousness was easily detected by the newcomers. What a beautiful woman! In just a blink of an eye, the 9 figures arrived before Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, blocking their path. The short, middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the group gasped when he saw Huan Er. After sucking in a breath of cold air, his eyes flashed with a greedy luster, like a hungry wolf that had encountered a delicious prey. Big brother, it seems like we're in luck today. Not only will we be able to rob them, but we'll also be able to rob them of their beauty. A young man among the group of 8 looked at Huan Er with a greedy expression on his face. Everyone had a love for beauty. Huan Er's beauty was unparalleled in the world. It was difficult for a normal man not to be attracted to her. The 9 of them were experienced in robbing passers-by in this area. Since the woman was leading the group, it meant she was stronger than the other man. Moreover, she was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial at most. 8 of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, and one of them was a 1 basic celestial duke. Not to mention that the purple-clothed young man that the woman brought away might not necessarily be as strong as her. Even if he was stronger than her, they would not be afraid. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman in my life. If I can have sex with her, I'll have no regrets in life. I agree. She's too beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. We're in luck today. 6 of the other 7 looked at her with gleaming eyes. Their words were even more unbridled. It was as if they could already see Huan Er becoming their captive and letting them do whatever they wanted to her. Big brother. At this moment, one of the 9 men who had been silent all this while stepped forward. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and was dressed in a plain robe. He looked at the 1 basic celestial duke and said, "Why don't we give up on this deal?" The middle-aged man said as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged next to Huan Er. Duan Lingtian was looking at them calmly. Although the middle-aged man had never seen Duan Lingtian before, he could not help but feel chills running up his spine when he saw how calm Huan Er and Duan Lingtian were. In the past, it wasn't like he hadn't met people who deliberately mystified them and deliberately scared them, but although those people looked calm on the surface, they didn't give him this kind of creepy feeling. Moreover, the white-clad woman in front of him was too beautiful, so beautiful that it took his breath away. How could a woman like her, who was able to arrive here without concealing her appearance, be ordinary? Or rather, would the people around her be ordinary? Give up. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the short middle-aged man who was a 1 basic celestial duke was taken aback. "Second brother, are you going to watch such a beautiful woman slip away before your eyes? You won't get another chance like this if you miss this opportunity. You might not be able to meet such a beautiful woman again in the future," the short middle-aged man said. The short middle-aged man spoke very politely to the second brother he spoke of. There was even a questioning tone in his voice. "Second brother, you can't ruin our plans. Second brother, we know you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, and you're a cautious person. However, I don't think we'll be so unlucky this time." "That's right. Second brother, don't forget that you've made mistakes before as well. Big brother, you can't listen to second brother. We have to do this deal. The other 7 men looked at the middle-aged man greedily as they spoke to the middle-aged man. At the same time, they did not forget to persuade the short middle-aged man, their eldest brother. Second brother, as you can see, we can't listen to you today. Hearing the words of the 7 people, the short middle-aged man looked at the second brother with a bitter smile on his face. However, there was no sign of compromise in his eyes, only the luster of a hungry wolf. It was clear he did not want to give up on this deal so easily. Forget it. At most, I'll die with all of you. The middle-aged man, the second brother, shook his head helplessly. His expression was grim as though he was ready to die. Second brother, don't be like this. If you don't want to do this deal, you can just leave. You don't have to act like we're a burden to you. The short, middle-aged man frowned, clearly displeased. That's right. Second brother, if you don't want to do this deal with us, you can leave now. That way, we'll have one less person to share the profits with. Another 3 men chimed in when they heard the short, middle-aged man's words. Humph! The middle-aged man snorted and said, I'm not leaving. If you succeed in this deal, I won't share anything with you even if I misjudged you. A hint of anger could be heard in his voice when he spoke. Fine. Second brother, you said it yourself. As expected of second brother, as your younger brother, I'll thank you in advance. Without second brother, after capturing this woman, it should be my turn to spend the night with her soon, right? Chapter 29-27. You're quite loyal, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he glanced at the middle-aged man with a medium build who was addressed as second brother and second brother by the other 8 people. You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's robe fluttered as he rose to his feet. In the next moment, he took a step forward and stepped into the air. Then, he gently placed his hand on Huan Er's shoulder. Brother Ling Tian, why you're awake? Since Huan Er's attention was focused on the other 8 people, she was unaware that Duan Ling Tian had woken up from his cultivation. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile on his face before he continued to say, It seems like I'll have to bring you along in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll run into some headless flies who don't know what's good for them. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huan Er affectionately as he spoke to her. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the other 9 people. What a calm gaze. At the same time, the middle-aged man with a medium build was unable to regain his senses for a long time because of Duan Ling Tian's gaze. He had seen similar gazes in the past. However, he had only seen such a calm gaze without any guilty conscience a few times. Moreover, the previous few times, such a gaze had appeared in the eyes of those who had complete control of the situation in their hands. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. It seems like we've really kicked an iron plate this time, the middle-aged man thought to himself. The middle-aged man thought to himself. He wanted to persuade the other 8 people, but when he noticed that the 8 of them were looking at the white-clothed woman, he gave up on the idea. He knew his 8 companions had been blinded by their desire for Chun Jianhong. It would be useless even if he tried to persuade them. Forget it. If it wasn't for boss saving my life, I would have been dead by now. This time I'll repay him with my life. Previously, the middle-aged man had thought he was lucky. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm and fearless gaze, he no longer dared to think he was lucky. Flies? He called us flies? Is this brat seeking death? The other 8 people were furious when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. When the short, middle-aged man in the lead looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with rage. Killing intent surged out of his body as well. Brat, since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The short, middle-aged man suddenly let out an explosive shout before he flew out. His target was Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the celestial origin energy in his body surged out like a torrent before it gathered in his hand and shot toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Humph! Although Duan Lingtian did not take the short, middle-aged man's attack seriously, The other party's sudden attack still made him snort coldly in dissatisfaction. With just a thought, a golden light shone from Duan Lingtian's body. In just a blink of an eye, the golden light transformed into the silhouette of a golden Buddha that shrouded him. Immobilization King. When the golden Buddha silhouette on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body solidified, the short middle-aged man and the other 8 people who were charging toward Duan Lingtian had a slight change of expression on their faces. The Immobilization King is the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method. Moreover, it's an offensive, defensive, and triple trait Duke grade celestial method. Based on his proficiency in using the Immobilization King, it seems like he has completely comprehended and mastered the celestial method. He can easily record this celestial method in a memory celestial talisman for others to comprehend and master. At this moment, other than the middle-aged man with a medium build, the other 8 people, including the short middle-aged man, had a hint of greed in their eyes. This was especially true for the short middle-aged man who was charging towards Duan Lingtian. He had even retracted most of his strength in a timely manner. Big brother, please show mercy. Big brother, if you let him live. It's equivalent to obtaining an offensive, defensive, and triple trait Duke grade celestial method. When the short middle-aged man showed mercy, the other 8 people, except for the middle-aged man with a medium build, hurriedly cried out. Clearly, they were afraid the short middle-aged man would kill Duan Lingtian. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a triple trait Duke grade celestial method that was both offensive and defensive. Bang! 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 Although the short middle-aged man had intentionally shown mercy, his attack was not weak at all. His attack was as ferocious as a thunderbolt. However, such a ferocious attack was like a tickle to the golden Buddha silhouette on Duan Lingtian's body. It did not leave any mark on it at all. The golden Buddha silhouette was as immovable as a mountain. It was like an impenetrable fortress that could not be shaken by ordinary people. As expected of the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method, it's truly powerful. The short middle-aged man did not realize how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. He thought it was the celestial method Immobilization King method that allowed Duan Lingtian to withstand his attack. He immediately increased the intensity of his attacks. Bang! 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 Alas, the short middle-aged man still could not shake the golden Buddha silhouette. Faced with this situation, the short middle-aged man continued to increase the intensity of his attacks. Bang! 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 Alas, even after increasing the intensity of his attacks, the short middle-aged man still could not shake the golden Buddha silhouette. At this moment, the short middle-aged man finally realized that something was amiss. He glanced at the purple-clothed young man, whom he had not taken seriously at all, only to see the purple-clothed young man looking at him with a faint smile. His indifferent gaze seemed to be indifferent to everything. What's going on? Big brother. He had used all his strength earlier, but he still couldn't shake the purple-clad young man's defense? Heavens! Isn't the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method too powerful? Is the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method really powerful? I don't think so. Even if one of us has mastered the Immobilization King celestial method, I don't think we can withstand Big Brother's all-out attack so easily, right? Now, of the remaining 8 people, except for the middle-aged man with a medium build who didn't seem to be surprised by the scene in front of him, the expressions of the other 7 people changed. You've attacked me so many times. Now it's my turn, right? Duan Lingtian looked at the short, middle-aged man indifferently as he said unhurriedly, "If you can survive my attack, I'll spare your life." Swoosh! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the short, middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something, but it was too late. Swoosh! As a purple sword ray flashed by like a meteor, the center of the short, middle-aged man's forehead was pierced. The moment the purple sword ray appeared behind his head, it suddenly exploded. Boom! Rumble! The void where the short, middle-aged man stood trembled a few times before a rain of blood fell from the sky. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put the spatial ring away. To the others, Duan Lingtian's attack was too fast. It was to the extent that they did not see it at all. All they heard was a loud noise. Then, the short, middle-aged man turned into a mist of blood. He couldn't be more dead. Sigh. The middle-aged man with a medium build heaved a long sigh as though he had expected this outcome. The expressions of the remaining 7 people changed drastically when they saw this. The short, middle-aged man was their leader. He was also the only celestial duke among the 9 of them. Even so, he was killed in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, he was killed by the purple-clad young man who had mastered the blissful sex duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. How could a one basic celestial duke be killed in just a blink of an eye? Even if such a person had mastered the blissful sex duke-grade celestial method, he was definitely a 3 talents celestial duke. Just like second brother said, "We've met our match?" Just as the 7 of them looked at each other with pale faces, their expressions instantly froze. Subsequently, the 7 of them followed in the footsteps of the short middle-aged man and were killed by Duan Ling Tian. Even a one basic celestial duke was killed by Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. There was no need to mention these 7 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. "You take their storage rings," Qin Wentian said. The middle-aged man with a medium build was waiting for Duan Ling Tian to kill him after killing his companions. However, Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in his ears, causing him to be dumbfounded. "What? Do you want to die with them as well?" When Duan Ling Tian saw the middle-aged man was still in a daze, he glanced at him with interest and asked. After being reminded by Duan Ling Tian, the middle-aged man immediately reacted and put away the 7 spatial rings that almost fell to the ground after they died. My lord." After collecting the spatial rings, the middle-aged man was about to hand them over to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he was worried about what Duan Ling Tian would do to him. Nevertheless, he heaved a sigh of relief. Based on the current situation, it seemed like the purple-clad young man had no intention of killing him. "Take them," Duan Ling Tian said as he glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's aura was that of a celestial king. It was completely different from before. Bang! Duan Ling Tian's aura pressed down on the middle-aged man's chest as though a huge hammer had landed on him. The middle-aged man's blood began to boil, and his consciousness began to blur. Circulate your cultivation method and break through the bottleneck. Chapter 29-28. The middle-aged man was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's celestial king aura, he felt like a lone boat in the middle of a storm that could capsize at any moment. Circulate your cultivation method and break through the bottleneck. It was only when Duan Ling Tian's voice resonated in the air that the middle-aged man's originally blurry consciousness cleared up slightly. It was precisely by relying on this bit of clarity that the middle-aged man secretly took a deep breath, and then his thoughts became clear as he started to circulate his cultivation technique. The heaven and earth spirit energy gathered from all directions and surged into his body. The heaven and earth spirit energy began to circulate in his body and form minor circulations. After about a dozen breaths, whoosh, a gust of wind blew past. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. Whoosh! At the same time, a vast and majestic aura surged out of the middle-aged man's body. At the same time, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's aura had undergone a drastic change. As he stood there, the aura he emitted was similar to the short middle-aged man who had died in Duan Ling Tian's hands. An ecstatic expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face as soon as he opened his eyes. Congratulations! You must have been waiting for this day for a long time, right? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at the middle-aged man. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the middle-aged man fell to his knees and bowed before Duan Ling Tian. From now on, I, Lu Guanglin, am yours to command. As long as my lord is willing to let me follow you, I, Lu Guanglin, am willing to be your servant and be loyal to you for the rest of my life. Lu Guanglin had been a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial for many years, but he had not been able to break through. It was not because his innate talent was bad, but because he did not have a Duke-grade cultivation method to cultivate. Unless one's innate talent was extraordinary, it was extremely difficult for one to break through and become a celestial Duke with a cultivation method below the Duke grade. For example, the short, middle-aged man who had been killed by the purple-clad young man had stagnated at the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial for 1,000 years before he managed to break through. Even though Zhang Xian was far more talented than the other party, he would still need to spend at least 100 years before he could achieve a breakthrough. He didn't think that he would be so lucky as to receive the help of an expert several decades later, allowing him to complete his breakthrough to the high immortal realm in advance. I don't think even a 10 Directions Celestial Duke would be able to emit such a powerful aura. Although Lu Guanglin's cultivation was not high, he happened to see the world once by chance. He still remembered that it was during the alchemy conference held by the various top sects in the 6 southeastern regions almost 100 years ago. At that time, he was only there to join in the fun. However, he had coincidentally witnessed the battle between the blissful sect's old ancestor, Li Ping, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke. However, Li Ping's aura at that time could not be compared to the aura that the purple-clothed young man had just displayed. Never betray you? Duan Ling Tian smiled when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. Don't you think you've betrayed your 9 companions? My lord, Lu Guanglin said solemnly, among my companions, I only owe my boss my life. The rest of my companions and I only work together to make use of each other. If it wasn't for the fact that you saved my life back then, I would have left earlier. I believe that with your benevolence you wouldn't kill me, someone who didn't offend you or this young lady. Lu Guanglin looked at Duan Lingtian intently as he spoke. Both of them looked at each other with a hint of wisdom in their eyes. There's no master-servant relationship between me and my boss. I, Lu Guanglin, swear that I'll never betray you. There's no lightning penalty oath in the Devata realms like in the mundane realms. However, I, Lu Guanglin, am willing to sever one of my arms to prove my loyalty. As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, he raised his right hand, and a saber ray flashed before he slashed it down on his left shoulder. It was much more difficult to regrow a severed arm in the Devata realms compared to the mundane realms. In the mundane realms, there were some rare medicinal herbs that could regrow a severed arm because the body of a person in the mundane realms was only mortal. Once a person ascended to a Devata realm, they would undergo the baptism of the celestial ascension pool. After the baptism, their body would be transformed from a mortal to a celestial. Once a celestial's body was damaged, it would be useless no matter how many medicinal herbs one consumed in the mundane realms. Only by finding some rare medicinal herbs or pills in the Devata realms would one be able to regrow one's body. Swoosh! The saber ray shone brightly as it was about to cut off Lu Guanglin's left arm. Swoosh! 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 Just as the saber light was only a foot away from Lu Guanglin's left arm, a gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it a vast and boundless power. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Guanglin's saber ray disappeared into thin air as though it was never there. I trust you. The person who made the move was none other than Duan Lingtian. After experiencing 2 reincarnations, Duan Lingtian believed he had a good eye for people. He could tell Lu Guanglin was a person who knew how to repay kindness and was a man of his word. This Lu Guanglin in front of him was unwilling to leave earlier. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he was still willing to share life and death with his 8 companions. This made him have a good impression of him. Moreover, since Lu Guanglin had never spoken to Huaner, Duan Lingtian had no intention of killing him. Instead, when Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and discovered Lu Guanglin was only a step away from becoming a celestial duke, he decided to recruit Lu Guanglin. The journey to the central area was long and arduous. With Huaner leading the way, their speed was slow. Moreover, they were often robbed by ignorant celestials. If it were a celestial duke leading the way, it would save them a lot of effort in the borderlands, let alone the central area. You'll stay by my side from now on, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, My name is Duan Lingtian. As for the person next to me, you can call her Miss Huan. She's my younger sister. Thank you, my lord. Lu Guanglin thanked Duan Lingtian profusely when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he bowed respectfully at Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Miss Huan. I'm Lu Guanglin. However, Huan had no time to pay attention to Lu Guanglin at this moment. She could not help but recall Duan Lingtian's words to Lu Guanglin. Younger sister? So, he's only been treating me as a younger sister all this time? Although Huan knew Duan Lingtian was avoiding her and treated her like a younger sister, she still felt uneasy when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. My lord, where are you and Miss Huan heading to? Lu Guanglin asked respectfully as he looked at Duan Lingtian. We're leaving the borderlands and heading to the central area. Since you've decided to follow me, you'll lead the way. Duan Lingtian said. Yes, my lord. Lu Guanglin accepted the order respectfully. At the same time, he thought Duan Lingtian had to cultivate or comprehend celestial methods or divine abilities since he was so strong, and yet he did not bring anyone along. Just like that, another person appeared in Duan Lingtian's group. My lord, you're a celestial king, right? Lu Guanglin asked curiously when he saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of cultivating or comprehending celestial methods or divine abilities. I am now. Duan Lingtian nodded. I am now? Lu Guanglin was confused. He did not understand what Duan Lingtian meant. Do you know about consumable royal-grade celestial weapons? Duan Lingtian asked. Consumable royal-grade celestial weapons? Lu Guanglin's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly replied, My lord, I've heard of such celestial weapons. It's said that such celestial weapons are rarer than ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapons. However, once you obtain the celestial weapons, you'll be able to gain a lot of power by consuming the celestial weapons. Moreover, there won't be any side effects when you use the celestial weapons. Lu Guanglin seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Sir, why did you suddenly bring this up at this time? Don't tell me you. Lu Guanglin's eyes were filled with shock. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and said calmly, My current strength comes from a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Before I helped you, although I've consumed a lot of the power granted to me by the celestial weapon, it's still comparable to a 5-element celestial king. However, after helping you break through and become a celestial duke, my strength is only comparable to a 4-phenomenon celestial king. I didn't bring Huan along because I didn't want to waste too much of the power granted to me by the celestial weapon. Now that I've asked you to bring us along, it's the same. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he looked at Lu Guanglin and said, My true strength is slightly weaker than Huan's. I'm only a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although I'm close to a breakthrough, I'll only be an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian had spent most of his time comprehending celestial methods, divine abilities, and alchemy. Otherwise, he would have become an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial a long time ago. I'll give you a chance to leave, and I'll pretend I didn't hear your promise. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Guanglin calmly when he finished speaking. Chapter 29-29. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded when he saw the determined expression on Lu Guanglin's face. Then, he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged before he began to cultivate. Duan Lingtian had agreed to follow Lu Guanglin because he thought Lu Guanglin was a good person and smart. The reason Duan Lingtian revealed his background to Lu Guanglin was because he did not ask Lu Guanglin to follow him on a whim. Duan Lingtian really needed someone who could get things done for him. Regardless of Lu Guanglin's innate talent, Duan Lingtian approved of Lu Guanglin's character and intelligence. After Lu Guanglin greeted her, she sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. It was unclear if she was cultivating or comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. During this entire process, she did not even greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, naturally, could sense Huan's emotions. He knew it was because of what he had said to Lu Guanglin earlier. He had introduced Huan to Lu Guanglin as his younger sister. However, he did not think too much about it. He was confident Huan would calm down after some time. With Lu Guanglin, a one basic celestial duke, leading the way, not only did Duan Lingtian and the others speed up, but they also did not encounter any celestials along the way. Although there were still some celestial dukes in the borderlands who would rob passers-by, there were very few of them. There were very few people along the way from the borderlands to the central area. Therefore, even if there were celestial dukes, they would not choose this area. Time continued to pass. In just a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. I finally reached the final step. As long as I break through this bottleneck, I'll be able to become an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai profound method, suddenly had a surge of aura on the surface of his body. Meanwhile, the overarching heaven pill's efficacy in Duan Lingtian's body was rapidly depleted. In the end, it was converted into celestial origin energy that circulated through the Tai profound technique. About half a month later, whoosh! All of a sudden, a majestic aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body as he sat cross-legged in the air. At this moment, the celestial origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had clearly changed. I've finally broken through. I'm an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After making a breakthrough, Duan Lingtian immediately opened his eyes. A bright smile appeared on his face at the right time. Congratulations, my lord. At the same time, Lu Guanglin also noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's aura. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a four-phenomenon celestial king, his aura was clearly that of an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. For this reason, Lu Guanglin knew Duan Lingtian had broken through. At the same time, he was also shocked. My lord, he's not even 100 years old? Earlier, when Duan Lingtian had broken through, Lu Guanglin had extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Earth stage. Apart from that, he had also discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Lu Guanglin's heart skipped a beat. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old? Moreover, he was an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Such an existence had never appeared in the history of the borderland in the past 10,000 years. Right? When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Guanglin's congratulatory words, he immediately looked at Lu Guanglin. At the same time, his expression changed immediately. Where's Huan? This was because he noticed that Lu Guanglin had only brought him away. Huan, who was by his side, was nowhere to be seen. Duan Lingtian, who had been looking left and right for a long time to no avail, turned to look at Lu Guanglin. His expression was so dark that it seemed as though water would drip from it at any moment. My lord! Lu Guanglin's expression darkened when he saw Duan Lingtian's gaze. He smiled bitterly and said, Miss Huan, she left. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Duan Lingtian did not doubt Lu Guanglin's words. Unless Huan had left on her own accord, it was impossible for him to not notice anything. About a month ago, Lu Guanglin said as he took out an unclaimed spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Miss Huan asked me to pass this spatial ring to you before she left, my lord. When Miss Huan said she was going to leave without saying goodbye to you, my lord, I wanted to inform you. However, she threatened me and told me not to tell you about her departure. Otherwise, she would kill herself in front of me. Miss Huan was very determined at that time. Based on the determination in her eyes, it didn't seem like she was joking. Therefore, I didn't dare to alarm you, my lord. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Guanglin's face when he reached the end of his sentence. As Duan Lingtian listened to Lu Guanglin's words, he claimed ownership of the spatial ring that Lu Guanglin handed to him. Soon after, he saw the contents of the spatial ring. The space inside the storage ring was empty, and there were only two things lying there quietly. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian saw one of the two items in the spatial ring, his expression changed drastically. This was the necklace that Huan had been wearing all this time. The pendant on the necklace was particularly eye-catching to Duan Lingtian. The divine crystal that Huan always carried around with her was in this pendant. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian opened the pendant. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the divine crystal instantly filled the spatial ring. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not expect Huan to leave him with her most precious item. It was just that, without the god crystals, her cultivation would be affected once she left the divine realm. Silly girl. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian's expression was so gloomy that Lu Guanglin only dared to look at him without saying a word. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took out another item from the spatial ring. It was a celestial talisman that could gather voices. With just a thought, the voices in the spatial ring entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Lingtian, I'm leaving. I didn't want to leave, but I decided to leave in the end. Perhaps you'll miss me more when I'm gone, just like how you miss Sister Murong Bing, Sister Ke, Sister Li Fei, and Sister Feng Tianwu. Brother Lingtian, I know you want to become stronger as soon as possible so you can save Sister Ke and the others. For this reason, although I'm leaving, I still left the divine crystal that my mother gave me to you. I hope it can help you become stronger as soon as possible. Huan Er's voice trailed off as she continued to say, Brother Lingtian, I know you want to become stronger as soon as possible. Huan Er's voice trailed off at this moment. Huan Er. Duan Lingtian's expression turned even more unsightly. However, a hint of gratitude could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect Huan to leave the divine crystal to him. Without the divine crystals, her future cultivation speed would definitely slow down by a lot. Silly girl. What a silly girl. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned red from anxiety. He looked at Lu Guanglin and asked in a low voice, Which direction did Huan go? That way. Lu Guanglin pointed to the side. As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he unleashed his full strength as a four-phenomenon's celestial king. Then he vanished from Lu Guanglin's sight. Lu Guanglin came to a halt and waited for Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian must have gone to look for Miss Huan Indeed, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was looking for Huan He activated the energy granted by the consumable celestial artifact and sped toward the direction Lu Guanglin had pointed at with the speed of a celestial king. Alas, he did not manage to find Huan even after his energy was depleted. With Huan speed, I'll definitely be able to catch up to her if she keeps going in this direction. There's only one possibility. She must have changed directions. Based on Huan personality, she's no longer interested in the borderlands. It's impossible for her to stay here. There's only one possibility. She deliberately went in this direction when Lu Guanglin saw her and changed directions halfway to the central area. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian returned to Lu Guanglin's location at lightning speed. With a wave of his hand, he brought Lu Guanglin with him and began to search the central area. Although Duan Lingtian was carrying Lu Guanglin, his speed was still extremely fast. It did not take long for them to arrive at the borderlands. My lord, the mountain range in front of us is the boundary between the borderlands and the central area. The formation that prevents celestial kings from staying in the borderlands is located in the mountain range. It extends to every corner of the southern heaven territory and separates the central area from the borderlands. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy had been reduced to the level of a 3 talents celestial duke. Therefore, even though he was carrying Lu Guanglin at this speed, Lu Guanglin could still barely see the surroundings. Unlike before, when Lu Guanglin's eyes couldn't see anything around him, he was like a blind man. At that time, Duan Lingtian was simply too fast. We're about to enter the central area? With Huan speed, it's impossible for her to reach this place. Don't tell me, Huan ran into another celestial who tried to rob her along the way? If I knew Huan would leave, I would have asked her to leave me a soul pearl. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hovered in the air above the border of the southern heaven territory. His expression was so dark that it seemed as though water could drip from it. Chapter 29:30. Duan Lingtian did not expect Huan Er to leave him. For this reason, he did not have Huan Er's soul pearl with him. Take me and walk around the area. Then, go back and do a carpet search. Search the area thoroughly. Duan Lingtian ordered in a deep voice as he looked at Lu Guanglin. Yes, my lord. Lu Guanglin looked at Duan Lingtian before he hastily averted his gaze. At the same time, he could sense the anxiety in Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, he could feel how important Miss Huan Er was to Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry, my lord. Lu Guanglin had a guilty expression on his face as he continued to search for Huan Er with Duan Lingtian. It's all in the past. What's the point of apologizing? Moreover, you didn't have a choice at that time. Huan Er is a hot-tempered girl. She's capable of doing anything. Although Duan Lingtian was worried about Huan Er's safety, he was not an unreasonable person. For this reason, he did not blame Lu Guanglin. Lu Guanglin was touched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he felt even more guilty. Following that, he continued to search for Huan Er with Duan Lingtian. Huan Er, please don't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to explain this to Senior Du Fei? Duan Lingtian still remembered what Huan Er's grandaunt, Du Fei, had told him when she had taught him the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai mystic method, in the little world she had left behind. Du Fei had told him not to interact with anyone from the Phantom Fox clan. If anyone who did not have the surname Du found out about Huan Er, he had to kill that person. Moreover, Du Fei had also told him that the reason Huan Er's mother left Huan Er was because something happened to Huan Er's family. Since Duan Lingtian was worried about Huan Er, he could not calm himself down even if he wanted to cultivate. His mind would wander from time to time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. My lord, over the past 3 years, we've searched every inch of land within 1,000,000 miles of the area where Miss Huan Er left. We've even searched the central area, but we still haven't found Miss Huan Er. Now that 3 years have passed, it's no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. After 3 years of searching, Lu Guanglin had no complaints. However, 3 years had passed and he still could not find her. This made him realize that it was pointless to continue searching. Therefore, he mustered up his courage and reminded Duan Lingtian. Of course, this was also because after 3 years of being together, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a reasonable person. Otherwise, even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to remind Duan Lingtian like this. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in disappointment. He naturally knew that Lu Guanglin was right, but he was still a little unwilling. Although she was strong, there were very few people below the Celestial Duke realm who could pose a threat to her. However, once she entered the central area, she could easily encounter Celestial Dukes. For this reason, he could not help but worry about her safety. Nevertheless, he knew that if he could find her after 3 years, he would have done so long ago. Huan Er, you must be fine. Otherwise, Big Brother Lingtian will never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He had lived 2 lives, and there were very few things he regretted. However, this time he was filled with regret. He regretted calling Huan Er his sister in front of Lu Guanglin. He knew that even if that was not the main reason Huan Er left, it was the fuse that triggered her departure. Let's find a place to settle down first. We'll ask around before we decide what to do next. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were still at the border of the central area. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Guanglin brought Duan Lingtian deeper into the central area. After traveling for about half a month, they still did not see a trace of human habitation, nor did they see any buildings. However, the scenery under their feet changed from a desert to an oasis. I think it won't be long before we see signs of life, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as soon as they entered the oasis. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was right. A few days later, a few figures appeared before Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin. When Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin approached one of the figures, that person immediately became wary. Naturally, they thought Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were celestials who would rob them. Please don't misunderstand. We just want to ask you where we are. Lu Guanglin saw the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial and did not beat around the bush. The peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial sighed in relief when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. He could tell Lu Guanglin was a celestial duke who could easily kill him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Lu Guanglin to catch up to him and block his path. Could it be that you came from the border? The peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, an old man, asked Lu Guanglin. Yes. Lu Guanglin nodded. This was his first time in the central area. Since you're from the borderlands, I'm sure you've just entered the oasis. Entering the oasis means you've entered the supporting Fall Nation, the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Supporting Fall Nation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect there would be a nation in the central area. It was similar to the borderlands. There were also some celestial kingdoms in the borderlands. However, these celestial kingdoms were not as strong as the top sects in the borderlands. They could only rely on the top sections. Supporting Fall Nation? Lu Guanglin was as surprised as Duan Lingtian. However, as he probed further, he learned the difference between the celestial kingdoms in the central area and the borderlands. There were many nations in the borderlands of the central area. Most of these nations had celestial kings. Those who were not celestial kings were not capable of ruling a nation. A celestial king can establish a nation. Does this mean celestial kings from the borderlands can establish a nation here if they're willing? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Theoretically, yes. The old man nodded. However, very few people establish a nation because it takes a lot of effort to do so. Most people would rather choose something that's already available. For example, they would kill the emperor of a nation and replace him as the new ruler of the nation. The old man continued to say, under such circumstances, the emperors of the nations in the borderlands of the central area are all celestial kings with extraordinary strength. Celestial kings who have just arrived from the borderlands don't have the ability to replace them. As celestial kings, they're not willing to submit to those celestial kings. For this reason, most of the celestial kings from the borderlands would join the powerful sects and clans in the central area. Those powerful sects and clans are located away from the borderlands. The cultivation environment and resources they control are far better than the nations in the borderlands of the central area. The old man paused for a moment after he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Those nations were located at the borderlands of the central area. They were considered the weakest forces in the central area. However, these forces had celestial kings. Moreover, they were not ordinary celestial kings. After learning more about the central area from the old man, Duan Lingtian asked Lu Guanglin to continue with their journey. Our first stop is the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Since Lu Guanglin had asked the old man for directions, he knew the way to the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Along the way, Duan Lingtian was worried about Huaner's safety as he digested the information from the old man. Don't worry, my lord, Miss Huaner will be fine. Lu Guanglin comforted Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian's worry. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. 3 months later. My lord, according to the directions given by the old man, will reach the capital of the supporting Fall Nation after crossing the mountain range. Lu Guanglin's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes as soon as he heard Lu Guanglin's voice. In just a blink of an eye, he saw a mountain range in front of him that looked like a long dragon. He could not see the end of the mountain range at all. After a while, Duan Lingtian arrived at the mountain range under Lu Guanglin's lead. At this moment, swoosh, as the sound of wind whistling rang out from the continuous mountain range, an old and aged figure shot out from the mountain range with a young figure in tow. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Huaner. Lu Guanglin's expression turned solemn when he saw the old man. Based on the old man's speed, it was clear the old man was much stronger than him. A 3 talents celestial duke. Based on the man's speed, Duan Lingtian could tell the man was a 3 talents celestial duke, similar to himself. Huh? The young man noticed Duan Lingtian and Huan as soon as he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan. He was a young man dressed in a brocade robe, but there was a hideous birthmark on his face that ruined his facial features. The young man was calm when he saw Lu Guanglin. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, or to be more precise, Duan Lingtian's face, he was filled with jealousy and killing intent. Either you destroy your own face, or you die. Just as Duan Lingtian and Huan were about to continue their journey, the young man in the brocade robe flashed and blocked Duan Lingtian and Huan's path again. The young man's ugly face was distorted as he looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy and hatred. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.